Let's go! Good day to everyone. How y'all doing today? Huh? Woo. Woo. Yeah. Hope everyone's doing well today. How I sound? Am I coming through clear? Can you hear me? Microphone check 1 2. What is this? Welcome to the Wildest Wake Up Show. I'm your host, Sharon Bracey. And every single day, we rebel against remedial rhetoric, and today will be no different. Thank you, Ms. Jalen. Thank you. And just like Ms. Jalen, when I say good day to you, I need you to say it back because I can feel that great productive energy coming through the screen. And every single day we gotta, we making sure that you are not just regurgitating information that you heard from elsewhere, and that we are challenging your own thoughts, and you figured it out yourself, not just because somebody else said it very well. Because we tend to hear this a lot. Men are just women. They're just regurgitating information. They want to talk to what maybe sounds good to other people. Like yesterday, we was having a conversation, and the person wanted to tell me, "Oh, so what is it that you want me to say?" I want you to say your real thoughts, not just say. Be clear, be concise with your thoughts. That's what we need you to be. We need you to be clear and concise with your thoughts. Think them through. Don't just say things. God damn. People just be saying things. So last night, the movie was sold out last night. Everywhere I went, it was sold out. I had to stay up late night because the movie is over 2 hours long. Goddamn. The movie is over 2. Yes, it is. It is every Friday. Don't worry about it. We're gonna open the panel up. No, said Tenray, I will not. You've been whooped. Why you no? So I'm assuming Kim folks seen it. It was very, very visual. It's a loud movie. You definitely is a possibility that you could get a jump scare for sure. Yeah. IMAX, you're gonna definitely enjoy it because it is. I think this movie would do you a disservice if you did not see it in a movie theater, because it is designed for the movies. The sounds, the music, the visualness, the symbolism, everything was designed for it. I think, hey, we might have a new Spike and Samuel Jackson out here. God damn it. I would say Spike and Denzel, but I don't think Denzel and Spike did that many movies together. Well, they probably around the same. They did 3 movies. What up, Byron? Good day to you. Very good. I still have a lot of thoughts about the movie. You said it was the best movie you've seen in a long time. That's pretty. That's a bold statement. Wow, that's good. I think it's probably for sure, 100% for sure. It has to be the best vampire movie I ever seen. That's 100% for sure. Yeah. Yeah, Free Zone Lord. And I also believe that so no, they are absolutely mistaken. Anybody that's saying that is a ripoff from Dusk to Dawn, they are insane. But I could understand that. I could understand why they would say something like that. Because it's set up in a club scene. Hey, what you doing? Stop. Go over there. Sit down. What's your problem? Sit down. What's your issue? So I can understand why they say because it was set up in a club style scenery and all that. But nah, it's not. It's nothing like a Dusted Dawn at all. This is way. Dusted Dawn is I don't know, just a bunch of blood. This was not that. Yeah, Dusted Dawn. It's not even close to Dusted Dawn. Dusted Dawn is horrible compared to this. Absolutely horrible. But it was set up back in the day. Man, I think it was like it checked off a lot of boxes. To be honest, it checked off a lot of boxes. And I stayed up late to watch it. As you can see, I'm a little slow today. God damn it. Barry White says she enjoyed it. You know, I'm going to open it up too. But 100% sure it was the best vampire movie I've ever seen. It has so much symbolism, so many great characters. I want to see the other characters. Like, it did such a good job. And this is because the movie is based on 24 hours. Like, all of this information that we've seen in this movie is basically roughly about a 24-hour span. It was so awesome. It was very well written. It moved along properly, appropriately, where it wasn't too long and drawn out. We didn't have to, man. It was good. It's about relationships. I enjoyed that part of the movie too, about the complexity of relationships, because man, one of because it's twins in it. So one of the twins, Stack, like he had a crazy relationship with homegirl. Like, so it displayed how toxic relationships work and move, like two toxic people get into with each other and how they be moving, you know what I'm saying? So like it was showing how toxic relationships actually work. So that was really good. An interesting scene. It was very good to see the two actors go back and forth. It was phenomenal how it was directed and written. And then also Smoke, he was more of the business savvy one, a little bit more strong and poised, and he want to get shit done. The other brother was a little bit more loosey good. He's a little bit more toxic and wild. Man, good. It was good, to be honest. But it had a lot of things going on in the movie. A lot. Because it's one of those movies that when you watch a movie like this and you think, damn, this is deeper than I expected, right? And that is Sinners. This ain't just a vampire flick. It's a history lesson. It's a cultural critique and a blues song all rolled in one, right? So you got Jim Crow, you got the KKK, you got the Hoodoo, you got Christianity, you got Native Americans, you got Irish immigrants, you got Chinese Americans, and somehow all of this is connected through music and war. So that was the beauty of it, right? And war is there as well, for sure. It was what they was wild. And then there's the blues player, right? The man who walked down the road, sold his soul to the devil because apparently, talent, it comes with a price tag. Absolutely. And so now Sinners is based in the set of 1932 Mississippi, right? Which means that racism wasn't just alive, it was thriving. Jim Crow was in full effect. The KKK was out there like the worst HOA committee in history. Yo, it was wilding. Like, goddamn, the man bought the property from you. What's the problem? What you talking about, Bubba? What is Bubba talking about? Oh, we're gonna get into it today. And don't worry, the panel will be open very soon. We're gonna just talk about some of the similarities, right? And how the KKK and the HOA committee, how they was coming around and just burning people's houses down, deciding who gets to exist and who doesn't. And in the middle of all this, you got vampires because apparently segregation wasn't enough. Segregation wasn't enough. They said, nah, and we gotta add bloodsuckers in there too. But the vampires isn't just monsters, right? So they were really metaphors. They was a represent. They represent oppression, exploitation, the way the power feed off the weak, uh, and the vampire himself. Damn, I need some water. The vampire himself is Irish, which is very interesting too. That's right, an Irishman in the deep south, singing ballads and luring people into his world. And the oppression ain't just black and white. And so that's why the movie is set up so beautifully, right? So Bubba's saying that the KKK were 100% Democrat. Jim Crow was 100% Democrat. Segregation was 100% Democrat. Look it up. NBA Kylie, you was tripping. But so what does that mean, Bubba? So because back in those times, at 1930s, that all those ideologies was Democrat, what does that mean? I don't even understand what does that mean. That's fine. So back then, in that time, in the 1930s, all of those policies that you brought up, all of those organizations, yes, they were Democrats. But for some reason, for whatever reason, they flipped over and they switched over to Republican. No, it means the people of that time that was Democrats, they were the racists. That's what that means. And somehow throughout the years, it flipped. And now we see what we see today. So yes, back in the days, the Democrats, they had policies that was racist. Yes, and then somehow it switched. What's up, Nay? So yeah, the people have changed, not the political party. So it went once it was like this, and now it's like this. It is what it is. If they started changing their rhetoric, they started changing their rhetoric. I don't get it. I don't know why we got to be so concerned about what they used to do back in 1932 if now they doing something completely different. We have eyes, we have ears, and we could read the writings on the wall. We could see what they all about today. We see who's trying to get rid of all the DEI and this, that, and the third, and trying to get it back to where it's only one group of people being able to succeed in this country. We see it. We act like we don't, but it's all good. And the beauty and DEI is not racist. That's crazy. Yes, the values change is what I was trying to say. FBA. What's up, Natasha? And so the values absolutely flipped and switched. It's crazy. Shout out to Nay. Thank you, Nay. Because I don't even understand like how you can even still say that today. And you know what's crazy? This movie shows how DEI can actually work, right? Because it had all nations in this movie. Like it had everybody in it. It had all nations, all colors and creeds in this goddamn movie. And so Bubba is out here now. You just telling lies for no reason, Bubba. So Trump has not provided more funding to HBCUs than any administration in history. We already broke that down long time ago on this channel. So that is not even close to being true. He did a great job by keeping the things going. However, hey, shout out to Donald Trump for giving the HBCUs a really good amount of money. He did a very good job. Awesome. We are not trying to knock him for it, but we're not going to also lie about it as well. He did not give more than Obama. It is what it is. It's okay. All I am, if he did 2 days ago that I did not see, then hey. Hey, you know what I'm saying? If he did, and we could break it down, then we see. But Nate, she put it out there, right? Trump took it from 16 billion down to 500 million. So people get confused with how things like when you start peeling back the onion, you turn this into a cry fest. We wound up seeing what's actually happened versus what people are saying. And like people said that he signed the most money because it looked like it on paper, but when you break down the order that he signed originally, it is not more money. We need more Teddy. It is said that 2 days ago, Donald Trump signed a new executive order for HBCU. Somebody please look it up. Maybe it is. I don't know, but as of right now, for what the information that I have, President Trump has not signed or gave HBCUs the most money. And it's okay, that's just the information. He did sign a bill that gave a lot of money and a lot of funding. That's fine. And it's okay. That's a good point, FBA, Kylie. It's weird, that's for sure. I don't know. And really, it was really and like I said, like so the vampires and things of that nature, it was really more about the vampires was really a representation of oppression, exploitation, right? That's what it's really about, and the way how power feeds off of the weak, right? That's what it's really about. That's what the vampires really was representing. I don't even understand why um and that's the real issues that like so like it's kind of a representation of the goddamn movie as well, right? Is that's what the Irish vampire was trying to do. He was saying, hey, we all just people. I'm just trying to hang out with you. I don't mean no harm, but yet you out there harming us. You want to suck our blood and then act like it's going to be better because you turned us into you. You turned us into a vampire. So now, because you turned me into a vampire, I'm supposed to feel like how you feel. But in real life, it doesn't work. So no, vampires are vampires. Vampires eat on people. That's how they survive. And the movie explains it very well. And that was the thing of the Irishman. Like he didn't care who he turned, whether it was black, white, Spanish, or Indian. He didn't really actually care because now they was all together. They all have the same thoughts. They could all speak the same language. They all have the same feelings. What's up, Otis? Who? And that was the sentiment of the movie. It had so much more to the movie than this goddamn vampires and steaks and garlic and those type of things. And that's why it's probably one of the best vampire movies ever. I don't know if I would say it's a FBA movie because it had everybody in it. But it was just dealing with the information that was happening at the time, and it dealt with a lot of religion, like Hoodoo versus Christianity was very big in this movie as well. So you got Hoodoo, Christianity, Native American spirituality. It was like all tangled up in this movie, and then Hoodoo, is that old school, deep rooted African spiritual practice that survived slavery. It's about power, protection, and knowing that sometimes the church ain't enough. And Christianity, well, Christianity in sinners is complicated. It was very complicated in this movie. So in this movie, it was both salvation and control at the same time in this movie. It was that thing that keeps people hopeful, but also the same thing that keeps them in line. And then you got the Native American, the Choctaw hunters. They were out there trying to take down the vampire because they know what's up. They seen colonization before, and they ain't about to let outsiders just take over their land. It's history repeat itself, but with bangs. There we go. Thank you, Tiff. Appreciate that. And that was the truth of it, right? So that's what it was, very complicated. But if you just watching it for real and you seen how things was playing in and out with it, it was a very complicated story. It was really interesting to see how they intertwine all that in 2 hours and 10 minutes or so. It was good the way how they blended the music with it. It's good. They also had they had the Chinese and the Irish. So let's talk about also how the Irish and the Chinese Americans. So the Irish vampire, he sings the Rocky Road to Dublin song. Is a song about leaving home and facing hardship, right? That's what the song is all about. That's kind of his stick that he kept singing before he ate somebody or turned them over, I guess I should say. And then we had the Chinese. They're in the background, right? They working, they surviving, trying to carve out a life in the country that barely acknowledges them, right? Because America has always been a melting pot, but some folks get burned in the process, right? And the Irish and the Chinese communities have their own histories of oppression, their own struggles, and as sinners, right? They try to wove it into the story. It was very small, but they tried to wove it into the story, showing that suffering ain't exclusive. It's just distributed it differently. This is kind of like how the conversations happen a lot on these conversations. Whenever we start talking about slavery, a lot of times people try to bring in what the Irish went through and what Chinese went through. So this movie did a pretty decent job, a really good job of woven it in and showing how it was just different. Which I think sometimes we have an issue with on YouTube. And when we having these open discussions, a lot of people have a problem with talking about their own personal version of what they believe their families went through versus what is going on in our suffering. Like, it's just different. Right? You had your version, Irish had their version, Chinese had their version, and we had ours. And it is okay, just to be honest about it. But I think this movie did a good job of adding everybody. It was like a DEI movie. You know what I'm saying? Everybody in the Jones. I think it was a great DEI movie, right? So and then it was the music, right? The blues, it was the heartbeat of this movie. It was the thing that connects everyone. The Black musicians, the Irish vampire, the Choctaw hunters, because music is history, it's pain, it's joy, rebellion, and survival. And in Sinners, right, it was that bridge between worlds and timelines. And so, blues is and pretty much is making it like how we always had a concept. Blues is in everything. Blues was born out of struggle. It came from the fields, from the churches, from the streets. And in this movie, it's the thing that brings people together, even when everything else was tearing them apart. I mean, for God's sake, they had wooden nickels. Yeah, Miles could sing his ass off for sure. That's right, Bubba. Shout out to BMU. Yeah, man. I think it did a very good job of trying to bring all these things together. Which assessment, Aaron? Let me see. Let me go back. Maybe I missed it. Well, I'm about to open it up and we could just have the conversation. I want to look through it. Right. So and then we also like the movie, even though it's kind of hard to say who's the main character or not, but let's talk about the blues player, like the man who walked down. Like, so like this story is also, I believe, is loosely based on that old tall tale of the man who walked down the road and sold his soul to the devil, right? This is straight out of the legend Robert Johnson. I don't know if most people know about Robert Johnson, but he is a blues guitarist who supposedly made a deal at the crossroads to become great. And in center of the story plays out because his talent, success, and survival, they all come at a cost. And that's why in the end of the movie, they showed him with that he got his face scarred up from all of this. That was his cost of everything. He's lost family members because of this cost of him being so great. But here's the real question: did he sell his soul, or did he just do what he had to do? Because like in a world where power is stacked against you, sometimes the only way to win is to play the game, right? That's what everybody keep telling me. Sharon, you ain't playing the game right. They keep saying I gotta sign with the devil and just side with all these men and just kick women down and kick the blacks down and all this other nonsense, because that's the only way you could move forward. That you gotta listen to us, right? It's very, makes sense the way how they pushed it out. And maybe like the real horror of sinners is not the vampires, not the KKK, not the war, but the fact that survival always comes with a price. Like Smoke had to deal with the price at the end of the movie, what it cost him to keep the shit going. You know what I'm saying? You know what? I'm gonna drop the link as well. Hey, shout out to the Rumble. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you. What up, Shiesty? And yeah, it was so much stuff. No, I did not see it, Dallas. I guess anybody that did see it, you could tell me all about it. Did he do good? Did he say some crazy things? What happened with him, Dallas? What's up, Trey? Hey, so what happened on it? Did he say some wild things? So there go the link. The link is dropped. So anybody want to have a conversation about all these different things that happened? Man, it was crazy. And I think the takeaway is that Sinner is not just a horror movie. It was a history lesson. It was like wrapped in blood and blues. It was about oppression, survival, and the way music connects us all. It was about war, religion, race, and choices we make to keep going. And most of all, it was about the truth that sometimes real monsters ain't the ones with fangs. And that's the truth of the matter. Welcome to the show, Aaron. Good day, sir. How you doing?
Hey, not too bad, man. Not too bad. Thanks for asking. How you making out?
I'm doing well. A little tired because I was
Excellent.
up late because that movie was sold out crazy last night.
Productivity plus entertainment will wear you out, man. That's a sign of a good life.
Did you get to see the movie yet?
Yeah, I did. You perfectly. We briefly brushed over that about a week ago. My wife took me the Tuesday after my birthday to see it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so I mean, I didn't want to give away the plot at the time, but yeah, my assessment was pretty much that the movie was adequate. But you even mentioned, coming from me, that's a good thing. I think it's a movie that everyone should see at least once. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a population that want to see it again and again and again. Not me, but I'm not. I would expect that to be the case. And then there'll be others that are satisfied with seeing it once. But it is worth seeing at least once. You won't be disappointed.
How
I
do you
think
like how like the connection with KKK and the black men in the Deep South and how that dynamic is, because they only touched on it very briefly, but it was so like the scenes what to me were very iconic, even though it was very small parts in the movie. It was a very big part of the movie at the same time.
Yes, exactly. So that's another thing that I thought cinematically it was a wonder, right? Like the screenplay, the soundtrack was great. The writing was decent, right? It wasn't bad. It wasn't like phenomenal, but the writing was good enough to keep up and tell a story. The acting was pretty good as well. I think Michael B. Jordan. Remember, I was saying if he keeps this up, he's on his way to Denzel Washington, Morgan Freeman level of play. If he keeps that, he has to be consistent with performances like this. If he does that, he's headed to the top.
And so,
Just the way he played the two characters.
And so, Aaron, so like it got people that say that this is just a movie. It's not. It don't have anything to do with history. I disagree with that. I think it had a lot to do with history. What's your thought?
Yeah, it is just a movie. It does have a lot to do with history. Here's the thing. They had to use a lot of nuances to tell a tale, and they used history as the canvas to tell the tale. So it's not a historical movie, but it has strong elements from history. And the tale that's being told is, like you said, the man that sold his soul to the devil. I think the protagonist is the guitar playing boy. The antagonist is someone we never see, is the devil. But it manifests through the guitar, through the vampire, through all these. And he never had to sell his soul, or he was redeemed from selling his soul by sacrificing the two most important people in his life, the twins.
Woo.
You see what I mean? But it opens with that boy in the guitar, and it closes with that boy in the guitar. So now we know who the protagonist is.
Did you stay all the way to the end to see the post credits part?
I did. Okay. I did. Yeah, we went to black on the
song. I thought the song was very interesting to choose.
Yes, it was. And I think it brought everything full circle.
Yes, and the reason why I think so, because I was also looking at this little light of mine, right? I also was looking at like maybe that could be talking about the sun as well.
Yes.
It's like it was so much in that song that you could translate it throughout the whole movie about, because he was saying he's gonna let it shine no matter what, because he was gonna get his daddy and the devil at the same time to get his let his shine, right? So he's going against both of them. And I think that's why, like, because everything was so subtle. So, like, with the racism, with the KKK, the person that was a part of the KKK sold him the goddamn sawmill.
Right.
However, you didn't even know that, but unless you could pick up on the little small microaggressions that they had with each other, right? So they had a lot of,
even then you couldn't be sure.
Right, because he was spitting on him, he was spitting in front of him the way how he was. That was a little micro.
As soon as he walked in, exactly.
And like, so it was showing how people be trying to make you seem crazy because you can recognize a racist from the little things that they do, right?
Yeah.
And they, well, you can't really 100% say it. Like, all right, I hear you.
Yep, exactly.
But I know what I see. I know what I'm seeing. It's kind of like when Scam Likely was trolling yesterday. Like, I understand that you are trying to make it seem as you're not doing what you are doing. You're doing a very good job of masking it, but I see you.
Right.
Like when he finally came inside of the sawmill and he was trying to tell him what's all of this. He's like, hey, what's this on the floor? He knew exactly what it was that was on that floor.
Yeah, and then that's when he spit. Right.
And then he tried to act like, and he spit on the floor to make it seem like, oh, we just be in here and we doing work and I spit tobacco on the floor. But no, that ain't no goddamn tobacco on the floor.
Right. Yep.
And
the whole movie was like that. It was it wasn't obvious. It was nuanced. You don't have to be a genius to figure it out, but you got to pay attention
nowadays, Aaron. It's like you do. Because that's the issue that a lot of people, this is the issue that racism always pushed out there, right? So, yes, we cannot say he was a grandmaster from when he walked in and he got out his car. We cannot say he was a part of KKK where he walked out God's car and then spit on the floor. And then when
not at first.
And then when he was in the saw, man, he said, boy, he started using the word boy.
Right.
But the beauty of it that, his brother picked up right away. It's nothing but grown men and grown money over here.
Yeah.
So like all those small little things, man, like that people don't people try to ignore in real life at the same time is what my problem is, right? Like when you see these small little transgressions that happen and we can't, and this is why I think a lot of men have a problem when we call them a Rembrandt. When you are speaking like them, I cannot say, oh, well, maybe it's just not you. No. The only way I'm going to stay safe if I treat you as if you're a part of that group, because that's how I'm going to stay safe.
Yeah. I mean, the movie was complex and nuanced enough to keep you fully engaged cover to cover. I don't think it was so complex, so sophisticated to where you got to see it again. Some movies you got to see it again and again and again, and something else unfolds, or it's like something new. I don't think it does that. I think you can get all of the context in one shot, but you got to be awake to do it. You got to be looking at it. You know what I mean?
I think you're doing a disservice. You're somebody that pay attention to a lot of small details that most people.
Well, right.
Because
I will acknowledge that. Yeah.
Yeah, because a lot of, and I got you right now, Tiff. I know you want to jump in. A lot of the acting was not even with words. It was with the small things that
100%
was doing with his face.
100%. That's exactly what. Yep.
It was so well. I thought it was so well done at the same time. Like even with the mixed girl that was in the movie.
Yeah.
She did an excellent role. That was, to me, that's probably her breakout role. It showed that she
it was brilliantly casted too. Even the voodoo lady, all of them. It was brilliantly casted.
The Chinese lady, like she was phenomenal. Yeah. I want to see her story. Like, what makes you so aggressive? Yeah. I loved it.
Yeah.
But let me let
the cast was perfect.
Go ahead, Aaron. You want any drop?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You got it.
She's actually the new Hawkeye.
All right, I'm gonna drop in the cloud. I'll be back.
Okay.
I couldn't take Aaron not talking about the beauty of what is an instant fucking classic. Like this movie, if you are a movie head, it plays with genre so well. It's so visually stunning. And then it's black as fuck. Like it's just.
I don't think so.
Oh no. It's so black. It's super black. It's very FBA to the point of you have the brothers, the twins that went to Chicago, tried to make it up north, realized, you know what, we can have something back home. They brought it back home. Now they say, hey, there's a need. What we gonna do? We gonna open us up a juke joint. We got our music. We gonna come back and get our people, and we finna run our business. Then you have the music and how it's just slightly introduced to where you have the gospel where you can kind of see it. And then you see the layering of the jazz. And then that's when you get the layering of, oh my God, is that Bootsy Collins? Like, wait, is it like, if you know culturally the music, it was so many references that if you are not Black and American, you will not understand what you're seeing. Because you're seeing yourself, but you're also seeing what Blackness looks like. When we get an opportunity to start a business, who do we have to have in our spaces? Well, we have to have a Grace and a Choi, because that's our groceries. These are the people that are allowed to do business with us and with others. But we also have to have Mary be accepted, right? Because she Black. That one drop is a motherfucker. She come in and everybody's
she was passing. She wanted to come around. That's what that was.
I think that's going to be probably be a hot topic. Right? Give me 1 second, because I
like 1/8, right?
Because look, Tiff, like that part of the whole scenery is very interesting because it makes these conversations a lot more complicated for real. And before you kick, because I know you got a lot more to say, let me just welcome somebody into the show. Go ahead. Hey, welcome to the show, Supreme Guys PhD. How you doing?
Hey y'all.
Good day.
Happy.
Go ahead, Tiff.
Hello.
What's up? It's just I Anybody that doesn't think that they need to see it multiple times, I'm gonna question your aptitude because you clearly think you're smarter, because it's so many layers and levels that it's gonna take some time to just digest all of what we saw, even in the post credits, even in the sense of if you went in blind and was not expecting to see a damn vampire show, because I was not expecting the vampires, and even that in the sense of people sucking the blood out of blackness, eating us for life. Target right now, screaming for dear life because they need black money. So please tell me how this is not FBA to the core. It is where we are right now. It is so timely.
So the reason why I don't agree that it was a FBA movie, because it was just talking about, it was touching on a lot of different topics that was not anything to do with FBA, like the Chinese Americans that went to war and came back and tried to open up a grocery store. How the Irish American was out there toe tapping and dancing, doing his little dance move. It was also about the Native Americans trying to get rid of the certain people that was taking over this new land, the so-called white devil, where the whole white devil even come from. Like the first introduction of the vampire, he was on fire. But what did he do? Even though he was Irish, and so this kind of goes to what slavery is too. So that's what it also brings it back to. That's how the Irish was able to infiltrate into the whole whiteness of being white, right? He knocked on the white people's door, and they just allowed him in because he was white. Hey, they are a real enemy.
But Sharon, you had to catch it. Renwick, even though he's an old vampire, he's not from here. So the way that we were processing the racism, he kind of looked like, oh, well, this what y'all gonna let me come in there? Okay, well, yeah, it's because they black. He was a vampire. He want blood. He don't give a damn. But they didn't even see it. So it talks about how white supremacy hurts everybody, even other white people, because they can't identify it. And when we do, they feel as if like you're playing a victim role. It's like, no, what'd you say? I saw what you did. I picked up on this microaggression, and this is some bullshit. And yeah, I'm a grown person with grown money. And if we can't do business together, then that's just, it is what it is.
I know.
And also, they wasn't gonna let him in at first until he offered that money. First, he tried to play off their sympathy. Then he knows they was Klan people. Then he's like, "Well, if I offer you money, then that's when they let him in." When he showed them that gold, but at first they had the gun on him. They wasn't gonna let him in.
But ain't that the sin that got most of the people in trouble, right? Greed.
Yeah, greed. Yeah, because
that's how everybody let him in.
Greed and religion. He Diva. He told her. He said, "Go ahead."
Today, I'm gonna drop you. I'm so serious because you sat there very quietly the whole time Aaron and Sharon was going back and forth. You sat there very quietly, and so I don't know if it's just women that you feel the need to talk over, or what. Nevertheless, Sharon, I wanted to go back to what you talked about with the Asian people, the Chinese people, and so you mentioned them going to war and coming back. Can you talk about that a little bit more?
Yeah, so because it shows that Smoke and Stack, they went to war with the husband of the grocery store, and that's how they knew each other, doing dealings back in the trenches with each other. And then so now when they came back to the original town, coming from Chicago, whether they got chased out, whether they stole, whatever the case is, because I wanted them to kind of get into that as well. Like we just can only speculate. And so, but it shows that Smoke and Stat looked at him as a brother, as somebody that was just trying to grind in this place of America, and they looked at the Chinese man also as he was being oppressed as well, not as an enemy. They didn't look at him and his family as an enemy. They was all cool. They even the way how they communicated. Another part I liked about it, Diva, was that they didn't make them like Chinese speaking, like they made them very. They was language appropriate to speak, like they had a relationship between Smoke and Stack. That's what I really enjoyed about it.
Right, but you saw how they had. Go ahead, y'all go ahead.
Yeah, no, you good, Diva. Go ahead.
So, they had two stores. One was for the white people, one was for the black people. You notice the dialect difference between the husband and the wife, right? But the reason they were able to speak that way is because that means they had been there for a minute. So are you aware of how they initially got into that area?
No, that I don't know.
Okay. So after after emancipation, they brought in Chinese labor, Chinese coolies, they called them, to be low wage labor, to displace the black people, right? So now we don't have to, deal with them at all. Now, again, they came there as low wage labor. Over time, you have some who, they built those stores and businesses and whatever and became more affluent, I guess. At one point, when they first initially came, they were able to send their children to the white schools. Once they reach a critical mass, white people start enacting laws against everybody. So a lot of those Jim Crow laws in Mississippi specifically also included Asians, right? So anti-miscegenation laws, if you was a Negro, or up to 1/8 black blood or 1/8 Asian blood, it was illegal to intermarry with whites. Y'all,
yeah, that was funny.
Right. So they had been allowed to go with the whites. Then they were going to have to send their kids to the school with the blacks. So they lodged a court case. And as part of the court case, they have filings and whatever. The Chinese people were saying we should be allowed to go to school with the whites because we are 100% Chinese and should be protected from the contamination of blackness, their words, just like you white people are, right? So that relationship between them wasn't really historically accurate, right? That would have been the exception rather than the rule.
That's a very good point, because and I guess this is why I think people that's saying that it's not a historical movie, I think is important that it's kind of a historical movie because it gives Diva a place where she can actually have a conversation about what actually happened, and that turns it into a historical movie, right? Because she could pinpoint and pick out, hey, that's not historically accurate, that's not accurate, that's accurate, and then now we learning something. So in a sense, in some weird way, it turns into a history lesson, in my opinion.
The one part that is accurate, though, is the fact that, yeah, they did have one store on each side of the street. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. One for the whites, one for the blacks. That's one part I wanted to say earlier, but that is historically accurate. So when Aaron was speaking earlier, saying, oh, none of it is actually historical. Yeah, you can actually Google some of this stuff, if you don't believe it, guys. Oh, and since I had the mic, I'd like to say my favorite part of the movie, and I think it's unpopular opinion, but my favorite scene of the movie was after they all after the sun came up, right? And he's sitting there thinking to himself.
Hold on, let's not move on from the Chinese part first. Before you move on to that you went all the way to the end of the movie. We still at the beginning of the movie. So because with all the Chinese across, I don't think most people I think that was great too, that the cross the street shit was crazy. I think I think him shooting them people in the middle of the street was hilarious. I thought the nuance to that part was absolutely great as well, and the contrast between the two brothers, like they was two completely different characters at the same time, very much alike at the same time. Okay,
so what made you think they served together?
Huh?
What did the Chinese dude say to make you think they served together?
Because that's how they met, he said. What made you think that they didn't?
Oh, I don't remember hearing that. Okay.
No. Okay. Yeah, that's how that's why he said it was introduced. He said we came back and blah blah blah, and then you went to Chicago and now you back. And also, I think it's also interesting to see the little girl, the daughter, like she was in between too, like how Diva was just explaining, right? Where she was in between of going in between. So like it showed what Diva was just talking about, right? Because the little girl, she was able to go play both sides. She was able to be in the black side of the store, but also run over to the white side of the store as well. Welcome back, sir.
But that's her mother, right? Her mother was able to go to both sides, right? The only person we didn't see go to the white side was the father, right?
I'm sure you can say that.
Wait, the
I'm sure it
father
was
went to the white
interchangeable.
side, and
So
then the
what I
white
was
came
talking
over
about,
to the
Happy,
black
was
side.
what I was talking about, Happy, is how the little daughter, like she was always looking outside the window, like she wanted to be a part of the culture, like her always being like she was like shielded from everything that the mother and father was doing, because they was also good businessmen, but they also was doing a lot of janky stuff as well. So supposedly janky stuff, right? They patching up people in the back of the house if you get shot. So he had to also pay for whoever is the nurse in the back to patch up the 2 bullet wounds that he just inflicted on the two men that was outside that was trying to rob him. So they was also doing things that was underneath. It also shows that Chinese, they ain't just great businessmen. They also out there doing some dirt as well. They are part of the dirt as well. They are part of the night culture as well. The bootlegging, how he was stealing Irish beer and he imported over. He stole the Irish beer from Al Capone. He also stole the Italian whiskey from Al Capone, and he brought it back down south. And they was all a part of. They was all in the mix of that. While also in Front Street, they look like they just a good old business and they ain't doing nothing criminal. And that's what Diva was kind of talking about. That's what it was. So they was able to dibble dabble on both sides. And then when it was time for them to get better education, they kind of pushed us to the backside. Great point. You know what I'm saying? So, and I think even though like it was very small interaction, like all of that was in that little interaction. That's what I did enjoy about the movie. Like you was able to kind of get a sense of what was going on. So it was pretty decent.
I thought the twins brought that back. I didn't know the Chinese men got that.
It was the twins.
It was the twins. They robbed both sides and came back down.
Right. And the wife, she understood what they did, that how like how she understood that he robbed both sides. And that was the beauty of like the whole interaction between everybody. Then so after that, we skip to where he buys the actual property. He's dealing with the white supremacists of Mississippi, and he's willing to sell him this goddamn property. But in this whole grand scheme of thing, he wasn't gonna just let him get away with having all that property.
Yeah,
he wasn't.
They did that a lot back in those days.
They would act like as if money meant so much to them, like, hey, and this is and the reason why I think that part of the movie was so important, because it goes into today's time and today's mentality. A lot of these Negroes today, they be like, because you are successful, that now all of a sudden racism don't exist. It don't work that way. It never has. And I think this movie showed it in a very good way. Like, hey, it ain't working out that way. Yeah, they'll sell you a house. They will talk to you nicely in the daytime, but in reality, they plotting to take you down. That's what's really happening. And then when we see it, it's nothing wrong with us speaking about it and say, hey, I see what you are. You ain't really on my team for real. And so now when we also get to, what is your thoughts on it? What's your thoughts on when they introduced the mixed girl into it? So very from afar, she looked like a white lady, especially the way how they depict her in the very beginning of the movie. You had no idea that she could have been even mixed, unless you know her as an actress.
She wasn't even really mixed, honestly. Not in real life, she ain't mixed.
She is mixed in real life, and she is in the movie. She is
with what?
She's an octoroon. Like, please start looking stuff up.
Is that really mixed though, or is that a white person with a black ancestor? Right. So I have a similar.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
But only with a white great grandparent. Does that make me mixed? Am I mixed? Right? No, I'm a Negro. I'm black. Right. And so we got to know the difference between black people, mixed people, and a white person with a black ancestor.
Mm-hmm. What's up, y'all?
Good day, BMU. What's your thoughts on what we talking about so far in the movie?
So when I'm
trying not to talk about so much of the movie, but really the depiction of history in the movie. So this way I don't spoil it too much for people that haven't seen. I'm trying to cross the conversation.
Yeah, and for me being from Louisiana, right, and knowing these different things, when she said certain things in the movie like Hanks,
Ooh, good one.
And she start talking about those things. Used to hear your grandmother talk about those things, right? We don't go out, we don't do this. Those hanks out there, you're dealing with spirits, you're dealing with the bag that she had around his neck. That, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just it was very symbolic. But also, when you guys were talking about the Asian people being there, I've watched the movie twice. If you go back and watch it again, you will see that those are not, the one store was not for whites and one store for blacks. Both of the stores were for both cultures. But what it was
No.
yes, it was on the left side. It was her house, right? It was called her house, right? On the other side, it was the grocery store. In the house, they were selling herbs and plants, and she was a healer. On the other side, they were selling just grocery, food products. So there was a healing house on Annie's house on the left side, and Bobo's grocery on the right side. You got to go back and watch it. It's two different stores doing two different things. She was a healer in the community. She sold herbs to help people when they were sick and stuff like that. So basically, she was a
the
pharmacy.
Chinese lady?
Yes. So if you go back and watch it, she was selling herbs and
store. Because
yeah,
remember, we see, what's the black lady, the big black lady's name? The black lady.
Mary.
No,
Mary,
that's a
yeah.
white lady.
Anna. Anna's the dark lady.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot her name, to be honest.
I forgot her name too. Damn, that's crazy.
That is so crazy. And she's an important role too. She was a very important role too.
Movie.
God damn, what was I forgot. I'm not even gonna try to think. Go ahead.
Because she was the healer, right?
Yeah. No. She was the
babies when we first see her. The babies are there getting stuff for their mama.
Yes, absolutely. So this is what I'm saying. On the Asian lady, if you go back and watch it, and you look at the store and look at the stuff that the people were putting on the counter, the people that was there, they were buying herbs. There was like, say for instance, she was the pharmacist for the community. They was buying herbs, they was buying medicine, they was buying all type of stuff. So when the daughter came and got her, and she ran over to the other store to see what her husband wanted. When you walked in, what did you see? You seen vegetables, corn. You seen all that different stuff. It was a grocery store. In the other store, you didn't see any grocery in the other store. It was two different stores. It was Annie's house. It was Annie's house and Bobo's grocery.
That's possible. All right.
Yeah, that's true. That's the lady.
No, because the black people didn't shop at the same store as white people back then.
Right, and so that's why I was going to just about to say. So that's probably because the white folks trust the Asian people to heal them, and the black folks shop at
exactly
to get the healing. So it was showing.
That would have been a very recent development because there's a long history in this country of black people being, white people coming to black people for that type of
and she's absolutely right. Being absolutely right. That's also down south history as well. Voodoo and witch doctors, women the white people used to bring their fever-stricken children out in them swamps and leave their babies for those witch doctors to heal them. So she's absolutely correct.
It's called a root worker too. Can we not do that?
Okay, what is it called? What is it called?
A root worker.
They call it a lot of different things.
Okay, a root worker.
Oh, well, that's one of the names. It's a lot of names. Well, that's one of them.
A lot of different names.
Yeah.
And they also try to explain that a little bit in the beginning. I think they went a little too fast in the beginning by trying to give the different names and everything, the fire worker and all those things. But I understood that they only had like 2 hours and 20 minutes, so they had to. And also I want to say this as well. They put a lot of things from. I heard somebody say earlier about religious stuff. They put a lot of religious aspects in there as well. Let me give you one at the beginning when he went to the house and the Indians were looking for him. If you go back and watch when the vampire starts smoking and burning, when you go back and look at that, he fell from the sky. He didn't run. He fell. He dropped right down. Yep. He dropped right down to the ground. He was a fight. So now, what was your idea when you said? Because I thought that was very interesting. They didn't show exactly where he was jumping. Why did he jump? Why did he fall? What was going on? What was your thought when you? What is your symbolism of him falling and burning?
Because the Indians, the thing about it, the Native Americans, they know how to fight that spirit. They have their own root workers per se. They have their own. They know how to fight against those spirits. That's why when you seen him drop there, he was running from them. As powerful as he was running from the Indians because they knew how to fight. That's why he offered them gold, because he offered them something that, because they were poor, they were broke, they didn't have no money. So he gave them something to enter into their home, and then he consumed them. And then they became what he was, and so now he can hear what they're thinking, so on and so forth. But yeah.
And also they did depict that he could fly, so that also shows that, you know, so so they could have had something where they could knock him out the sky. That's why he was falling when the sun came up, because they was chasing him out through the night, right? They knew exactly what time when they could fight him as well, right? So because it was
Sharon, you said something else earlier. You said something else earlier too. I want to say this. I'm gonna drop back. I get back to work. But you said something else earlier about, did he sell his soul to the devil? He did, and it's in the movie. It's in the movie. If you watch the movie,
you believe he sold his. Are we talking about the guitar player, correct?
Yeah, the guitar player. Yes.
Okay.
Let me tell you how.
What's your part that you believe he sold his soul to the devil?
Okay, if you have to pay attention very closely. At the end of the movie, when they play the second credit, they show him in the church playing the guitar. Correct.
Correct.
When he looks up, when he's playing the guitar, something startles him and he looks up to the right corner, correct? When he looked up to the right corner, that was him choosing music over religion, and he chose to sell his soul. Now, let me tell you how I know that. Go back to the part when he was in the bar, when he was an old man, and the two vampires walking in, and he said, "Hey, I can help you live a little bit longer if you want." When Michael, and I want y'all to go back and watch the movie for a second time if you haven't watched it. When Michael B. Jordan and the young lady sits down at the bar, you cannot see their reflection in the mirror because they're vampires. Right. But then guess what? The guitar player is sitting directly beside Michael B. Jordan's character, and you can't see his reflection either. That's why because he does not have a soul. So you can't see any of their. You can't see. Yep. Go back and watch it. Go back and watch it. Yep, you can't see any of them's reflection in the mirror. That means they have eternal life as vampires, but he's getting older because he only sold his soul. He didn't take the bite. He took the deal with the devil. And so when the devil takes your soul, and from Louisiana culture, if he takes your soul, you no longer have a spirit, and you don't have a reflection in the mirror either. So neither one of them. So when Ryan Coogler put that in there, I was like, yeah, he does have some Southern roots, because that shit was on point.
But it's supposed to represent Papa Legba too. It's not the devil. It's
Papa Legba. Exactly. I agree. Yep. Because that's who met Robert Johnson at the. And when you was talking about Robert Johnson, he couldn't play a lick, and it is written history. He couldn't play. He didn't have no talent. He couldn't play nothing. And he went to that crossroads and came back was a damn master musician.
Leave Robert alone, goddammit.
I'm saying he couldn't play.
But that is the story that he did not know how to play a lick, and he came back being the greatest blues player ever. So
ever.
It's very interesting story for sure. And that's what I did like about the writing, even though Aaron didn't like the writing so much, but he did just enough for you to have some kind of understanding of what the movie's about. I think that was brilliant. And then overwrite it.
And even when Smoke's girl put the emblem, the bag around his neck for protection, as you can see in the movie, until the very end, he was protected until he took it off. Nothing happened to him until he took it off.
Yeah, you speeding through the goddamn movie. Yes, but
hey man, y'all have a good day, Sharon. Y'all have a good show, man. I gotta go.
You too.
All right.
Sharon, did you make the notice of Renwick, the oldest vampire? He really wanted to tap into Sammy because Sammy and Anne still had connections to their direct roots. The longer he was here, he was saying, like, I miss my old home. I want to bring my family back. So those Black people were going to be the tie to get him back to his truer self, which was very interesting. And how it shows assimilation and how whiteness, when you assimilate, you lose your cultural roots. You lose a piece of who you really are.
Okay.
I've always believed that.
Good day, Hotep. Good day.
Hotep, what's going on? I was just listening to y'all. I haven't seen the movie, but
okay.
my grandmother and my great grandmother were root
Workers.
healers.
Where you
Yeah,
from?
my people from Louisiana, Mississippi,
Ah,
Alabama,
okay.
Mm.
and
He must
Texas.
have, hey Diva, he must have had that tablet in his pocket the last week because he was almost out of here.
Oh no, I already knew that. That's why I left, bruh. That's why I left because you got to understand is that some fights you have to sometimes you got to live to fight another day. You can come back,
Mhm.
so a lot of times people, and I can tell when people just like you guys talk about this movie, somebody might come in here and make two people on the panel and roots, what is that? But I've actually watched my grandmother make roots. She used to make it for a sprain, broken arms. Never went to the doctor. There's a lot about my uncles and people. They never went to what you call traditional or modern doctor. No, the healers in the community or the elders that knew the root secrets and know how to make the ingredients and go get the ingredients like the pine cone, pine needles, and so forth, and the bark, certain barks off in trees, and put certain herbs in there, and then having to allow it to sit and marinate for days.
Okay. And so
before you can even.
What else I did find very interesting is also the depiction of the vampires, right? And how they want to just take and use your talent and use their power over your brokenness. Because Sammy, he turned out to have a really good voice. The young man do have a very good voice. The young man Miles, he has a very good voice. But the fact that they seen him, go ahead, Diva.
Oh no, I was just saying I don't care for it. But
you didn't care for his voice? I thought his voice sounded good. It's unique. He got a very deep voice, even though he got a very small frame. It's a nice. I think he can hold the note. And but I think it was interesting how the Irishman, like how he was drawn to it, and really like he wanted to take it so he could actually use it to get more people to conjugate to his whole vampirism and take over and bite into people and transfer them over. I thought that was a very interesting take because we've seen it happen in hip hop for so long. It's been happening.
Hollywood's go ahead.
It's been happening in our community for so long that literally when we see somebody like Shador, we don't even want to protect them. And then I think that was for me, I think that's what I was seeing, right? I was seeing Shador and Sammy. Yeah. And the people that was trying to defend them, we are the twins. Anybody that's trying to defend Shador or defend Carmelo Anthony, we are the twins.
Okay. Well, I haven't seen the movie, and I typically don't watch a lot of movies. I don't watch television. I do more reading, research than anything. So in sports, I'm not a sport. I don't watch sports. Only sports I may watch is probably boxing. I don't watch MMA and all that stuff. So. But I'm gonna check it out. But and plus, I don't believe in vampires, warlocks, hanks, and goblins and goons.
So the problem is like it's not supposed to really be taken. It's supposed to be a metaphor. It's supposed to be a symbolism, symbolism of what people do. Right? That's what it really is supposed to be about. Yeah. And I think sometimes people don't understand that. Yes, we have to protect. So Sammy needed protection from multiple. Everybody was trying to take his talent. Even the goddamn twins was trying to exploit his talent as well. But Smoke, he was saying, hey, no, you need to go ahead and go back to where you come from, hang out with your daddy and do gospel music. You shouldn't be out here. Leave all this degenerate shit to me. I'll deal with this goddamn street shit, not you. Take your goddamn talent and give it to the gospel. And I think that part of the movie was very interesting. That was him trying to protect them from this, the dark world. So to speak.
I had a interest in music, but because of the way my people was brought up and where my people come from, you either did, the way I was raised, you either gonna be church, you're either gonna sing the Lord's music, and serve the Lord. You can't serve two masters. You either, so we brought up in that. So I was kind of affected by that because that was always a subconscious thing. When I wanted to get into secular music and I started singing with secular groups, so I understand that. Huh?
What's the note for us? Yeah, hit one for us.
Oh yeah, one of mine. Let me see.
He say one
Let me
mine.
see.
Yes.
This may have done everything in the world.
Go ahead, Hotep. You about
Let me
to
see
know? Go
something.
ahead.
Yeah, let me see. Good. Ah, me.
Mm.
Love is like a dream, but I never knew that it will always go my way. Ooh, baby, I love you every day. See, that's how we used to do up like
All
that
right.
back in the
He
day.
hit the shy
You know,
lights on
He
y'all.
damn sure did.
so I was derailed by that, but I sung with a lot of groups, brother. I sang a first tenor, a second, and a false tenor. I can drop to a baritone, you know.
I
So
see you. So did you get approached by the devil? And clearly he told you no.
yeah, I got approached by the black devil and some white devil. And they bring in the same juju. So, you know, so they want you to take they call it the red pill, blue pill. It's the same thing, you know.
So what I would like to know, so what are your thoughts on when he started playing it? He was in this pocket of producing this brand new song that he played for the people at the juke joint. And then it transcended through all timelines, and that he had the power of Grayskull, right? Like he had all timelines, all music, all genres, all into that one thing. That's how good he was. What is your thoughts on that symbolism? What is your thoughts on that?
It was beautiful.
Oh, I thought. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, what you thought?
No, I think Tiff was saying something. I'll wait.
She
I
said
don't
it was
even have my
beautiful. Tiff, you want to expound on beautiful?
No.
You good, Tiff?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Diva.
There was like no gospel singers in there, but I guess it was dancing, wasn't it? It was music. No, because they had the little Earth, Wind, and Fire man too. Is that the scene we're talking about?
Yes, the very first music scene. Yes.
Okay, where Sammy's singing and all the spirits start coming out.
Mm-hmm. The Indians, the geisha, the Bloods and Crips, the break dancers. Yeah, everybody in there.
The twerkers.
The twerkers.
And they had a Memphis Jooker in there, and I actually know him.
Yep, he was in that joint as well. I thought that part of the movie was interesting, how him singing so hitting that this musical inspiration, right? And that it just opened up everything. Like, so the whole building disappeared because he just opened it up for everybody to see. And that's how, so-called, it's not just the good people that seen it and enjoyed it. It's also, the people that want the vampires as well. They're going to see you as well. Wow, it was good. And how they burnt down the house.
Well, I'm gonna have to check it out. I haven't seen the movie, but I'm gonna check it out and see.
Yeah, it's very good cinematic. You should watch it in the IMAX, if anything, though. Yeah. So you can really get the full of the movie. Very good symbolism.
But I heard a lot of
they did have some gospel in there. Dude, they had them doing a
they were dancing, they were shouting.
They had a little Holy Ghost in there.
Okay.
They were shouting and flipping over banisters and stuff like that, and getting the ghosts.
Just a little bit, like because it was trying to show so many different genres in one scene.
Right.
So it had a little bit of that in there as well. And also, I think I like the fact that they put in the old African when they doing the jumping with their feet, they whole upper body don't move.
Mm-hmm.
And
like suspended in air.
Yeah, it looked like they suspended in air. I like how they brought that into it as well. So
that's a well-known dance with the
I forgot what
with the Maasai and the Yazidi in Africa.
No,
they
that's
can
not
they
the
can
one
do
Maasai do.
Maasai do a different one where they just do a jump, and then there's one that what dance were they doing? I mean,
the
what was that? Because I haven't seen the movie.
In West Africa, where the guys dressed up in
okay, I know what you're talking about.
Outfitted. They do a similar dance in Louisiana. I forget what they call it. It's not
it's
jipping.
like
They call it jigging, I think.
Yeah, but and then they're moving their legs so fast, and when
yes,
you watch, it seems
yes.
like they're levitating almost. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's what it looked like to me. But
Yes,
yeah, but
yes,
you
yes.
know,
We are in agreement with you. You don't have to reiterate it. We got
yeah,
you. That we
yeah,
are in
yeah.
agreement. And then so as we move forward, I think it was also crazy. It also shows a little bit of manosphere in there with Stack, right? Where he said, "Hey, listen, you just gotta use your tongue just a little bit lightly
to touch that pearl." Perlene said, "Oh, I gotta take a bath." He said, I want to smell."
Before he ever put it in, he licked the damn thing. That's crazy.
She said, "Let me range it off."
He said, let me just put some water on it.
Range it off.
But why was all the women married? I didn't understand that. Like Perlene had a husband, Mary had a husband.
Sinners.
Right. There you
But
go.
I think the imagery of the women is very interesting.
It was. Yeah,
Because-
what's your thoughts on that? Because I thought it was very, and this is why I do like the movie, and I think this is why Aaron is run that why you have to watch it maybe twice, because everything is so subtle that you could miss it if you focus in too much on one part of the subtleness. Like, because you could focus on the racism part, you'll miss all the relationship parts that was in the movie, because there was a lot of relationship things in this movie. But go ahead, Dave. What's your thoughts on the woman part?
Just looking at the way the two love interests were depicted, and what people are saying about it. I don't know. Apparently a lot of people missed out on a very important aspect of one of those relationships, but I'm kind of interested in what other people have to say about it, or what
before you talk about your part that you want to talk about. All right, anybody else, what's your thoughts on the relationships aspects within the movie? Because there was a bunch of relationship little innuendos.
I thought Annie and Smoke, that was love. It bothered me how Mary seemed to sexualize everything with Stack. Like it was very, it was just really raunchy. It wasn't in it. The intimacy wasn't there. Like it was.
True devil.
You get what I'm saying? Like it was just very. It gave a white woman using a black man's body. Like it was very Caucasian how she dealt with him. Even though, you can steal this, but you can't steal this pussy. And it was like, girl, what? You've been married in Arkansas for 7 years. What are you talking about? She was very dangerous. So I didn't feel like she was safe for him, and he wasn't safe for her. But the dark skinned lady, I was off. When the way he sopped her up, I was like, ooh, I had a shove down my spine. I felt tingly up in here. Okay, shit.
So you said that relationship was love. So what about that relationship gave love to you?
A root.
I feel as if
not the root. I'm not pronounced it right.
Wow. I mean, I was gonna say he did keep that protection on. He didn't. What did he say? I don't believe this, but he loved her enough to keep it on, and he kept it on until she was gone. Which to me was like, if I can't be here with you, I don't want to be here. So, and then when the baby in her popped up, and she said, "When you wipe that smoke off you, you can come and hold her." Even in the sense of, I want who you are. I want Elijah. I don't want Smoke. I want the man.
The hell?
So,
okay. And also, before you go, Diva, did y'all realize that both their names was Elijah?
No, it was Elias and Elijah.
And Elias is also is a version of Elijah.
Oh, is it? Is that some biblical type deal?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, go ahead, Diva.
So him keeping the mojo bag on despite him not believing it, that is what, so that's one indication that he loved her.
Yeah, I felt like he trusts her. It felt like to me, they look like a partnership. What it looks like when both people can be strong, and even in that's not your brother out there. Versus to me, it always seemed like the little white girl was like begging for the other boy's attention. like see me, see me, see me, see me, love me, love me, love me. It was very pick me-ish on top of vulgar. I did just.
She's over there lighting that candle.
Baby.
Go ahead.
I am gonna light one, and that was refreshing. It felt good to see Black spirituality on the screen. It felt good to see representation, and not in It just felt different. It was very dated, but it didn't give that. It didn't feel like trauma porn.
So you didn't think that is her name Annie, the darker woman?
It seems like it. Yeah.
Okay, what is the Asian woman name then? Because I thought she was Annie.
She's Grace. She's Grace.
Oh, okay, okay. All right. But her store was called Annie's something. Okay, nevertheless. Okay, so you didn't think okay, so was Annie a mammy?
It could give that.
Okay. Right, because I'm just thinking like if
she did a lot of the labor. Yes.
Right. So love, right? We ain't seen each other in 7 years. You come back in town, you come chat me up a little bit, you pipe me down, and then you ask me, hey, you could come fry fish for 100 people tonight. You get what I'm saying? What?
She had possession. She had possession of that brother's soul.
Her for the baby.
Yeah, one at a time.
You
What
know,
you
so
say?
to me that was just kind of
Yeah. What'd you say, Aaron? What'd you say?
She had possession of that brother's soul. Remember, she's sitting there lighting them candles and asked him, "Why'd you come see me?" And she got the truth out of him. She's like, "No, tell me the real reason." He was a marionette. He wasn't even him. That woman had that brother's soul. She put a root on him, or whatever that is in that bag, or he. I bet you she got the best spaghetti and meatballs in the world. Something. But I'm telling you, she had that man.
When she spoke
before, long ago.
When she said, you still feel the same in my body. And she said it in patois. I said, yes, bitch. Yeah. Just like that.
Right.
But what patois?
Huh?
Right? What patois?
She said something in his ear about your body. Your body still remembers.
But what I'm asking is, where did this patois come from?
Are you talking about Louisiana?
Okay, so she was speaking at Louisiana, I guess patois. Is that what they call it? Yes. She was speaking what? Creole, Cajun, whatever they call it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this was French patois, not English patois. Correct.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Diva, I'm from East Texas. So when we say patois or like the Gullah Geechee, like that's just something that we pretty much, it's just a given if you say it.
Gullah Geechee is something very different than
I know that's different.
Yeah.
In Louisiana, those two totally different groups.
Definitely. You got them
But I understand. Okay, so she was part of those people. Like she would have been from Louisiana.
She was a
okay. That's something I didn't pick up on.
Yeah,
and
Creole. Yeah.
I think BM, you had it wrong. I think that was Annie's store where he saw all the roots. She was putting all the work together. That was her spot. She was the healer, and she was going through even in the part of they kind of show right before it gets kind of steep where she's in the house, Grace is in her house, they're all lighting candles and going through certain type of like ceremonial. It's almost as if they're anticipating we're about to go into that second half with the vamps.
Okay, well, so back to her being a mammy though, right?
Jesus.
Well, I mean, because you were like, oh, they love, but the man came, offered us some dick and said, come fry fish down to the juke joint and work the bar. And then when the vampires show up, you gonna be the one that gotta save everybody or teach us what need to be done, right? And so she was doing a lot of work that night. And I want black women to just be able to identify when you. Right, she was a bartender, everything, and so I just want black women to be able to recognize when you giving a lot more than you getting.
And Diva, don't forget,
and knowing that ain't love for real.
And Diva, don't forget, he put her in what as well. He put her ass in danger.
He put her in what?
Danger.
Right.
And then who killed her?
Mm-hmm.
He only loved himself, his brother. That's it.
Hey, Diva, that same man that dicked her down, sticked her down too. He put that stick on her ass too.
Well, she begged him, and she was a vampire while about to turn into one. I mean, come on.
I'm telling you, she did that because she didn't want her soul to go over to the vampires. She wanted to croak before it had to take place. You know why? Because wherever she was headed, she knew that the soul of Smoke, or what, the brother, was going to meet him there with the baby. That's at the end.
Right,
He was
so
Mary and Grace
Diva,
for.
so to answer your
you
question,
know that.
But if he never killed her before she turned fully, they would have never had a reunion in the afterlife. But she knew where he was going because she had his soul. She put him there long ago.
No, because she asked the spiritual ancestors, and she was dropping her things, and it kept doing the same thing over and over. Like she kept doing she had all those tablets, those small little tablets, and she kept dropping it, and it kept placing in the same exact alignment every time she did it. And so that's how she knew she was going to meet the baby girl.
Spiritual though?
Yeah, the spiritual ancestors.
Yeah, you know, there's several books out from back in the 50s and 60s on this very subject. But yeah, I know. I mean, I don't know the craft, but my aunt and my great aunt, my great grandmother, like I said, they was into that. That's the reason why I don't.
What was their root worker names?
My grandmother was Blackie, because I don't know why they called her that as a kid, but as I got older, my mother told me why they called her that. And you only go see Miss Blackie for certain things. You only go to certain people for certain things. So if you say if someone put a root on you as a man, and you ate somebody's spaghetti other than your mama's spaghetti, they can get that root off you. You know, so you went to certain root specialists in the neighborhood or in the community, or down up the road, or around the corner, or through the woods, and they would work that stuff on you and tell you how to take it, how often, what time, and if you need to do it in the closet or if you need to do it by yourself. So it was a whole lot of rituals and traditions that came along with our people, you know, from across that Atlantic.
And I say thank you, God, for the Bible. To get rid of all that voodoo stuff, bro. I tell you, and we out there burying people drawers in the
Man, I
backyard
feel
and
good.
stuff.
I'm in the singing mood.
Wait a minute. Well, I want to hear you sing. Either I know you not with y'all ritualistic eating the bread and the body and the blood. Cut it out. The Bible is full of witchcraft.
No, I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Christian.
So therefore, she wasn't talking to you then.
Oh, excuse me. I apologize.
Hit dog holler, but no, they'll get the burying drawers. You better watch out.
Oh hell!
They go
Eat a
start.
man on. Let me mute my mic.
They gonna start. Can you imagine your wife out there burying your drawers in the backyard so you don't go nowhere?
But you know the imagery of the Christianity, right? So when Sammy is at the brink of death and he start reciting the Lord's Prayer, the fucking vampire start reciting it with his ass, right? And the vampire tells him, "This shit make us feel good, but it don't do shit for you." The vampire tells him that.
Yes.
Hold on.
I gotta go because I ain't seen it yet.
Hold on, Edom.
Because you about to drop a nugget.
No, stay on, Edom, man. Don't leave.
Hold on.
Okay, I'll leave, PhD. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, Your Highness.
No, because we're talking about a very important part of the imagery part, right? Not only that, he was in the water.
I don't know what you're talking about. You gonna mess it up. All right, I'll go back. I'll see you later.
Well, I'll tell you about it. I want to mess it up for you.
So also it was kind of like he was getting baptized at the same time too.
Yeah.
So so that part was very interesting too. How Diva said, so he knew the same scripture and he's using the same scripture. And not only that, he said when he was first getting he said himself he was getting oppressed by that scripture.
He did. He said, "This is they gave me that. They gave me that too. Oh, I know this." He said, "Oh, I'm good with that," because the devil knows the Bible better than anybody. Like there's nobody better than a hypocritical Christian, because they're gonna come up here with the hypocrisy, and then they ain't gonna be able to tell you where it comes from, and then they scare as hell. Like, if God is divine, then why are y'all scared of every goddamn thing? You shouldn't be scared of a witch if you got the blood of Jesus. Plead the blood and keep it pushing.
So
Oh,
the way how I looked at it, that Christianity was also, it was oppression, and also it was freedom and oppression at the same time in this movie.
a tool and a curse, basically.
Correct, because at the same time he hated the devil himself. He hated it, right, and said, "Hey, they was trying to press me with it." He said, but also as I got older, I realized that it's a good. It made me feel good to know it. And also with Sammy, he dealing with his daddy telling him to not sing, and then he's dealing with Smoking him telling him not to sing as well. And so like he wanted to run away from Christianity at the same time. Like, so we had all of these complex situations with Christianity, how people feel like Christianity can save you, but also it holds you back spiritually.
I just want to say that already I saw it was actually on the entertainment show where Hollywood is already critiquing and criticizing and downplaying the movie. They already started that. So I'm gonna have to go see it in Cinematic because it must be a hell of a movie if Hollywood's gonna be criticizing and already critiquing.
They can't critique it. They're freaking out because it's been the movie that's made a profit. It hit 45 million the first weekend, 45 million the second weekend. It's only had a 6% drop off, and the only thing that's probably gonna take it is because Thundercats came out. But if Thundercats doesn't have good reviews, this is one of these movies where I know I'm gonna go back at least 2 or 3 times to see it. I know people that they're on their 3rd or 4th viewing because it is almost like that feeling that you had from Black Panther, but it's just different.
So
you guys convinced me. I'm gonna go see it.
I want to get back into the relationship part. So Diva says she's a mammy. Annie was a mammy. Tiff, you agree or disagree that she was mammying? Regardless if you like the relationship, but do you agree or disagree?
She was doing a lot of labor. She was doing a lot of labor. I don't like she used the mammy word because I found that to be insulting to Black women, but she was doing a lot of laboring. She was.
So what would you tell a woman that didn't see the love of her life, her baby daddy, in 7 years, because he went to war and then he went to Chicago. She didn't see him in 7 years. Their baby died, so we don't know what kind of consulting he was doing, like he was consoling her or not. We don't really understand that or whatever. But he comes back 7 years, and on the first day he drops it off in her, and also he gets her to cook a whole bunch of catfish and be a bartender all in one day. What would you give her advice for? She can't do that. Hey, such and such came back. It's been 7 years since I spoke to her, because they didn't have no way to even communicate with each other. That's another thing, right? So we're in a position where they didn't even communicate with each other. She don't even know if he's alive or not. He come back, drop it off, and then also ask her to cook for 100 people, and also be a bartender at the place, and also kind of be a goddamn manager of the goddamn juke joint too. She was partially manager too.
That's a lot. I definitely would not. I see what Diva is saying. I think what I saw is like, okay, well, if they've been to war, they've come back. It was kind of clear, like some letters, like communication had been happening. It didn't feel as jarring as it did with Mary and Stack. It just felt different, but it may have been one. I just like to see the fact that it was a dark-skinned woman of a larger size that actually got to be a love interest, and she wasn't the mom, and she wasn't the auntie. And I think a lot of people are struggling in even seeing her as a love interest. It's been all over Twitter where people like, that wasn't a loving relationship. And it was like, yes. But it was okay almost to see Stack have the desire for a woman that eventually gonna get everybody killed versus the Black woman that I guess her loving on a man, she a mammy. Like, do you get the dichotomy of where sometimes Black women, if you really want to be in a traditional relationship, you are looked like you're a lesser than, because you don't have a problem with a different dynamic. If she wants to, go ahead.
So you're saying that the Stack's girlfriend, she put everybody in danger?
Most definitely. Think about this. The vampires were walking through, right? What initially caught their eye was her white ass walking in there. And then when they saw it, when they heard the music, then they saw through. But the initial attraction with those white folks was they saw her going into that building.
That's not how it was depicted at all, in my opinion. Okay. I thought what he said was I felt you from across wherever he was at, and he said I was drawn to your energy, and then I came and I seen it for myself. And so what happened was Stack was the one that sent her out there, and he sent her out there in danger again. It shows, to me, it was showing relationships again, how men are willing to put their woman out there in the forefront, even though he gave her a gun to make her feel like she was protected. She got bit because Stack was the one who sent her out there to the goddamn vampires at first. So he sent her out there to the wolves to get. And this is the relationship part that we always have in conversation, that a lot of these men are not protecting a woman the way how they think that they are talking about. And so he sent her out there and he got her
no, she said, and think about this. When they showed that money, she was like, oh, let me go out there and see what they're gonna do. She really thought her whiteness and her proximity to them, because she was passing, she thought she was going to be out there and to be able to be conniving, and her ass got, because it will always get you. You do not, it's some things you shouldn't play with. She should have stayed her ass and been in that house with everybody else with the covering. The minute she went out there, and the fact that she thought that she could do it, is, to me, that's what makes her dangerous. Because a person that you've got to think, me going out here could potentially harm everyone else in here, is something that I think Black women have to think about. I don't think white women or non-Black women have to think about how their behavior can affect everybody in that room.
So, and who was she doing it for?
Her Black boo.
All right. So therefore she wouldn't have did it if he wasn't out there scheming and scamming in the first place. She thought she was going to be able to help him because she was trying to prove her worth, right? Because we always hear that conversation too. You got to prove who you are. So she was trying to do exactly what the manosphere always say. You got to put out and do what you got to do and prove to that man that you are worthy. That's what she was doing. Every day she was showing that she wanted to be there for him and do whatever she got to, even though she's with another man in another state. Hey, I'm here for you. So again, it was showing how relationships are, especially with these ideologies that we hear out there, is that the woman got to do so much more. Like she had to do so much more to be with him, and to put her in danger, got herself turned into a goddamn vampire because she was chasing a goddamn man.
And can we just say that butter and cake mix is not medicine?
Say what?
Butter and cake mix is not medicine?
Oh, okay.
No, because earlier he said that the woman's other grocery store was basically medicine and whatever she was cooking up over there. In all actuality, though, yeah, maybe he needs to go back and look at it.
Okay, fine.
I haven't seen it, so I'm just taking y'all word
talking.
For it. Yeah, I love to talk.
So Deepa, so what are your thoughts on my breakdown of the other couple's relationship?
So now, Sharon, you were saying that he sent her out there, the white lady.
Yeah. Yes, because she was trying to convince him to go, I could do such and such, because she's trying to get more money from him. He could have said, no, sit your stupid ass down, because he had total control of that girl.
Mm-hmm.
But
was she a white woman or was she a passer?
She was they depicted her as a mixed woman.
She's
okay. So that's a passer.
Right. That's what they would. Yeah, that's what they was pushing her character to be at.
Yeah, that's a passer.
Mm-hmm. And that's why she wanted to go talk to the white folks.
Well, she thought she can charm the savage beast.
Correct. Like dead ass, dead on. And I immediately thought about Shannon Sharp when I was sitting in the theater, just like I did. Now, I'm not trying to be facetious. It's just like when a
No,
person,
it just sounds funny when you said that.
but you get what I'm saying? Like, I know he
Yeah.
really thought that him being 56 and a millionaire, he was going to be able to have dominance over that white girl, but he's still black. And at 19, she still took down a multimillionaire Hall of Famer, lost $100 million contract, and all of this behind some white cooch. And everybody in the building got burned all the way up for some white cooch.
I don't feel nothing for him. Oh, now out of sight of the movie, I don't feel nothing for Shannon Sharp.
Fine. So let's talk about that. The top. It's not because of white coochie that he's in the situation.
That's exactly what he deserves.
He's in a situation. He's in a situation because he's a goddamn degenerate.
The lack of sexual discipline. So can we not say that a piece of the movie also showed that if you're not sexually disciplined, it can lead to your downfall?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could agree with that part. Yeah, it definitely could lead to your downfall, or you be eating some unwashed cooch that been walking in the goddamn heat for however long she took her to walk there too.
I saw a Negro walking through a store with a damn Pekingese in his arm, and something didn't look right where he was walking with that little toy dog. I don't know if y'all seen that.
Okay, but so no, but I want to so that's what I'm saying. Like, so I think that we should not be saying Shannon Sharp, even though like it's okay. I think it's cool, but it's because of Shannon Sharp's deviancy and degeneracy is the reason why he's in his place, not because of a white woman. It's because he don't know how to act. It's because possibly because something happened to him where, you know, I don't know what's going on with him, but you know.
I think the connection is when you're not, like I said, when you lack sexual discipline, that it bleeds everywhere. It affects everybody. And it's just it was interesting to see, like, okay, 1932 all the way back to the Bible. Like, if I was a dude, the way that women can ruin men, I would be really careful about where I would put my member. Like, I would be very, very, very cautious, because just the wrong person can just absolutely take you out.
Yeah. Well, the gate was open.
So how did the wrong person take him out?
So I think if we'll use the movie, Mary shouldn't have been at the place. Stack should have heard what Smoke said, send that girl home. And that little young lady shouldn't have been by Papa's house. He should have told that young lady, I'm gonna give you some change, but you ain't gonna be able to come out here now. Sometimes you gotta say no. Sometimes you just gotta say no. It is embarrassing. I do find him to be embarrassing, Robin. I hate to see it. It's sad to see the same thing take Black men out all the time, and it is always a woman. And it's just like, God damn, not you too, bruh.
No, but it's not a woman that took him out.
The proximity to making bad decisions with women.
That's the thing. So it was all his decisions that took him out.
Right. But can we not say though that there's a theme?
No. The theme is that men, you need to stop being goddamn degenerates. It's the theme.
Tip, I agree with you. You know, I sway on you. I agree with
Thank you.
with
I'm just like, I feel like I'm
and the reason why I say that is because the generation that I come from, and that's the reason why I say when this type of stuff go down, I mean, we've heard it throughout all different levels of sport. I don't feel nothing for rather stage. I don't feel nothing for them. I'm just you know, when they fall, when they get stripped down to nothing because they think they got a goal, they got to collect 200 pass go. I don't feel nothing for them. I really don't.
All right, so Rob, we're not. I don't know what position that you really have.
I'm just agreeing with Tip.
Right, but we're not talking about feeling anything for him. We're talking about who and how he got in the position that he's in. And
He's in the position.
Women. Hold on. Okay, good. Hold up. You think this?
He's in the position because he have the economics to take those type of risks, and based on his actions, and because he think he has come to the club, the bouncer don't check you, just wave you in. How many people do you got? Go over to the boom boom room, and that's what a lot of these Negroes have. And I've
Okay,
always spoken out about that.
so now, why is that have? So why is the woman the reason for it?
No, I didn't say the woman. It's a duality. It's a dual component. It's not so
Right.
much as the
So,
woman's responsibility, but some women do come.
Hold on. So if I'm selling, let me just make sure I understand. If I'm selling drugs,
Mm-hmm.
and I get caught selling drugs, is it the drug that got me locked up, or is it because I'm breaking the law?
How about if you selling drugs?
Answer the question
and you in
first.
Well, no, it's you, if you're dealing death to your people and you get caught up or get arrested
Answer
or
the
go to jail,
question.
it's your fault. It's your fault.
Okay,
But I don't
so
know where you.
okay, pause. Okay, so good. So it is his fault. So now when he, Shannon Sharp, for example, is the one doing what he's doing, why are we
Right.
saying it's because a woman is the fall of a great man?
No, I didn't say that. I just
Yeah,
said I
that's
agree with the positions that she's.
okay, that's what Tiff is saying. Tiff is saying a woman, especially a white woman, is the fall of all these men. And
No,
I'm
no,
saying that
I don't. I'm saying
okay. So stop. If you're not saying it, then just stop trying to defend it. So what I'm saying is that no, it is that man and his goddamn degenerate behavior is the fall of that man.
well, I agree, I disagree with that, but I disagree with that in totality. But if that's your position, I accept.
So are we still talking about Stack and Mary and who went out to get the money or whatever?
Right. Yeah,
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's the catalyst of the conversation. Yeah.
Okay. Well, so I thought it was interesting when the people came up and were, singing and they opened the door, like, Stack was bobbing his head to, their little music or whatever. And when the guy was saying, "Oh, we can't come in because we white," how she get in there? Annie was in there, mammy. She's family. Let me stand in front of the white girl.
Hey, Diva. I told you that's what I was gonna do. I think you watch our show. Because remember when I said when they see my daughter in the back, said, "How'd she get in there? Don't worry about her."
Yeah, but the problem is, and so it illustrated very nicely the issue with that, because that white woman with a black ancestor in there is always gonna have some sort of affinity for her own people, right? So, but they can't be that bad. Let me go see if they good people. That's what she said. I came out here to see if y'all good people. But even with Stack, he was halfway ready to let him in because his relationship with her, a white woman, had desensitized him to, right? So
Take that risk.
Right. Even being in proximity, it'll start to compromise you.
Right.
I disagree because they
See,
was
you drop
raised
your guard on shit like that when you're in proximity.
So the reason why I disagree is because they was born together. They all was raised up in the same house.
So
they knew the mother and everything. So she was considered family because they was raised together.
So he was doing his sister. Is that what you're saying? He was doing his sister.
He was.
No,
Okay.
they was raised together. Is what I said.
Oh,
You said they was family, but
that's why she said she's like family. Yes.
Her mama
no,
raised.
she didn't say she liked family. She said she family. However, okay, so now again, like I want us to think about how did this woman Mary come to be? She said that when the boy asked her, "What are you?" She said, "My mother's father was half black." This is 1932. So now we got to go back 1, 2, 3 generations to get to the actual black person. 3 generations ago, that black person was probably enslaved. So it was probably a woman, right? Who started off, who had, a baby from a white man. That's the granddaddy. But then the granddaddy, in order to make her white mother or a quadroon mother, would have had to be with a white woman. And so with those anti-miscegenation laws that were in effect at that time, I've been wondering, how did this half black man get a white woman? Right? And then when they had her mother had to procreate with a white man in order to create her. So now, how were they all raised? How were they even in proximity to one another? Because by the time she that white, We ain't being raised in the same house as no fully black people, typically.
The way they explained it was that I guess the boys were raised by her mom. When she got of age, she got sent to Arkansas to marry a white man.
No. Okay, hold on. So why would her mother, who married to or with a white man, procreating with a white man?
It seemed like her mama was a hoe. That's what it was.
Jesus, I don't.
Her mama was a
Okay.
goddamn prostitute. Her mama was a goddamn prostitute, slinging that thing.
Oh my God.
Okay, but now we're getting somewhere because nobody is recognizing that Mary was a hoe too. Stack was a fucking pimp.
And that's
Nobody
why he
picked up on that.
He sent her to Arkansas.
I said I didn't think their relationship. It felt.
You didn't pick up on the fact that she was a hoe and he was her pimp.
I said it felt transactional and it didn't feel like love.
Okay, and that means hoe and pimp.
No, that's a bit
right. Because there's a lot of niggas who with a woman for transactional reasons and he's not her pimp.
But wait. Hope how? Because who was she sleeping with? Because for him to be her pimp, she would have needed clients.
Right. How you think she got that white husband?
She
was in Arkansas. The man literally said when they was in the thing and they gave the man the drink for 30 cents and some wooden nickels or whatever he had, and Smoke pulled him into the room. He said, when you were selling ass in Arkansas, was you letting the Johns pay with a promissory note?
Oh
they were in Little Rock together. He was pimping her, and he even tells her, I taught you to leave when the money was up, right? Alluding to, I taught you to get out the game, marry that white man, and go be rich with that white man. So no, that's not what you said.
Well, I said that it didn't seem like love, but
but not seeming like love ain't the same thing as I'm a hoe and this not pimp.
No, I don't immediately make that correlation. But
right,
everybody's processes things differently. I just that's not what I got from that at all. But I'm gonna go rewatch it. So okay,
go rewatch it because when he turns into a vampire. And they got him in the room and he telling them, let me out, I'm fine now, whatever. He say, you can't keep all this pimping locked up in here. He was a pimp. And she was his hoe, which is why she talked the way she did. Boy, if you don't get the fuck out my face. Yes, she was his bottom bitch. That's why she said, you taught me how to fight. I beat every bitch in here.
Why you? Diva.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. Y'all be burying y'all head because
I'm not burying my head. I'm processing. I'm like, God damn, now how you done made this? And I see it now. I'm like, well, I just felt like there was a complicated relationship. I wouldn't have done it, but
he sent her out there to get the money.
Right. Come on, Happy. Come on, Happy. That's why she volunteered to go out there. She was used to going and getting money for him.
She volunteered.
Right, because she was used to going and getting the money for him. She was a white woman and she was the hoe. Who else getting the money?
And so, and that's why I went, and that's why I was telling you, Tiff, is that no, it wasn't the woman's fault. She didn't bring the danger. It was Stack. He was sent her out to the danger. He was doing
no,
he was saying, hey, go get
she the one brought it up though.
Huh?
She the one brought it up. She the one brought it to his attention.
Right, she brought it up because that's what she learned from being with him. He taught her how to fight. He taught her everything that she know. He taught her. That's why. And
well, honestly, I'd say it was still her fault.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I enjoyed the way how their interaction was. I ain't gonna lie.
They were very toxic. They was toxic. She said, "Boy, if you don't shut the fuck up," I said, "Oh my God."
She's like, what he said? He said, I told your ass to leave. You also told me that you wanted to fuck this pussy. I was dying.
She was very red pill, like she was a red pill woman.
Right. The dynamic.
I say it's still all her fault because.
So that's the problem that the manosphere do. It would tell you that it's all the woman's fault when she is just following her goddamn man. She was following her man. We gotta stop trying to put the blame and say it's equal blame. Like the other person's reacting. This is why the conversation was like that yesterday.
So she did.
What
I mean,
happened?
you said she following him,
like,
but at the same
we
time,
even have the goddamn vampires in the chat. That's crazy.
what are you talking about?
Why would they be by here if they don't like you? It's weird, Sharon. It's so
No,
weird.
so this is why that vampire situation was so interesting, right? Because they still drawn to you, right? So regardless, they still want something from you. They still want that light. That's why at the end of the movie, he sung the song, "This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine," right? So it shows that, hey, I'm drawn to you. I love everything, and I want to use you. And so that's what the vampire metaphor is really supposed to be. It ain't really about them blood sucking and all that, how it is, and all, you know. So it's all about the metaphor. The Irishman of all people, he was the one that was doing the orchestrating all of that, was singing and doing his little line dancing Irish dance that he did. That I know Diva loved.
I actually do. I remember when I was in kindergarten, we had two classmates who were Irish descent, and so they came and did they had on their little costumes and did their little dance. It was cute.
I knew you liked it. I knew Diva liked this part.
They little dance.
Yo, you know, so as soon as I
Jack
seen that
class.
part, as soon as I seen him doing that line dancing, like the Irish line dancing, I thought of you, Diva.
Did you say an Irish line dance?
Yeah.
Nothing says diva like Irish line dancing. Right?
Yes.
Yo, like how would you say river dancing and nigga fight? Because you really, because I'm thinking in my mind, like, what would an Irish electric slide look like? Like that might be a bop.
So that's
I thought of Diva as soon as I saw that man's teeth.
Aaron was saying something to you, Miss Diva.
You know what, Tiff? Cut it out. How about Miss Diva? What you said, Aaron?
Nothing.
I can't take the task. You and Love, y'all are very strong, and I'm tender. When you do that, I'm gonna drop him like, let me just shut up. Tell me when I can talk, but let me be quiet. Mute.
You know what? Okay, so did we see the colorism? Did we talk about that? When he told her, I get one of these field bitches to drag you out of here or something like that?
Can I say one part about the singing?
Yo, that part was hilarious,
wild.
but I love the way how she butt back. You taught me how to fight. I'll whip all these bitches' asses.
And that's why I wanted
she got
one
her
of the
ass
field
whooped.
bitches to come up and snatch her by her hair and beat the shit out of her right then. Like, really, bitch?
That's
I thought it was gonna happen. I thought we was gonna get to see it, but no.
I don't think so, because I think that showed some of the. Mary was so entitled, she didn't even see her entitlement to the point to where you really think you could fight somebody from the field. Girl, you done been married and by a white man for the past 7 years. Go sit your ass down somewhere. Be quiet.
She's so entitled she really let everybody killed. That's what she is.
Hold on. No, that's not. Y'all gotta stop saying she got everybody killed, because she did not.
She did. Her and Grace.
No, she did not.
Grace damn sure did. I know you're not finna say it wasn't Grace. Because Grace
invited them in. Yeah, Grace invited them in.
Y'all come on in here. Bitch, this ain't your house. How you let us show you in
Y'all are crazy. Hold on.
So y'all don't think that song and dance was a spell?
Hold on.
No, she was doing it to protect her child. That's why she invited them in.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I think
because all the black people wouldn't let her leave.
The hold on people is ridiculous in my opinion. It is no way you're gonna say the pimp that is pimping the hoe and telling her what to do and how to do it and where to go and hey, you need to do it like this. That the person that's orchestrating everything is not the reason. They are literally the reason. This goes to show that we do support the goddamn degenerates of our neighborhoods. Both of them was goddamn degenerates. They was the criminals of our goddamn neighborhood. Literally.
All right, I'm back. Catch me up.
No, you don't even need to be here because you haven't saw the fucking movie yet.
Who you talking to? You talking to another grown man like that, bro?
They even corrupted the young man Sammy by lying to him about the guitar by bringing him into the nightlife in the first place.
But that was Stack, and he already could sing. He was already talented.
That's the right. The problem is that we're not recognizing that they are the problem. That's the issue. We look.
No, I recognize that.
We are looking at them like they did something great, that they are heroes in this movie.
Right.
I don't.
People are looking at Smoke at the end of the movie that he's a hero because he got the get back. He ain't the hero of the movie.
No.
But if that's their perception,
and this is why we got to pay attention to what happened. This is why Grace invited him in. You see, before she invited him in, she like, I don't know what the fuck is wrong, child. Let me make my Molotov cocktail. I don't understand. They were just grabbing some goddamn bottles of goddamn beer. You shot 2 men that look like you. That was the symbolism of that whole interaction. The fuck you talking about? You want to shoot people?
Grace,
and you mean to tell me these goddamn? You mean to tell me these vampires done killed your brother in front of you, and you don't want to go do nothing?
But Grace has no
culpability. What you talking about? That's the issue. Every time we wanted to buck up and do everything we wanted to do.
Wait, are we talking about a movie or we paralleling this society? Are we parallel?
We're talking about a movie that you did not see.
That's because he had a root on him.
Not the root.
And so what I'm saying again, that Smoke was quick to let that thing go on 2 black men that just stole a goddamn beer. And then when the same goddamn vampires done killed your homegirl, your brother's goddamn bottom B, wound up convincing her to go ahead and kill your own twin brother, you still wasn't ready to go out there and get it popping? And then now they threatening my goddamn family. No, we getting this shit popping. What the fuck you talking about? We degenerate. Let's go do our degenerate shit.
Her husband was already turned.
You supposed to be a soldier. This is what she said. This is not a good time to be a soldier. Then when is it?
So you're okay with people that we've allowed Grace and her husband. You've been allowed to be a part of the community, but as soon as it's time for you to stand with blackness, you get white real quick. Y'all come on in here. No, if you want to worry about your goddamn daughter, go out there, get your husband that got turned, and go get your little Chinese baby. But you don't got to put all these black people's lives in danger because you're going to endanger all of us for your one.
Wait,
but no,
so
the black people was holding her in there.
Why did they?
So, but that's what she did. She said, "Let me leave." They didn't let her leave.
And that's the crazy part, because when she started talking that shit, they should have opened up the door and pushed out.
That part, bitch, get out.
But that's the thing. And so, why do black people will forego their own self-preservation to try to protect somebody who don't look like them?
It's a sickness.
That's when you know you're gonna lose me there because I don't play with the white people like that. Sharon, no, I deal with one white person, and that's my problem of his blackness. But outside of that, I do not trust anything, specifically white women. They are dangerous. And I believe that black women know how dangerous they are because they will not only play their woman, but they will also play that whiteness, and them white tears will get the whole goddamn building blew up. Because
I'm on that. I agree with that.
He can hate white women, but she represents him, so you're not gonna disrespect her. And that's what
I'm not a snake expert, so I treat all snakes equally.
Boom. I'm not.
I don't care if it's a down cottonmouth.
And wondering why you bit me. That's a snake. Leave it outside.
But let's talk about what happened, though, right? But what happened was that she was attempting to leave, and then she didn't understand. Like, what are we sitting here waiting for? We ain't never wait for nothing else. We get shit popping. This is the same thing when goddamn like George Zimmerman, for example. Oh, let's wait and see what happens with the court. What the fuck you mean?
Oh man. Oh boy.
All of y'all some goddamn gangsters and y'all ready to shoot each other in the street.
Right.
A movie. We talking about a movie.
Come on.
No, Rob, what he's saying is true though, because
I know what he's saying.
Okay, so why you interrupting what I'm saying? I'm confused about when y'all do that shit. I don't be understanding why y'all do that. So again, the movie, in my opinion, was depicting that he shot one person for stealing his beer. Shot him, bomb. He turned around, he knew the dude, and the dude was like, he was apologetic. He wound up shooting the other dude. that didn't steal anything yet.
Mm-hmm.
And what
Off
he
of
said,
GP.
he said, go ahead, Happy.
Oh, I said my part already. I said off of GP.
He was very violent.
And then so he shot the other kid and he said, "What'd you do that for?" He said, "Because I cannot have somebody saying that they almost robbed from the Stack Smoke brothers without a limp. So this is how far you willing to go. Somebody that ain't even do nothing just for the word of mouth to make sure nobody else believe that a nigga could steal from me. But when a vampire kills your goddamn brother and your brother's bottom bitch, you want to try to, hey, I don't know. Let's sit down and talk about
it. Now let's sit down and talk about it.
Diva, ain't no time to be talking at this moment.
Right. Yeah. He should have been about that action.
He should have been about that action. She shouldn't have had to initiate that action. It's about that action. Yeah. You got that garlic? You got that garlic sauce?
So let me ask you this then, Sharon and Diva. Seeing as though he did send her out there, wouldn't that go back to the tempo relationship and like the lack of love? Because she was just a tool that he was utilizing. He loved that woman. Huh? The white man?
Yeah, he loved that woman.
I don't think he loved her. I don't think you can have his general. I don't think he liked women, period. Right? He was disrespectful as a rule.
He was.
He, even when he was in front of the man wife, he disrespected her. Fuck your wife. Maybe she'll let you put her dick in your mouth, right?
He did do that twice.
Well, wait, her mouth. Your dick in her mouth. Yeah. So he was just disrespectful as a rule. I don't think he liked women at all.
But Diva,
right? You gonna like women, but
that
like
part
a commodity.
Right
there. Before y'all go back and forth with y'all, I just want to address Marcus. The whole movie, it was showing Smoke. His plan was to grab his gun for everything.
Right.
As soon as that white man said, "Boy," he said, "What you mean, boy? We got grown man money." The first thing he did, that white man said, "Boy," he grabbed his gun. Those boys grabbed his liquor bottle. He grabbed his gun. He was arguing with his little goddamn cousin. He grabbed his gun. He pointed the gun in his fucking little cousin's face.
He did. But that's
and then later on, he grabbed his gun again and pistol whipped his goddamn cousin. So every situation up into the point where these vampires was threatening him, it was grab the fucking gun.
You know what? Yeah.
But isn't
that was scared?
The
gun can't do nothing to those vampires.
So what I'm saying, I think a lot of people missed that part because we so caught up on this manosphere bullshit that these women are the fault because she was a goddamn hoe. Where she was the one that got turned out in the first goddamn place. And Diva admitted that he probably never even loved women ever. He just using them as a tool.
Right.
And we keep blaming the person that's getting taken advantage of. It's that we keep having. So again, that vampire was the fucking problem, right? And the Smoke brothers, Smoke and Stack, they was the fucking problem.
Wait a minute, because I do want you, and I was trying to ask you and Diva. I understand what you're saying in the sense of she was a sex worker. Even in her being a sex worker, her being a white woman, she still had more power than him. At the end of the day, she still had the power that he didn't have. And I think, to me, that proximity of you thinking you can use her as a tool is also very dangerous for other Black people. Because at some point, when they finally, like you said, he was the one when they came and started singing the song. Stack was just bouncing his head, Smoke looking at them like, the fuck? He bounced, let them in. Oh, they sound good. What? Oh, here go the guard. He was willing to do anything for money. So I'm like, okay, let me collaborate. I'm not going to agree with the Mary thing. We can agree to disagree on that. But I'm just trying to see, like, what is the culpability with Grace and with Mary? Because Mary, knowing and going outside, she knew they were fucking vampires. You knew what it was.
Pause. She did not.
What?
When Mary went outside, she didn't know they was vampires. She thought they was humans.
Right.
Do you?
Are you talking about the white lady or the Asian lady too?
The white lady.
The white lady. I think it was out of her cockiness. Like, I'm not dumb enough to think I'm gonna go outside and see if people are good folk. I'm not doing it, right? So
no,
I'm saying
this
her
is what,
proximity
hold
to
on.
whiteness.
You gotta, no, but you gotta put it in the context of the movie.
Okay.
Her boyfriend is a fucking gangster, the biggest gangster in the town. And she has a gun on her hip. She ain't worried about nobody. So she don't care. So she don't care if they good people or bad people because she got the biggest gangster in the city. He a big stepper. That's what they say out there. He a big stepper.
She a fool.
Right. But he robbed Al Capone.
Right.
So therefore, if I'm the person that robbed the biggest gangster in the world at that time, and I put this gun on your hip and say, go ahead and get that money, I'm right here. You ain't gonna have no fear about, oh man, I don't know if I should. You ain't gonna have that fear. It's not how that works. When you've been dealing with whatever she's been dealing, going ahead and spreading her legs like mustard for 7 years.
Ryan.
So you can't put yourself into it. You got to also understand the mentality that she was a criminal too.
I ain't no hoe, so I don't know. But
you know what I'm saying about the criminal activity, right?
Yeah, like I'm telling. When Diva said it, I'm like, well, damn, was she? But in my mind, I'm like, well, what was she fucking these people?
So what I'm saying that we gotta be very understanding about
sex with this person. No,
so we gotta be very understanding about what we're talking about. Even with the Shannon Sharp thing and how we could translate it into Shannon Sharp, he's been taken down by this young white woman, right? Hey, look, he paid $25,000 per cheek, right?
That's nice.
You know how much he gave his daughter at her wedding?
$30K for the wedding. That's so sad.
No, it's not sad. No, it's what is the reason. No, hold on. I don't want to. What I'm saying is that we gotta blame the person at hand. That is Shannon Sharp degenerate behavior. It ain't that white woman that he paid $25,000.
Sad on his part.
Jesus Christ! It is not that white woman that was selling her ass for $25,000 a cheek. It was goddamn Shannon Sharp degenerate ass that's willing to give more to some sex worker than his own damn daughter. And this is what the Smoke and Stack brothers really represent. That we, as black folks, we kind of look at the goddamn gangsters in our community as something as a hero, just because he got the lick back at the end.
I don't know at them as heroes, though. I don't. Do you think that?
Hell yeah, you crazy? Listen, look, Tiff, look, I seen all the symbolism. I'm like, God damn. But when he picked up that Tommy and he's like, I was like, yeah, nigga.
And look, when we saw it, I was just like,
yo, Diva, even though I seen all the degenerate shit, he fucking up the community when he did that. I was like, yeah, nigga.
But didn't all the black people die? Like nobody made it.
Right,
Sammy made it.
Sammy, well,
yeah, right.
Yeah, I look, because
he
lived.
No, I would love, even I do want your opinion on that, because I do think it was something so powerful that when he went back, I took it as like the prodigal son, where you go, you live and you come back. But the fact that even after everything he experienced, the fact that he still chose music over quote unquote ministry, I was like, we've got to talk about how this religion that we've been taught doesn't serve us, because so many gifted people don't see themselves in this, and it's harmful. Like, it's just harmful.
I agree with that.
It was just so sad to see how his father was so willing to like just put him out there, like, this baby's throat is blessed and you can't deal with him singing secular music like that. That was the shit that made us sneak and do crazy stuff. Like, don't listen to secular music. You ain't have no earrings. Don't wear pants. The things that whatever you try to keep from the quagmire, it's like you want to flock to it, That's when you
quagmire shit we find ourselves in.
Spiritual.
And then clearly we do have a double mind in this.
Yes,
in
sir.
the black community.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yes,
right,
sir.
because like literally, if he'd have listened to his goddamn preacher daddy, he would have never met the devil. He would have never been singing this little light of mine at the end. He would never got cut up in his face. None of this shit would have happened. Maybe, and maybe, just maybe, that his two cousins, the twins, would have been alive because they all went there because they wanted his pure talent and they wanted to corrupt him. They didn't give a damn about Smoke and Stack. They didn't give a damn about that white woman. They wanted Sammy.
Right.
And so if Sammy would have took his ass and kept righteous instead of go ahead and follow the gangsters that want to be a part of this nightlife, everybody would have survived. The juke joint would have been one of the illest juke joints ever. We'd have been talking about it in history.
Okay.
Well,
Okay. So you're saying the influence on, because of the influence on Sammy from Smoke and Stack, it kind of like the downfall of the community happened because they weren't good, I guess, like stopgaps and saying like, hey, we did this, but you don't do it. One of those things where they tell you, like we'll sell this shit, but you don't be in the street.
No, so what it is that so you sort of right. So the thing is that you cannot tell people. I think this is another part that people missed in the movie, right? You cannot tell people to do as I say, not as I do. Because that's what Smoke tried to do with the little cousin. And that's why he pulled the gun out on him. He said, no, this gangster shit is for me.
Right.
You need to take your ass back to your daddy and sing the gospel music. And he said, well, I ain't going to do it, so you might as well kill me there. He said, I'm a soldier, boy. You don't give me an order. He pulled that thing out on him.
Right.
So he must have been a Buffalo soldier.
If you really don't want your youngins, if you really don't want the youngins to follow you, you got to do. You cannot tell them, hey, I'm this, and you got to do something else because they are not. They're going to follow what they see. And what he's seen was that his big cousins was lit. Everybody was up. Like even the little girlfriend that he wound up eating the vagina. She said, that's your real cousin. That's your play cousin. That's your real cousin. Because you don't act like them.
That's Perline. And what you're saying now makes sense because if the girl was a hooker, Mary, and Stack was her pimp, and then he taught him how to have sex, which makes me think about like Bootsy and having his 14-year-old son have sex. It's like I'm trying to put everything together, just kind of compiling. Like, okay, I see what you and Dia are saying, but I'm just like, I just want enough space where I just need for Grace and for Mary to have a little bit of accountability. I don't think you get to be a guest in a space and become dangerous. That's not right, Sharon. That's not right.
It's up to the black person because now look, the juke joint was supposed to be a safe space for black people.
Right.
And so now as the proprietors of that juke joint, if you letting in non-black people, when we know what can happen, right? Even at the train station, Stack was telling Mary, hey, like, not out here. And so you let her in, you already agreeing that, hey, something could go wrong.
Okay, he went out.
Yeah. So just like he was telling Stack, like Smoke was telling Stack when he was saying let him in. What if somebody spills something on them or look at his woman too long? Any little thing can cause a major problem. So now if you know this, you're responsible for who you letting in and not letting in.
Right.
So ultimately it is their responsibility. But I wanted to go back to Sammy and him had he, chosen righteousness and used his voice for the church. Like Sammy's choice was, I guess, the choice that all black people are presented with, right? Try to get yours in the here and now or wait until the afterlife, right? Because his father chose the church. His father was righteous, but God and Christianity and the church ain't keep his daddy or his daddy's family from none of the shit that the other black people was experiencing, right? They were still sharecroppers, having a very hard, meager existence, right? There was not. Go ahead, Rob. I see you come off mute. You ready to jump in on a movie that you ain't even watched?
Oh shit.
No, I don't have to watch the movie.
And so his choice was about getting his now. And so when he goes into the opening scene where he picking his cotton, go say hi to his mama, go in wherever it was that they lived, the little shack or house they lived, and open up the back, you see him looking off into the distance, basically wistfully wondering what's out there for me.
Not just the distance, Diva, it was a city too. the big major
Right.
city, whatever. Mhm.
Right. And so he did not want that life. And so he could have chosen that. But what good would, it be for him to have any type of talent if he chooses that life? Because he's still going to be scratching and scraping, trying to survive and going through all the bullshit that everybody else do. Christianity wasn't going to save him. And so he say, shit, I'll sell this soul or whatever. Because what good was a soul doing his daddy?
Yeah. When you say it like that, I think about like
And so
what's
my
the name
rebuttal,
of the guy that's the gospel singer, Donnie McClurkin, like where people really try to commit and live that life, and they do seem so unhappy, even with like, material wealth, but just they don't seem grounded and satisfied with the life that they're living. That promise of heaven is forever. Like, nah, I'll take my heaven now.
so, but here's the thing. So the also problem is that like, but his daddy didn't have the talent that he had. So we don't know if he would have kept it righteous where that talent would have took him.
Yeah, we do, because it was plenty of people singing in the church at that time who had the same fate.
Yeah, but they didn't have. But that's the thing. They didn't have the talent that he had, right? So like,
yeah,
so
that's
like,
where all of the singers come from, the church.
No, but the way how they was depicting his voice, right, is that every time he sang, he brought people in.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Right.
his voice was bringing people in. He even brought the devil and the angels all at the same time. He brought everybody in.
Right. But that's the hallmark of black gospel singers, right? That's where all the singers, the real singers, come from. They come out of the church, and they all have that choice to make. Do I continue singing for God in anonymity, or do I go out here and get it? Right.
That's what I was alluding to, Siobhan.
What is it? Marvin Gaye, his daddy was a preacher. You got what?
Yep.
Al Green. Really, I think any of our talents, it's been rooted in deep religion. Even with Michael Jackson, they're not Pentecostals. What are they? 7-day event? They're
Jehovah's Witnesses.
Jehovah's Witnesses.
Jehovah. But and with Aretha Franklin. So yeah, James Cleveland.
R.L. Franklin, her father. But see, what I was alluding to earlier, that same thing was impressed upon me. That's the reason why my whole love for music and wanting to get into music, that's what it came from. I was told that it's simple music, it's worldly music, and so forth and on. So I just lost interest in it just totally because I was conflicted with what I was raised to believe as it relates to religion and God and all that, the devil and the hell and all that shit. Right. But I don't know. I guess a movie will parallel life depending on how you look at it based on your experience.
It's a really good movie, and I like what you just said, Diva, and I like what Raja said. And my question is, I guess for the panel, where do we think we are emotionally and mentally, that if a piece of you, like I love blues and Southern music and I like to dance, but there is a part where we were taught like this is not chastened behavior. So what happens to a people who the essence of who you really are, you never really lean into it because you're wrapped up in religiosity. I'm just wondering, like, where would we be if we came up out of that?
So I think the real problem is that it's attached to too much degenerate behavior is the issue.
Yeah.
It's attached to hoeing, it's attached to gangster shit, it's attached to liquor, it's attached to drugs, it's attached to shooting people in the street, it's attached to police, and is attached to all these other negative things. That's the real issue of it. And that's what his father was saying earlier. You wanna go ahead and play for people that is sweating all day, spending their money instead of hanging out with their goddamn family. That's what he told him. He said, "Hey, I'm here hanging out with you and your brothers and sisters, while they out there sweating, drinking goddamn alcohol, dancing, and they leaving their wife at home." It also was depicting how black men ain't never been goddamn faithful.
Whoa!
Oh wow!
I mean, that was another part of the movie that people like. It was very deep in relationship, even though I know people trying to get caught up in just strictly the racism and the vampires. The vampires is probably the smartest part of the movie, to be honest.
Yeah. Yes, for sure. So what you just said right there, though, in making those choices, do we really have a community that's established that really allows the best choices to be made? And I'm really like, if I'm in my own biasness, like I can hear and how Diva picked up on some of the things and how you seem to really be wanting to put the onus on the man. I'm like, okay, we need to revisit this because there's probably some mammon that needs to be reprogrammed. But it's also
and that's the problem. The reason why we get so caught up in the degenerate shit is because at the end of the movie, at the end of the day, Michael B. Jordan plays a very good villain, because he was literally the villain of 2 powerful black movies. Black Panther, he was the goddamn villain, but you love this character because that motherfucker said, hey, drop me in the ocean, bro. I ain't going in this bitch without a fight. We love that shit. Yeah. But he was the goddamn villain. He was trying to take his goddamn cousin.
Killmonger wasn't a villain. Killmonger really was the essence of
absolutely a villain, but
it's
okay. It's okay. Like, he was the villain, but we love him because of everything that he represents, bucking back. And he wasn't a villain.
We gotta dissect this shit. I ain't seen it, but I know.
The problem is that
Killmonger is not a villain.
He was absolutely a villain, just that he was right. He was just correct about his assessment.
Killmonger is not N-O-T, not. He's not the bad guy. He is a protagonist, but he is still very much, he was a, you know what Killmonger is? Killmonger to Black Panther is what Trump is to the United States right now. One is a symptom. One is a symptom of what has happened. Killmonger was a symptom of being dropped off, left, pissed off, mad, and went back mad as hell. Trump is a reception of, we don't want none of you niggas in charge, and we damn sure ain't gonna let no black bitch in charge, and we will burn this motherfucker down. And they showed us that too in the movie when they came back in the Klan and was spitting and was ready to burn it down, because that's what whiteness does.
Crazy.
Okay, we talking now. We talking about religion.
So hold on. And so also what I'm gonna say is that he plays such a good villain that we actually believe that he's a hero. That's how good he is. That's how good you play the villain long enough. We actually think that you the hero. Same thing happened with Thanos. Everybody looking at, the Avengers are the actual villain, and Thanos was trying to clean up the world. We get it when you do it good enough. Because at the end of the movie, like I'm saying, at the end of the movie, when he pulled out that goddamn Tommy gun and he started letting those KKK have it, even though I have felt that they was wrong for destroying our community by luring all these black folks in by using a hard-earned cotton picking money, even goddamn wooden nickels, for God's sakes. They even have real fucking money. And he didn't even want to take the wooden nickels. He's like, fuck that. What you mean wooden nickels? We want American dollars is what we want. And so with all that, he was the villain. Well, however, when he picked up that Tommy gun, he put 2 hands on that shit and he like,
you love that shit, don't you, Sharon?
I loved it. I was like, yeah.
See, that's the role I would have played.
Hey, look, I scared the people that was sitting next to me. They was like, oh shit.
Is he having a poltergeist over in this moment?
He really man. You really like that, Sharon? Because I was just like, when he did it, I was like, this was a waste.
Shit, I would have been shooting the motherfucking vampire as soon as they wouldn't have to even get into the town.
So he didn't shoot the vampire. He was shooting.
Yeah, I know. But I'm just saying, if we parallel this to real society, I think this is my opinion. As a people in the Americas, with our traditions, our this pseudo shit with the theology and theocracy and religion and all that, we're gonna forever be having these questions.
It's spherical.
It's spherical because we haven't got down. We don't know what some of us do, and some of us are trying to get back there. There's always a source we're trying to get back to. But with this pseudo culture, which we call Black culture in America, we're always going to be in struggle or off the defensive or offensive mode. Why? Because the system in and of itself is corrupt, debased, and illegitimate, in my humble opinion.
I'm lost.
Well, basically this. Okay, I give it to you like this.
So bad.
I believe this.
We got it, hotel. We heard you.
Okay. I want to, because when I say something, people act like I'm saying something so foreign. But I believe that as long as racism, white supremacy exists as the real undergirding of America's
The under what?
society,
The under what?
the foundation, or or how the three branches of government move indirectly, indirectly, or in unison, we as a people are always going to be asking ourselves these questions, whether it's in a goddamn Marvel movie, a movie like this, or in real society. When we juxtapose this of shit that we all, or some of us, experience living
Okay,
in black communities of the hood, this is the result of it.
okay, and so I think the reason why I brought up Killmonger and brought in Marvel into it, because this movie, you know, I cannot confirm this, but however, it was pitched as a Blade origin movie.
Really?
And I think Marvel fucked up, because this would have been phenomenal to push out the next level of Blade. They messed up big time on this.
Yeah, I love that Blade shit.
So
they could have Marshawn in this.
No, Marshawn wouldn't have been in, because Marshawn would have been
the Blade. But so
right, he would have been the Blade, right? So because Blade is somebody that could walk in the daytime, and clearly
Daywalker.
Stacks couldn't.
He couldn't walk.
Matter of fact, I saw a Daywalker yesterday.
But they still could do this though. This can still track.
Yeah,
it can still track. And I mean the numbers,
but it don't seem like they're gonna. It seems like they already canceled the Blade movie. So,
canceled.
Regardless, I think they dropped the ball big time with this. However, the problem is that we tend to miss out the important facts that we don't need more gangsters. We need to stop having gangsters as the goddamn heroes of our neighborhoods.
No, we don't need no more gangsters. I agree with you.
Wait.
We need some damn soldiers, though. We need some damn soldiers.
That because
I was no
say, because Sharon, so we're talking about right now in the movie and how timely it is. So I'm listening to what you're saying, right? And I'm thinking about have you seen the guy? Diva can fix me. I know I'm gonna say it wrong, but I think his last name is Torah Ikram. They're in Africa. He's the leader that
Ibrahim Torre. Torre.
Yes.
Yeah.
So when I'm looking at him, and I really don't like when we have quote unquote leaders, because that's easy to kind of put people out. But to see how he's moving in righteousness, and to see how he's able to what he's built in less than 3 years, I see what you're talking about. As long as like Black men are being righteous and making decisions that are good for the community, I think it's a good thing. And I think that we can use it, change, and grow from here. I think that I personally believe everything that you see is purposeful and it happens for a reason. And for me, when I see sinners, what I see is like the kind of like the warning of the Black community is in a rebuilding process. And as we rebuild, we're really going to have to look at what does allyship look like? What do we need to do in partnership? And then what is the commitment that we have to each other as like humans and as a community to not bring in vampires, to not bring in the Marys? Because even at this point, if that girl was a hoe, even if the vampires never came and she was a hoe, she was going to cause some problems eventually, because a hoe gonna hoe.
Because of hoe tendencies and hoe behavior.
Right. Right.
Yeah, well, Perlene was a hoe too.
Wait, now, goddamn, why is
I mean, you seen her doing the tiger walk across the stage and all that. You know what I mean?
She was.
All right, so let's not dive into that relationship, right? So I thought this movie was great at pushing out a lot of different relationships, and I think it is, and I think that's important. So yeah, Perlene was a goddamn hoe too.
She was a Jezebel. Yes.
Okay, I think they were it was like they were casting a spell when those three people first came to get into the club or whatever. And again, we seen what's the name bopping his head, but nobody else. My whole thing was, I don't care if they was putting on the show, but were you listening to the words? They're talking about picking this boy bones clean and stuff. I'm like, I don't care how good they playing that guitar or how good they sound together. I automatically with just these words like, what in the devil? You know?
Yeah,
so almost casting a spell of some sort, you know, of course, any trying to trick to get invited in, rather, right?
Right.
But my favorite part of the end, it wasn't that shooting thing. It was when he sat there and he was reminiscing. Like it showed them gathering, like how they got it together. Everybody coming together, cleaning the veggies and all that, preparing for the night. That was my favorite scene of the whole movie, when he's reminiscing on the part of the day that they didn't show earlier that day. You know what I mean? That took place before the juke joint actually opened. Yeah.
Right, and so that, and that was the main thing too, right? The music is the devil, and so even though we understand that the vampire wasn't the devil never actually showed up. We only could speculate that he showed up at the end of the credit scenes, and he granted the old musician the talent. Is kind of what is, you know, what it's kind of shaping up to be. But also the vampire, he also told on the white folks too, because if he would have never said, hey, regardless of these other two vampires that I got next to me, they was coming down here to shut your shit down regardless. So and technically I saved your black ass. That's another thing that he kind of pointed out.
Do you think so let me ask you this then. Two things. One, is the answer give up your culture and assimilate? Because that's essentially what's like, we're here with peace and love. You know, the vampire, he was offering peace and love. Assimilation.
Hell no.
And then the other option is, what do you do with a community where if 2 out of the 3 women are 304s?
What you mean 2 out of the 3?
But you're not finna make, you damn sure not finna make no, you're not finna do that, not to my good sis.
What she was doing for 7 years, huh?
She was going to the back praying over the baby. She was making her roots. She was a businesswoman.
All right, go ahead.
So my question to you is like, at what's the choice? And it just doesn't seem like there was a good alternative. And then
they fell prey to the technology, the necromancy, and that's what happened. I said the necromancy. You're talking about picking bone. I mean, that's what vampires do. That's what necromancers do. They from the dead. You know, so that's what necromancers do. They defile the divine.
Do you not think that he was the devil though, Sharon? Because that's what I wanted to ask. You said something, but I'm like, did you not realize when we first saw Brimwick, when he dropped, we saw him drop and he was on fire and was running to the white people's house. I think that, are you saying you processed it like he was running from the Choctaw and got to the white folks? Because I did think he was like Satan, like a fallen angel.
No, because he had the ability to fly. That's why he fell.
Well, why he didn't get his ass up in the air and shake some of them flames off?
He tried, but see, the Choctaw, they knew how to fight him. So even though he had all the powers that he was running away from them. He didn't try to.
They had the skill sets too. Oh, okay.
Right. So they understood how to fight him. And so he was running away, and even though he tried to fly away, whatever they did, they probably shot whatever they shot, because you know they good with those bow and arrows. They had guns, they had all those things. And he was burning up because the sun was coming up, and that's the main reason why they left is because they know that you can't fight them at nighttime.
Yeah, I know you guys all seen the old movie, Black.
So because that's the first thing he said. He said, "Hey, it's getting dark." So even though they knew how to kill him, they knew that they couldn't fight him at night.
Right. Yeah. And I have day walkers knock on my door. Matter of fact, trying to sell me solar panels yesterday, and started sticking my dog on his ass. But I knew he was a day walker.
So what? Was it his?
Well, I do think Happy made a very good point about the song "Casting a Spell."
It was.
Somebody asked you, Diva, about it says, Diva, please break down the correlation between vampires reciting the Lord's Prayer and the body of Christ in Jesus rituals. Ooh, yes, please. I know you go. What you mean?
The body of Christ in what? Yes. Jesus rituals?
Yes, ma'am. Let me do it again. I'm sorry. I'm gonna scroll up. Because it was when I saw it, I was like, ooh, yes. Okay, it's from Marcus White. It says, Diva, please break down the correlation between vampires reciting the Lord's Prayer and the body of Christ, blood of Jesus rituals.
What the hell? That's a good question.
Well,
That's a good question.
so it's symbolic vampirism, right? Because when you drink
Yep.
the grape juice or either the wine, if you go to the white folks' church, that's what you're doing, like ingesting somebody's blood.
That's necromancy.
Is
I
vampirism.
mean, not necromancy, but
Go ahead, Rob. Go ahead, Rob. You explained it to him. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, basically necrophilia. So if you look at based according to the story that God created the angels, He created Satan. Satan supposedly, or Lucifer, was the archangel, the chief angel of all angels. Even in heaven, he caused discourse between the angels.
So
he
now,
was seeking power.
hold on. What that got to do with the question at hand?
Well, the question at hand is this. That question is a broad question. If you're looking at it from a theological standpoint, that's one thing.
So the problem is you didn't see it, so that's why it wasn't a broad question, and that's why she was breaking it down, and you interrupted.
Well, I'll let somebody. Okay, so go ahead and whoever saw the movie, break it down from the movie scene. If that's what you're talking about.
You want to focus on something else that has nothing to do with the imagery that we've seen.
We're gonna have to talk off me and you, Bracy, because I detect something. But go ahead, sir.
Diva,
I'll mute my mic.
It's okay, Diva. I do think everybody wants to hear your point of view from that, though. I know I want to hear it.
No, I want Rod to finish saying what he was saying.
You go ahead and take it, Diva.
No. I want to hear. I want you to finish saying what you were saying, Rod. Go ahead, because I was trying to figure out. I don't know what necromancy means, so I was gonna follow up and ask you to like kind of define it and explain it. So go ahead.
Well, necromancy is like casting spells.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
God damn! Can you see it? That's
$500.
That means
absolutely. I don't want that old motherfucker so many different times. Shut your old ass up. He won't let a bitch get a word out with his ass. So now, nigga, go talk to yourself in that room you be posted up in for the in perpetuity. That's what I'm looking for.
Salute.
So you've been baptized, sir. That is for
I want to just say I'm so glad to be a black woman right now, because when they come up here and be flexing with them dollars, when I tell you my chest be sticking out proud, I'm like, shut these motherfuckers down with that money. That's what them degrees do. You see what that degree just did? That PhD diva?
She tried to let him live. She really did. Like
500. And she just said, here you go, nigga. Real valuable, real cute.
She really tried to let it live. And by the way, it's at bye, nigga. Shit. God, look at Jalen. Why you look like that? Look at Jalen.
He get on my damn nerves, and I tried with him today.
You did.
I tried.
You was letting him rock. I was like, oh, all right. I was like, maybe he'll survive. I was like, but clearly the spiritual, the economical, and the spiritual.
Oh, he was pissing me off too. Shit. That's why you didn't hear me breathing hard. I was like, oh man, come on.
Silent getting frustrated.
Not Silent getting frustrated. Damn. You gonna piss off Silent too? No shit.
I'm like, how you gonna come and talk all the movies that you never saw? I was like, come on.
Right, and okay, so he could talk about that a movie that he never saw, but if you're going to do it, then talk about the subject at hand, what we are communicating. Let Diva finish her full thought, so this way we could break down what Diva is saying, and then say, hey, we still having a conversation, not just talking about the necromancer stuff. You know, the necromancer.
Oh damn! Look at that.
Necromancy is when you have sex with a dead body.
Right, but so again, ask your question again, Tiff, and maybe now Diva
that's
can.
No, that's necrophilia.
Yes,
necromancer is bringing the dead back to life.
Yeah. Which was also, it was a part of the movie, right? Because Smoke kept trying to ask Anne.
Was there a resurrection?
No, but he kept asking for one.
They always resurrected, right? Who got bit because they died and then they came back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. That's a demon, though.
What's up, y'all?
Hey, DMU. I'm muting for sure. You got it, Diva.
What up, black man?
Hey, so I didn't. Yeah. So PhD was the one I came up here for anyway. So PhD when because she knows our history. So if we didn't, I don't think y'all talked about. I've been listening, but been going in and out. But
Even 1 second while he being rude, because I also not only know my history, it's not been a thing up here that I've not been able to correlate.
No, Tiff. No. Hold on, Tiff. I wasn't. That wasn't no shot at you, sweetheart. I'm talking about from past stuff. Like PhD would been doing this for a long time. That wasn't no shot at you,
baby. When I tell you the way I was finna rip your neck off, like you, like I was.
Oh my God.
I was finna be Rimlick, and you was finna be old girl. I was finna rip your motherfucking neck off. But okay, you got it.
And speaking of Remick, that's what I was about to say, PhD. When it came to Remick, did we really listen to what Remick was saying and why he wanted? Because he was attracted to, I can't forget name. I forgot the boy's name again. What's the guitar player's name?
Sammy.
He was attracted to Sammy's music because the music was like a line between life and death. It drawed in dead spirits and it drawed in living spirits. Like it brought everything together.
Right.
And so you remember when Remick was talking about how he lost his wife and how he was oppressed in Ireland when the British took over and took his daddy's farm and made him pick potatoes and stuff. Did you hear when he was telling this story? How he was oppressed?
Mm-hmm.
So he said, I was oppressed. He said, even the man that sold you this building is coming here in the morning to kill you.
Right.
He said, so I need you to join me. He wanted Sammy to be like him because he was a musician playing an instrument, and he was drawn to Sammy because Sammy was very powerful in his music, and he wanted to bring everybody together for one cause against their oppressors. So what Remick was doing it in a way of demonic way because he was evil. He was a vampire.
Supposedly.
He was doing it in a very bad way. But that's why he wanted Sammy. And when he was dipping Sammy in the water, he was trying to get Sammy to understand that God cannot give you what I can give you. You're living to die to have eternal life when I can bite you and give you eternal life right now.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what the baptism part was about. So Remick,
that though, if you can't see the sun or feel anything, so is he off for life? Or is
right,
he
but
existence?
Yeah, he wanted everybody that was oppressed. And the last thing, remember they had the bonfire and everybody was throwing their hands up. Mm-hmm. Go back and listen to the song, guys. They were singing the Irish. They were singing at the beginning. They were singing an Irish song that the oppressed Irish people wrote in oppression. They were singing that, and then it went into a whole nother song of a Negro spiritual right at the end when the beat sped up. You like, is that damn swing low, sweet chick? Wait a minute. So if you go back and listen to the bonfire, and you seen when they were all dancing, when they all turned everybody to vampires, you just listen to the music. And that's why I'm saying the movie was focused basically on how music brings people together. So that's the point that Remick was really trying to do. So Remick, if you watched Marvel, Remick was basically like Thanos.
Yes and no. I understand what you're trying to say.
No, he was. And that's
Yes,
what I wanted to bring in with. That's why I brought in Killmonger and Thanos into the conversation in the first place, because in reality, Remick was trying to free everybody from all the so-called racism and oppression, because he's giving you the power and y'all could all be together as one instead of having this whole core race situation and all that. So it's a weird thing.
Because it's a flattening, and that's the thing. I think it depends upon you as a person and how you like to identify ethnically. I'm a very proud Black woman. I have no desire to assimilate into whiteness. So when people talk about America being a melting pot, I can't stand it. I don't want to melt. I don't want to bend. I don't want to become one. I can do America the salad. A tomato is a tomato, a lettuce is lettuce, and each place is delicious and tasty because it's individual and has its own thing. But again, it goes back to when you tell people to assimilate and lose your culture versus learn how to be in community and just be kind human beings. One is different. Assimilation takes who you are and says whiteness is the standard, so we're going to be white, versus this is my standard, this is your standard. I see you, you see me, we do business, But beyond that, I don't have a desire to try to police another person, to try to tell you who to have sex with, how you should have it, who you should believe in. To me, that is the one part of whiteness that is, I've always found it intriguing. Like, I've never been like, hey, what's going on over there? What are you guys doing? There's a level of believing you have an entitlement to other people's business and or how they live that I, as a Black woman, I don't have it. I never want it, and I don't care. Leave me alone. I'll leave you alone.
And also, yeah, and you're right, Tiff. And I think that's what Remick was trying to do. Remick was basically saying, I was oppressed. I know what you've been through. And you know, and I'm telling you, I've been through the same thing you've been through on my side of the world. And if you go back, because he said he was oppressed, and that's what I was talking to PhD about. He was literally talking about something, so you could tell Remick was probably 300 years old,
Right.
because he said
More
it.
than
He
that.
said in his, yeah, more than that, right? When they were oppressed by the British, that was a long time before the 30s, and so you could tell he's been around a while. And he's like, I've looked at y'all, I've seen y'all get oppressed. He said, why do y'all still want to be under bondage of these people? He said, I can free you tonight. You can come with me, and we'll go kill all of them.
Right. He was saying, let's all get our get back, and that's why they didn't even recognize the gold that he had. It was so goddamn old.
Yep, and he said, let's go get them all. We're gonna kill them all. And so, you know, he was really saying, hey, I'm on your side, you on my side. I see what y'all been through, and that's what stopped him. And when he heard that music, can you imagine, just in another world, can you imagine Sammy and Remick together playing music together? What that could have done, bringing those people together, man, it would have been crazy in the movie world. Like in that movie.
It would have been Bob Marley, right? One
Man.
love.
Yep. It would, yeah, they would have drawn in a whole, but they would have had an army.
Let's.
He also said those are the
and
same
yes, I
oppressed
loved it.
the people that
I enjoyed it, MJ. My only problem with when I watch movies, I see too many things. Like, you know, this is why Tiff is like, and how you bring that, you know, so for me, sometimes it's very hard for me to actually watch a movie with so much symbolism in it. But it was well done because it didn't draw it out. I think that was the beauty of it. So it makes for a good conversation to see all those little nuances, like with Grace, right? And how she said, "Come on in, motherfuckers," and like that whole build up to her saying, "Come on in," was like because she was like, "Hey, why is it okay for you to be a soldier when they still one bottle of liquor, but they just killed your goddamn twin brother? I thought you said you love her."
Now, Sharon, that is bullshit. Sharon, that is bullshit what you said though, because think about it, Sharon. If me and you brothers, and I see a being outside with glowing red eyes flying across the building, jumping 30 fucking feet in the air, you shoot the bitch 10 times, he don't die. I mean, you got to come up with a plan. You can't just run out there fighting. You got to come up with a motherfucking plan. I don't know why you feel like you just gonna run out there and swing on this nigga. He gonna kill your ass.
Perfect.
So you got to come up with a plan.
They did have a plan. First, they ate the garlic. Then they made the garlic juice and the holy water and all that. They carved out the steaks. They knew how to kill them. You got to stab them in the heart. And when she opened up that door, what happened? They started killing goddamn vampires.
And they all died.
Well,
huh?
What you mean they all died?
Shit, the vampires killed all of them.
He did.
Well, the vampire killed all of them because
Sammy.
Right, not Sammy, and really not Smoke neither.
No, I think Smoke died. The when he
but the vampires he survived the night.
Yeah, because their root kept him alive.
He wanted that was very symbolic why he took off the protection necklace, but he kept his brother. I don't even know if y'all pay attention, but he took Stack's necklace off and he put it on him at the end of the movie.
Right. I did see that.
When he had the tank, so he snatched off the protection one, but he had Stack's necklace on.
Dog collar. His dog tags.
So he's like, I'm going to get my get back. So Smoke was like, hey, because and plus Smoke, his character was kind of built on some more very stoic person.
Right. So let's go there, because what you just said, that is something we have not went down.
And Tiff, before you do that, Tiff, because I'm ready to hear what you have to say real quick, because I want to just say this, and then you can add it to what you're about to say. Even the names, Smoke and Stack, we know where that comes from.
A smokestack barbecue. You better go.
No, 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 no. It comes from Smokestack Lightning by the blues singer Howlin' Wolf. Smokestack. If you ever seen Cadillac Records, Howlin' Wolf song Smokestack Lightning, and that's why he named the character Smokestack. And if you go look at Howlin' Wolf also was one of the people who sold his soul to the devil for his music.
No, he did not.
Can we?
Yeah, bullshit. Okay, I'm gonna send it to you right now.
From selling yourself to the devil.
Hold on. So we can break that part down too. We can have a little sidebar with Howlin' Wolf. But also shout out to the couch that says, I liked, I shared, I tipped as always. Thank you so much. Beautiful. I really appreciate it.
Black Beauty.
So no, Howlin' Wolf, he was the one that said, you see this car, I bought this car. I did this, that, and the third. He was the one that was trying to go against the grain with the whole going with the corporation.
Right.
No. I'm talking about the real Howlin' Wolf.
Oh, okay.
Not the movie.
Okay, because you said Cadillac Records, so I thought you was referencing that. Okay. Fine.
I mean, I got where BMU was going, but BMU, my question, I guess, will be for everybody here. Who do you pick? Are you a Smoke or are you a Sammy? Let's say Smoke, Sammy, or Stack. Sammy in the sense of he's just novice and talented. Then you have Stack that I feel like he was more in the moment and kind of like he had a fun personality. And then you have Smoke where he seemed to be a little bit more serious, but also we got to see a little bit of intimacy with him in the way that he dealt with his lover. So where would you in a realm of, I don't want to say who's good or who's bad, who's less harmful to the community? Smoke, Stack, or Sammy?
Sammy was less harmful. But whoa, I spoke too quick. Because with the gift that Sammy had, if we look at it now, if we pay attention to the entire movie, including after the credits, Sammy used that gift for the wrong reasons. Come on now. He used it for the wrong place because Sammy sold his soul to the devil. He did.
You know what? I hear you, and maybe this is just religiosity. When they say sell your soul to the devil, I think a lot of it is making a choice of, I'm not going to sing quote unquote godly music. If you're making music that's secular, then technically you would have picked what? Worldly music. So it would have meant you would have not picked God, but it's not necessarily the devil. And that's the thing that I want us to just have a little bit more nuance, because I don't think it's that simple. To me personally, I like the choice that Sammy made, because if the choice is I'm going to be in church and quote unquote do the right thing, but be miserable, versus this is what I love, this is what I feel like I am on this planet to do. Clearly, I moved a vampire and all kind of people with my voice. I want to use my voice the way I want to use my voice, because this is when it's authentic. So to me, my thing is like, are you going to take that voice and make it small and stomp it out so that it's palatable? Or are you going to allow this voice to just be and have its experience and see what comes from that?
Right. Without a soul. See? So what's the difference between the vampire biting them and taking their soul and the devil making a deal with you and taking your soul? With one of them you live forever, the other one you die eventually.
I don't think you're living if you're not dying, though. Maybe that's the thing. Like, I don't have a fear of death. Like, I would not be happy if I couldn't feel the sun. I would not be happy if my entire existence is running from the sun, needing to get fluid from a different being and potentially turning people into some shit that I'm not necessarily really even settled with. So for me personally, I get why Annie was like, yo, take me out. Because I'm damn sure going to be like, if it's me live forever, but never feel warmth, never feel love, always be compromised, and always have to flip and turn people, I would rather die and have my soul rest. I'm not one of those people.
Let me just so we can keep building, but we are going now to go over to the other channel, the brand new channel. So please press new in the in the thing. It was sent you to where we gotta go, so we could go ahead and build up that channel so we get to 500 subs. And you there? All right.
I love that video.
Me too.
Where's the link, Sean? Did you put it in the bag?
Yeah, you'll get redirected and everything, so you'll be fine.
Okay.
You don't have to do that because you're here. So
okay.
All right. So yeah. So let's continue to have our conversation. Hey. Also, it just showed the duality as well, right? From what we was just building on.
Mm-hmm.
Because at the end of the movie, Sammy asked him, "Hey, was it worth it?"
Right.
And he said, "Hey, yeah, that was one of the greatest days of my life." Is what Stack said.
Mm-hmm.
He said, because that was the last time we used to get to hang out. It was a beautiful day. I got to feel the warmth of the sun for the very last time. All these great things. And he said, yeah, man, and I love it.
I was with my brother. He was like, that was my last.
So, but that goes right, and that goes to what Diva is saying earlier, right? So it got this. You always looking out to the beyonder. He opened up that door, see nothing but goddamn cotton picking fields and the city. And he wanted that city life because he didn't want to be like his daddy, where his goddamn all his little babies are sleeping on the goddamn floor, or his sisters and shit, and getting their ass whooped. One of the things that they mentioned, right, is that Smoke and Stack, right, they used to get their ass whipped by their daddy. That's why Smoke asked him, "Is your daddy beating on you?"
Yeah.
Hey, did y'all see the snake at the beginning? The symbol that the snake was making?
Yeah.
On the ground, like that's what I'm saying. Like people, I don't know, man. When people sleep, you ain't gonna see all this shit. But if you really just sit there and watch the movie, like you'll see all type of symbolic stuff. Man, what?
BMU or Diva, what do you call it? Because it's when the snake is eating itself, where it's a particular term. I can't think.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of it too. It was a symbol of temptation. That's what it was.
It's a simple temptation, but it legitimately is like when you look, kind of like how they say as above as below, but they talk about how a snake can sometimes attempt to eat itself, but you also have the renewing. And I also thought it was interesting to see how the threat of one brother throwing the knife and the other one just stabbing it, and just how instinctively they moved with each other. To me, I feel like Smoke was in love with Annie, but I think Stack was more in love with his brother. His connection and his intimacy was with his brother. It was not with another woman. It was my twin.
I did not see that.
I just looked it up for you, Tiffany. Hold on just a second. I just looked that up. It says it's also considered the symbol of interchange. The snake wrapped up in the Sinners movie says it is the circle changing or tempting you to make a decision that leads you to battle or a new awakening.
Right. It's kind of like if you pull a card, it's a tower card.
Hold on.
It's a tower.
I want to talk to the Stack. I think Stack did not have love. I think he had fear for his brother. He wanted to do right by his brother. He wanted to do the right thing, but he always was trying to stray away. That's why he became a pimp. That's why he was accepting welfare for the goddamn vagina. He was willing to accept wooden nickels for the goddamn alcohol and say, hey, these people just want to be free. We cannot be, he was trying to say, hey, we cannot be the same way how the white establishment is. They come here to be free a little bit. So, hey.
And even when he didn't know, even when he didn't know what was going on, Sharon, and he walked in and seen that blood on her mouth, he didn't waste a moment. He shot her ass. He didn't waste a minute. He said he saw that blood and he said, she bit me. He lit her ass up. He didn't ask no questions.
he unloaded both of those 1911s. Hey,
hell yeah.
Hey, there was some beautiful 1911s too. I ain't gonna lie.
Beautiful, brother. Beautiful.
The only bad thing about it was in 45s, as you could see by the clip. It only had 8 shots, but otherwise than that. That was pretty
And
good.
the fact that Ryan
Also, you know,
Coogler
those
put
was
all
crazy
this stuff
to
in
me.
there.
I know, like it's a little bit of a nuanced thing, but like, where the hell you get these extra clips and bullets from? Because you just said you forgot all the goddamn weaponry in the goddamn truck.
Said, do we need to bring the trunk
Hey,
out?
BMU.
You need to
Hey,
bring out the
BMU, that
trunk.
bothered me. Hey, that bothered me just a little bit. I was like, oh, all of a sudden you got clips and bullets. I was like, what
That's
the
not what he
fuck?
said, though. They
No,
asked.
you
They
talking
said,
about the heavy ones, the
yeah,
heavy
he said, we
machinery.
need to pull out the trunk. And he kept saying, no, not yet. So when the trunk came out, it was for you to be like, oh, this is what they've been talking about the whole movie.
No. But what I'm saying
No,
is
he
that
left the truck. He forgot
he
the
said
truck.
he was
No,
out of.
he left it until the next
No, but
day.
that
He
was
used
where
the
all
trunk
the
and he was
weaponry
telling
was
them,
at, though. That's the
yes.
part that y'all missed, right? That was where all the
I
weaponry
didn't
was
miss
at.
it.
So
I
the
legitimately just said.
So the bullets, the clips, and all that. So all of a sudden, he got extra clips and all that shit. I was just like, that's the only part that.
They had it. He said that's why they kept saying the trunk. He was like, hey, do we need to pull out the trunk? And he's like, no, we need to pull that out. So when it was time and when you saw it, it was the oh, this is what he's been holding back all of this time. And when you're saying it, no, because again, I'm thinking about what you said, where Stack always brought out the guns, but Smoke was reserved. He saved all
Other
of
way
that.
around. The other way
No, he
around.
said you forgot the trunk.
Mhm.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
Smoke is the one.
he left it.
Smoke is a hothead that's willing to shoot you off of stealing a beer, and Stack
Not
is more.
Smoke. Smoke is the reserved. Stack is the hothead.
No, it's the other way around.
It's not.
Smoke is the one that.
that.
Hold on. So Smoke is the one with Annie, right?
Yes.
Yes.
He's
Smoke
not
was
a hothead.
He was absolutely the hothead.
He's not a hothead. He's
Stack
very controlled.
No, Stack is the one that was trying to negotiate things. That's why he walked around with a knife and not a gun. That's why he was willing to accept the welfare to sell his girlfriend's vagina. That's also why he was willing to. That's why also Stack was willing to take the wooden nickels to sell the liquor.
No, I don't think
Hothead was.
I didn't. No. Wait. Because him taking the wooden nickels, to me, that was not him not being a good business person. That was him understanding that these are the dynamics on a plantation, and this is the monetary system that they have. And because we want these people, our people, to come and be able to relax, then yes, we take the wooden nickels. We know they're wooden, but this is from our people, so we receive that. Because the same man that got a real nickel versus that other one person got fucked, the other one didn't, but they both deserve a right to relax in our place for our people.
Right, and that's why I'm saying Smoke didn't give a fuck about none of that because he's a hothead. He said, "I just want American dollars. I don't care about underdogs." And he's willing. He was so that's the reason why they called when they had that problem in the back, and he cut the dude with the thing. He was the one to tell him whoop his ass because he's the one.
That's not being a hothead. That's being about your business.
Okay, if he's not the hothead, who did the shooting?
I'm gonna give it to Stack every time. I think
no Smoke was the one that did the shooting.
I firmly believe Stack was the hothead.
But what I'm saying to you is this:
like so right, one person can be a hothead, and one person can be about that action, and it's a difference.
No, what I'm saying, you keep saying that Stack was the hothead, but Stack was the one that was just trying to have fun, drink, and fuck.
The slickster.
That's what Stack's life was about.
Versus
he was the diffuser.
One was for fun, one was not on shits and giggles. I want my money. It is what it is. Nigga, the fact that you came up in here trying to rob me, yeah, I shot you, and I'm gonna shoot this nigga too. So y'all know the next time this truck come up in here, try to rob me. It was to send a message.
So who you think was the one that, like, if you was to have just to think about who you think was the idea to rob Al Capone?
I think it was Smoke for sure. Smoke is the
okay, so therefore that's why we know.
Make you a hothead. So we're having a difference of language because I'm saying the fact that a person will act violently does not make them a hothead. He is more business minded, and people that are purely business tend to be very cold blooded because they don't bring emotions into it. It is just business. So are you going to say emotionally who was probably more volatile or more up and down? Stack. Okay, great. But the person that
he pulled the gun out on his own cousin for wanting to sing, you don't consider that being hot-headed?
I mean,
how about when he pistol whipped his own?
Brought the devil.
How about when he pistol whipped his own cousin? You didn't consider that being a hothead? It's okay. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Like he presented hotness. It's okay. That's just what Smoke was, and that's why his character was loved in the movie. I loved his character, to be honest with you.
You did?
But he was definitely a hothead.
I don't think it's hot-headed. Maybe I'm thinking in the sense of like maybe I'm taking hothead in the sense of like being verbose versus action. You get what I'm saying? Like that. Like to me, it's like the difference in the dude that's a real killer that just the person just murked and didn't say anything versus the person's like, nigga, I'll shoot you. The I'll shoot you, that was Stack.
No, but that's the thing. So he never did that throughout the whole movie.
You don't think he had any kind of action?
No, he did not. When did Stack display any kind of aggression?
If he was pimping the girl, that's aggressive.
No, but
you didn't even know he was
real
pimping.
laid back and smiling and want to have fun the whole time.
Diva, I'm not a dummy. If I got information, I'm gonna use it to make my goddamn argument. He's a pimp. He was all about that action, boss.
Nah, so he didn't. So they didn't display Stack in any way, shape, or form as those things.
And if you notice, Stack was always smiling. The other one was always had a serious look on his face.
Right, he was drinking and driving. He said he's gonna let the little cousin drive, even though he never drove before. That's why he knew the old goddamn the old Delroy Lindo character.
Oh, you didn't talk about him. What do you think about him?
He was like the comic relief. He was absolutely awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Got a cast app. It says, "Answer my question, please." Go ahead, write the question one more time. I don't. Which question? Let me find it. Let me see where's the question at. I think his character was good. It was funny, and it was needed because they needed comic relief, and I think he did a really good job.
Well, I think he was more than comic relief, though, right? So remember when when they're in the car driving and he sees the men on the chain gang and he stands up and says something to him, the white man shoots and, he sits down or whatever. And then he starts talking about whatever. And the little boy asks him what happened. And so he recites the story of what happened to him and the man when they got picked up, doing the music and the white people took him around. And then the other guy decides he was going to take his money and go somewhere else. And then the KKK, the conductor told the people that he had a bunch of money on him, and they came and took his money and deleted him.
And what else? Don't forget the biggest part of
castrated.
Yeah, he took off they castrated him. But so when he said it, he moaned a couple times, and then he went into singing, right? And so that was showing that a lot of our music,
that was my part too, Diva. I love that part of the song when he was starting hitting on the damn door and that raw emotion. I love that part of the movie. Even though it was a very small part.
Yeah, but
that was a good part.
That a lot of our music came from the pain that we had experienced and endured. That's what created the music, right? Because he, started moaning, and then from the moans, it became him humming, right?
Mm-hmm. Those old Negro spirits.
But that's where the blues came from.
So, what did you think about that?
Hold on. And so,
connection with the
also, but he was, and also it also explained the reason why they drank so much too.
Right.
Huh?
That was another part that it explained as well, right? So we always give, even though we all understand that we should not be drinking that much, but it also explained, like it was a causation to reason why so many of our because also it came up that Sammy's father said, all those musicians, they just drink and they cheat and they go to sleep. That's all they do, and they out there begging, they out there nickel and diming, but it came from pain and hurt. They are dealing with something that they can't really get past. And also, this was paid for. So, Tiff, this first question is to you. I need to understand why the love for a sibling is being compared to a romantic love.
I don't think that it is, and I think that sibling love is different. As a person that now I have a sibling that's passed and transitioned. I miss my brother every day. And my sister that's here is very different. And none of our relationships would be comparable to the relationship that I share with my husband. So I don't think it's the same. I don't think it's
I think the reason why, because when
My
you was
condolences.
when you she's talking about the movie Happy. So
no, I'm talking about my brother. My brother passed.
okay, you were talking about your actual. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Sorry to hear that.
My condolences.
And so when you was talking about the love interest, that saying that Smoke got love for Ann and Stack, he only had love for his brother. I think that's why it was.
Oh, okay. So when I say that, when I saw the relationship between Smoke and Annie, to me it seemed more mature. When we look at what Stack had with Mary, I didn't call that love, and I couldn't do it. But Diva's like, no, because that's the pimp, which makes sense. So when she's saying, quote unquote, I'm not comparing, I'm saying I feel as though Smoke and Annie had love, but the love of Stack's life was his brother. They're twins. And there are times in sibling relationships where the love of your life is your twin. You came here, created here together. And I think because we have 3 sets of identical twins, those relationships are so unique that
You was a twin?
No. We have 3 twins in our family. So now my son was a twin, but that little nigga absorbed who was up in there. So whatever. But knowing that relationship and that kinship, if you know twins, it's different. It's just different. I don't know any siblings that their relationships look the same as twins.
Well, wouldn't the same be the case for Smoke? Didn't Smoke choose Stack over Annie? Right?
Yep.
Yo, Diva be in my gadget. Get out of here, Diva. Get out of here.
Earlier.
Because he gonna get between us again.
I said that. I'm not gonna fight it. I'm not.
Hold on, go ahead, but Diva, gotta explain. Go ahead. That was perfect. God damn it. Go ahead. Diva.
Well, so they were together. They produced a child. They lost the child. And he runs off to Chicago with his brother for 7 years. She ain't even know where he was, right? And so
could that have been a trauma response though?
Well,
Because
okay, but Tiff, can I finish my sentence? Why do you talk over people?
No, I'm legitimately asking you, like,
okay, but if I'm still in the middle of a sentence, why do you think it's appropriate to just chime in with your question? Why I can't finish what I'm saying first? Because it might answer your question, right?
Okay.
Yeah, but you keep saying okay, and then you do it again. And so what is it? Do we need to do a breathing exercise so you can calm down? No, I'm just asking because it's like, okay, nevertheless.
Yeah.
So he left her, she didn't hear from him, nothing. He come back, he ain't bearing gifts. He chat her up for a little while. She comes over to him and start touching him and grab his penis. He banged her from the back and then wanted to come fry fish. And I guess I'm just wondering, like, where is the love? But he certainly chose his brother over her, because whatever they had going on, he was willing to leave her even after they had a child. She's grieving. I'm sure he's grieving. But, whatever they were planning to do in somewhere else was, took precedence, because what was to stop him from even taking Annie with him, if he was trying to go out there and really legitimately have a life or whatever. But so he certainly chose his brother over her too. So I guess I'm just not understanding in a movie where all of the women are presented as sinners, right?
All of them, every last one of them.
None of them are presented as upstanding women while we're trying to find a love relationship there. I mean, it's just kind of, I can't really follow the logic.
And also, the fact that he literally didn't kill his brother because for one condition, that you let our cousin run his rest of his life. The only stipulation. where he didn't know if his brother could even uphold that stipulation or not. Because now it's making it seem like they always had a choice. The vampires always had a choice in the matter. Y'all ain't need to turn all these people and all that. So he chose this, even though she did ask him to do it. So, you know, that's why he decided to throw the stake through her heart. But man, when I see him walk through that goddamn club, I was like, oh, hell no. For $200 with the Coogee Big outfit in 1992. It shows that, hey, listen, I think it was kind of red pillish, this movie, in my opinion. It was a lot. It was a lot. It was justifying, in my opinion, this whole movie justified the degenerate black male.
Wait, say more.
Yeah, but that was when I put it together that she was a prostitute, because when they walked into the bar at the end, just the way they were dressed, I'm like, where are they getting money? And then, you know, she's at the bar flirting with the bartender, you know, and it was just like, oh, he's her hoe. I mean, she's his hoe. and then, you know, kind of went backwards and was like, oh yeah, he did say this, that, the third.
And Mama was a hoe too. They was popping up Mama too.
What?
Yeah, he said he kept the bed warm. She kept the bed warm. What? Yeah, Smoke was hitting that too.
Yeah, he said a warm bed because she said.
Yeah.
The mama probably was though, because I kept wondering, how do you get these white people?
I guess Diva got a phone call. Shout out to the cat chat. Is Hotep only banned from the panel? No, catch his ass. God damn it. You got that big wrench. You know what to do.
What? Yeah, I'm gonna have to go re-see this because I just some of the things that y'all brought up, I'm just gonna have to revisit with some different eyes. Like I can acknowledge that I'm biased. Like I will acknowledge that. And I can even acknowledge maybe I'm biased in the sense of mammyism, but I did not see the pimp relationship, so I've got to go revisit that. I need to
question. What are you not getting? I'm talking about what you typed in the chat when you was like, just say, I don't get it. I'm gonna just be quiet at this point.
I don't like legit the wherever you and Sharon are, because y'all seem to like be in lockstep. I don't like where y'all were just even from jump. I just like a pimp. Like I didn't see that. And then I'm like, there's just different things to where it just feels it's a bit confusing in the sense of like, when is there a relationship that like is okay, is healthy, and these are people that just care about each other? Because it just seems like.
So I got a question.
Okay, so what did? Okay, so we saw all the things that Annie did for Smoke. What did Smoke do for Annie?
There you go. Besides getting rubbed on.
No, I'm playing it back through, and I'm like, no, she had her business. He came there. The baby was there. He seemed like he already had like an issue with the child. Like it seemed like it might have been like some guilt there. And I mean, even when just seeing that,
what did he do for her? What did he do for Annie?
He gave her a job, Diva. He put that woman to work. He said, "Hey, listen, I need your protection." It also shows that again, right? Who was doing the protecting? The woman was doing the protecting, right? So again, hey, he said, "Hey, Annie, I need some protection for all these goddamn demons. Also, I need you to be able to cook 100 catfish for me. I don't care how you smell at the end of the day, how hard that is. And also, I'm gonna put this on to you at the middle of the day too. By the way." I just realized that I'm doing my grand opening today, and I just got the Chinese lady to give me 100 fish that I need you to fry today, even though half the day is already gone. And what else?
But wasn't the whole town helping? Everybody was helping with the business.
And then also, I need you to also be a bartender.
No, the whole town wasn't helping.
This is a new channel, Verbal Assassin. That's all. And as he said, also, I need you to be a bartender as well. And just in case any bitch act up in this motherfucker, I need you to whoop her ass. And the only thing, again, this is why I think the movie was kind of red pillish. The only thing that we know Stack can do for Annie is protect her with killing somebody that he never got a chance to do. Just like in the Red Pill Command, we'll die for you. And literally, he died for his brother and his business and killed her. God damn it.
I don't like this narrative.
It's what we see. Hey, Diva, how many times you seen it? Oh, she got a phone call again. But it's not a narrative. It's just what it is, right? And this is the depiction that happens very often.
It just seems like y'all don't got nothing nice for the black men. Can we say one good thing for the black men?
Yeah, when they do
but
it.
See, that's the problem, and that's why you miss a lot of stuff, Tiff, because you're more worried about, trying to make up some good shit rather than seeing what's right in front of you.
Right. Instead of just dealing with the information.
I can agree there's a level of rose-colored glasses that may not be necessarily helpful, but I'm very glad that I have one adult child that's grown and I ain't got no more children, so I'm good. I'm gonna worry about the rest of you weirdos. Y'all got it. It's so sad. This movie is so relatable, and people are gonna just miss so many different things.
No,
and to me,
I think we point out. I think today we point out all of the little nuances in the different interactions with relationship, race relations, religion relations, money
Nothing's
relations.
been positive.
Huh?
Nothing's been positive. We've not
So
said.
that's the thing that we got to start changing the way how we think of what it means to be positive. I think we should stop. That's why I don't use that word no more. I say productive, because we got to have productivity, not just positivity, because positivity can be false at times. Like just like we seen that these men were bootleggers, gangsters, robbers, thieves, and murderers, and we trying to look for a positive outlook out of it instead of looking at it for what it is. And that's how we can just get productive. And we just get productive, look at the information for what it is.
That what you're saying, like for me, when people say stuff like that, like, oh, we're criminals and degenerates, like everybody doesn't want to be degenerate. Like we're gonna have to be very honest. There's a level of criminality that's put into the system just because the system is not for us. And there's a level of what we can impact and do different. And because we have to deal in criminality, because we have to excuse fuck shit, because the way the system is set up, it can cause for us to have blinders on. But those of you that are woke and seeing it, you got to be a little bit more gentle with the people that you're trying to wake up or deal with, because the way that it's coming off, it's not appealing. And on top of it, it's almost as like, well, you didn't see that, you stupid dummy. No, I didn't. And I'm telling you I didn't. So now let's talk about how we develop and move from here. So we can use this as a tool, or we can use this to make other people feel like you're superior, you're smarter, you have all the answers. And that's great. If that's what you need, fine. I didn't ask for him to be gentle with real. I am saying when people have difference of opinions, like work with it. But if that's not where you have, and if you don't have the capacity, you know what I know about you? You're not a person to bridge gaps. You can feel and do what you do. And right, I'm going to tell you real quick, the mammy thing, and I'm going to say this to all of y'all. The fact that you will get on this motherfucker and call a black woman a mammy, but you ain't got shit to say about a nigga that's that goddamn disrespectful, it lets me know that you're women-centric, because you know the worst thing you could ever do is call a black woman a goddamn slave under other people's thing. Mammy was not a mammy because she wanted to be. She was surviving for her fucking family, you idiots.
Wait, who are you talking to?
Bullshit.
Who you talking to?
That's that bullshit.
Okay, but who you talking to?
Right, because none of us on the panel said any of those things about you. We never called you stupid, dumb, mammy, or any of those things.
I see. Don't gaslight. Keep it.
No, I'm saying so. I know.
Okay, but now let's keep it all the way motherfucking real.
We trying to understand. You talking to us on the panel, or you talking to the chat? You talking to the chat or us on the panel? Because those are two different things. Because we, the chat is wild. So
if you Sharon, I'm on some Black Power stuff.
Thank you, Jalen. I appreciate it. But so Tiff, are you talking to us on a panel? Or are you talking to?
I'm saying it at this point. If you, at a black person in 2025, will fix your fucking lips to call another person a mammy, you have your own things that you need to work out on. If you feel like a person is not, because the mammy, that's to try to say, oh, she's dumb, she's not smart. Look, she's man-centered. That's that bullshit, and that's the thing that keep women at each other's necks. That is not necessary. So the people that's in this chat going back and forth, it's a bunch of bullshit. I don't say personal things to people. So you can say you don't like me, but Sharon, you tell me one time when I've said anything personally about you. Diva, you tell me when I said, Diva, you talk too much. I don't do personal attacks because I don't treat people ugly. I don't have to.
Okay, but I also don't cut people off. So there would be no reason for you to tell me I talk too much, right? I can sit here for 5, 10, 20 minutes and let people do them. You can't let a motherfucker get one sentence out without you. But wait, girl, what's wrong with you? Yeah, I'm going to ask you, is you okay? And if we really want to talk about being a mammy, sweetheart, it was you that came up here and volunteered and told us that you had laid up and had a baby with a man, and because he didn't think it was necessary to get married, you didn't think it was necessary to get married until somebody else came and told you that it was necessary to get married. So your ass don't even know what the fuck is in your own best interest, but you gonna get up here and talk shit to people?
What are you
You are a fucking mammy. You can't even act in your own self-interest. But that's perfectly okay because you stay your ass right there. I will be back, sis.
You ain't fine.
Honestly, you ain't even
I don't find it funny, and I legitimately said I was a teen mom. So what you said to say what?
No, I'm saying you told us you didn't know how to act in your own self-interest. So this ain't no shit nobody made up about you.
What are you talking about?
Oh, okay.
I said I had a kid at 7. So the difference is I'm not coming for you. I live in my truth. I said what? Right.
And so if somebody listen to what you say and can deduce what that means, you can't get mad at them.
That's your deduction. But go on.
You told us you can't act in your own self-interest, right? You sitting up here and telling us that you can't even see straight. The shit could be right in front of your face, and you can't even see it because you're so male identified.
And you are too.
I am not.
You are.
Oh, okay. All right.
You're very like the unkindness. What blows me is you have plenty of people that legitimately be like, I have said over and over, I admire your smarts. But
I don't give a fuck about none of that.
Hell no.
If you won't let me get a sentence out of my mouth, to me that is disrespectful.
Interested.
So what? I don't give a fuck about none of that.
You are not a safe person for Black women. You think you
are,
well, you're not. You're
right. And now you're going to play the victim. When every time I'm on here with you, I have to tell you, hey, Tiff, can I finish my sentence? Hey, Tiff, can I finish my sentence?
That's not
right.
What you do.
And that's disrespectful. Yeah, because I've asked you several times and it doesn't make a difference to you, right? And so if I'm telling you nicely and it don't make a difference to you, you still engaging in the behavior that I'm asking you not to, then clearly that type of communication don't mean shit to you. Okay, so now let's step it up a little bit. So now what's the problem? Right? If you could just let other people speak, that's very disrespectful. So now you're going to sit here and cast yourself in the right. Exactly. So just like now.
Go ahead.
Like now.
Go ahead. Speak.
Right.
Because this is what the fuck you want, right? We cuss on Fridays, right, bitch? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck out of here. I'm so fucking sick of trying to be decent to you. You are mean. And you are hateful as fuck.
Mm-hmm. You feel better? Because that's the difference between me and you, honey. Nothing you say is going to shake me one way or the other. You up here trying to be whatever. I personally don't give a fuck one way or the other, right? All I'm saying is let me finish my sentence. And I don't know. You really need to sit down and ask yourself, why do I have such a hard time allowing people? Why can't I have a conversation? As a grown-ass woman, why do I not understand that a conversation, especially when you're on a panel, multiple people are going to talk. And so sometimes I'm going to have to sit there and shut my fucking mouth. That don't seem like it's hard to understand. As a matter of fact, they start teaching you that in kindergarten.
And it's the same thing, but with you, because you fix with your money. So you spend your money to shut people up. So it's okay. I get it.
Right. Because I got enough of it to drop a little bit on some shit like that. Yeah, right.
Absolutely. You got it.
I spend money to do a lot of other things too.
You do.
Right.
You,
I do. Okay.
No.
So then what's your point?
What's yours?
You brought up the fact that you flex my money to shut people up.
No, you said I don't know how to shut up, and I said you use your money to shut people up. That's what I said.
Okay. And what does that
so
have to do with you still not knowing how to shut the fuck up, though, sweetheart?
It would be you too.
No, it isn't.
You
I can sit here
all the time, and you're very rude.
Yeah, after I see that this is what we're doing, right? If I ask you and you can't seem to understand that, then yeah, okay, I got to. If you can't beat them, join them, right? This person ain't understanding. So if I'm going to say anything, sometimes I'm going to have to cut that person off. What else? But understand that you create the atmosphere, right? Because I asked you the first time. And most times I'm still not cutting people off. But you do it consistently. So sit with that and figure that out. And you know, before you get up here and start throwing a temper tantrum. Don't nobody give a fuck about your temper tantrum, love.
Are the things that we need to investigate. So pull that mirror up and investigate why.
I don't need a mirror.
Because you
I don't
do
need a mirror.
You do.
I don't need a mirror at all, honey. You the one up here crying.
No, I'm frustrated. That's what happens. I think you think because you stay calm, and it's one of those people that you push buttons, and then when a person reacts, that laugh and the ha ha ha.
Can't nobody push your buttons unless you let them. You can't push mine. You can't push mine.
I'm not trying to put, but that's the difference. I'm not trying to push yours.
Yeah, why when you speak over people? Yeah, because people already know. Oh, Diva hate that, right? Okay, and you still do it anyway, right? And I know you've been holding all of this in for a while, but see, that's the difference between me and you. I'm not a fake person, so however I feel about you, I'm gonna say it up front. I'm not gonna sit there and try to know you. Yeah, what was the first thing you said? No, not the first thing. About an hour ago when I dropped raw. Oh, I love when the women flex their money. Now you trying to use it as no. But then you tried to present it as something.
No,
so sweetheart, my thing is I don't give a fuck about your compliments the same way I don't give a fuck about your put downs. Why? Because your opinion don't matter to me. I think you're a silly bitch personally.
Keep going. Okay.
Right. That's what I think. I think you're a silly bitch.
Good. I'm glad. I thank you. That's the beauty in it. When you know, you know.
But you should have already known. I had already told you. I just didn't put it in those particular words. But I had already told you I didn't see it for you.
Okay.
Right? Remember when I said, oh, I usually like Aries. I usually like other Aries. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. So that's what I'm saying. You kind of slow on the uptake. And it's those rose-colored glasses. Mm-hmm. Take them off, baby. It's okay. You can see clearly. You good?
I'm okay.
No, I'm talking about you good. You got anything else?
I think so.
I guess you're good. All right.
Yes. And hey, that's what happens when we love each other sometimes. We gotta scream and yell. Shit.
Just Jay, you know it. It's Dade County all day, boo.
Yo, evil ass laugh. I know people don't believe that's love because we're so used to thinking that love is gentle, but love is not gentle.
That's not love, Sharon.
At all. I'll agree. No. At all. I ain't come to in love at all. She irks my spirit for some reason. Well, I know why. I just told you why. She talked too fucking much.
So
Sharon, keep going. It's all good.
Yes, I think this is probably what will happen if Smoke and Stack stayed alive long enough. Because clearly they had some tensions very similar. Smoke did not like the way how Stack was moving, even though he did let him live. But no, but we just got to be able to deal with the information at hand, right? And it's not that we trying to down anybody. Like, you're not downing somebody because you're able to pick apart what is in front of you. So they literally made, like I said, they made Smoke the hero at the end of the movie, and it was a beautiful cinematic. That's that scenery, that like the goddamn thumbnail with him standing there all bloody, dope ass goddamn imagery. Him shooting that gun, and then now you know why he was shooting the gun, because at first it was unclear why he was shooting it, and now we know who he was shooting at and who he attacked. That's going to be phenomenal. And then when he asked for that goddamn cigarette at the end of the movie, that was so symbolic and beautiful. He said, "Oh, you ain't gonna give me that?" He said, "Oh, hold on. Matter of fact, I do got a cigarette. Hold on." Like, that was so, like, it showed that, like, hey, look, he was, even when he was dying, he was trying to deny that black man of something that he had, and then all right. Oh no, hold up. You know what? I do got a pack of cigarettes. Here you go. You know what I'm saying? And then when he smoked, and then again, the next symbolism right next after, right? I think it's interesting because we were just having a conversation with KT the GOAT. When I was telling him, I'm like, hey, you smoke cigarettes, Newport 100s? Let me see your nails. And all of that came to fruition. Did you see it, Diva? You seen his nails?
No, what happened to his nails?
So we was talking. I was talking to KT. It's all gonna fall back in full circle, right? I was talking to him, and then he did like a funny pause, and so I heard him was smoking. So I was like, "Hey, what was that?" I was like, "What was that?" He said, "Oh, nothing. I was just smoke my cigarette real quick." I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "What's that? Newport?" "Yeah, you know I'm black." I was like, 100. "Yeah, you know." I'm like a mechanic. I was like, "What about your nails? Did you cut your nails? Or are they looking gray and dirty?" He said, "My nails is clean." I said, "Turn the camera on." He turned the camera on. First of all, when he first showed me his nails, Diva, it was a red flag off the jump because he said like this. I was like, man, first of all, men don't show their nails like that. We go like this. You say, hey, this is what my nails are like. And so he did this. And those joints look like the Crypt Keeper, Diva. Just about like this tall and gray.
Lord.
And I told him, I was like, and then so you know, we was having a conversation about the smoke smell and all these things. But now bring it back to the movie and the reference, right? So she also said what at the end when he's smoking, he finally looked. He's like, "Oh shit, what's up, man?" You know, mentally. And she's like, "Put that goddamn cigarette out. I don't want that goddamn cigarette smell on that goddamn baby." And then the white man, he wanted to jump in and he wanted to overtalk his moment. And what happened?
Lit his ass up.
Just like not too long ago, goddamn.
Fired his ass up.
And he lit his ass up the whole goddamn clip. I was like, holy crap. It's crazy. So, you know, like, so all of that was symbolic at the end. I thought it was great, though. And I enjoyed all of the degenerate shit that he did. I ain't gonna lie, I enjoy it. I see a little bit of odds. I'm like, shit.
You was remembering your old life?
Yo, when he walked outside and just started letting it go, I was like, well, hey.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
You gotta do what you gotta do. It ain't personal, bro. You know what I'm saying? I did thought that line after was kind of crazy when he said, well, I can't let a motherfucker think that he almost robbed me and not limp away. That was crazy. I wouldn't go that far. Like, damn. I was like, that's why I had to get out the game, huh?
That's when I was like, that was off of GP earlier because that's how it was. I'm telling you. That's how that shit was around here. Well, there. I say right? Because I'm not there right now, right?
Exactly, right. There you go. So, you know, so like, but we loved all that. Even the fact that we didn't even pay attention to how he was teaching the little girl how to hustle already.
Yeah, when she was in front of that cafe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So like he's already teaching her how to, you know,
negotiate.
And negotiate with who? right? Negotiate with other degenerate men that has predominant power. Because first thing he asks her, do you know who I am? So he put that fear in her already. He put the authority already. I'm the street gangster. I'm the shit. I'm the drug dealer with the big car. You know, like that whole black man persona shit. And then got her to snitch to get 2 black men shot. Think about it, right? When you really think about it, like, then after he shot the first one, then he found out he realized who the person, and he's like, I know who's yours. Yes, he did. I told him what was going to happen.
And the man, I thought she was lying.
He looked at her. She's like, I told him. But shot the other one. So like all of those things, like is nothing like. I loved his character. I think it was written very well. I think he played a phenomenal job too. He made it very convincing. Like you almost thought that was 2 different people.
Right. And I have said on several occasions, generally speaking, I think Michael B. Jordan is a mediocre actor, but he did an excellent job here. Because you can actually see that they were brothers, but you can see that as a slight difference in their attitude. Mm-hmm. So it was he did a masterful job. Yep. However, they both were degenerates. Likeable degenerates. Absolutely. 100%. One of probably the best characters in the law. Between that and Killmonger, I don't know what's going to be his, you know what I mean? I think this role is going to be his, like, he really was delivered, like, oh, we see you now.
Yeah. And as far as the black man, he's both of the brothers in one, though, right? If we bring it up to today's time and how it's been for a long while, though, right? I don't know what you mean. He's now one of them. He's both of them, right? Because we could also look at the movie like, okay, it's just one man. We don't necessarily have to split the 2, right? Mm-hmm. Especially with all of this mental illness, right? Damn. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, I seen the movie.
Oh, all right, Jalen. What? Who took you to the movie?
Jalen, you can actually, so that means you could talk to the movie. You could talk about the movie.
Yeah, it was amazing. I liked the movie.
Oh, who you went with?
I went by myself.
Oh, okay, shit. So, what was your favorite part?
When the dude had killed the Klansman. I mean, Allah.
Yeah, I like that part too, Jalen. That was good stuff. But yeah, so back to Happy, the point you made earlier about them casting the spell. I don't think many people picked up on that. And actually, I had to watch it a couple times before I picked up on it when he says, "Oh, it was about to get good," right? So yeah, you want to talk more about that?
No, because now I'm on the spot. You gotta come back to me.
Okay, I'll come back to you. So one thing though, that was kind of throughout the movie was Hoodoo, right? And so Sammy's music was able to pierce the veil between the past, the future, and the present, the spiritual world and the material world. Because in Hoodoo, that's the cosmology, right? So that's how we think of the world. Everything is cyclical. Time is not a line, it's a circle. And all of those things are connected. So if we're talking about the spiritual world where you are conceived and then you are born of fire, right, into the material world, you mature, right, and then you go back into the spiritual world upon your death. It's all a circle. And so that's why, Sammy's music in much the same way, because he had that within him, all of us do as Black people, the ability to, go to different points within that circle and pierce the veil of the spiritual world in the material world. So I thought that was pretty nice too. Because I was wondering, because a lot of people was talking about the Hoodoo aspect, but I didn't actually hear them say the word in the movie. Mm-hmm.
So I'm guessing if you don't know the information that what you just explained, which makes a lot more sense, you wouldn't actually know that the hoodoo reference was there.
No, because remember in the beginning, and as you guys stated earlier, right? You said it went too fast in the beginning when they started speaking about it. How it opens up, right? I would have normally said first scene was him, as we seen little Sammy, but the first was actually in the beginning when she was explaining, right? The Indians, the Irish, and the black people, the different names for them, right? So it was actually said in the very beginning, right? Like you said, it went by so quick, you know what I mean? So you had to definitely be paying attention. Okay. So if you got to the movie theater late, you might have missed it.
Okay. And so Annie, she was practicing hoodoo throughout the whole movie, correct?
Yeah.
And so all those little tablets that she was, when she was rolling the dice and she kept on seeing the same thing happen, this is how she knew that she was going to not make it through the night. So what was those things? Is that something that is actually practiced, or that was just something for the movie?
No. So okay.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
I'm about to say they usually call it like throwing bones, and they'll read the bones, but she was using the other type of things besides bones.
Right. So there are a lot of different forms of divination in hoodoo, and they didn't mention it in the movie because at that time that's not what it was called, right? That's more of a recent term. But so she was doing a form of divination. So as I pull out my tarot cards, and that's one form of divination. What she was doing when she was throwing the whatever she was throwing, it was divination. But the thing is that I was confused by is why couldn't she see the white girl? I don't know. I feel a lot of people who practice hoodoo, like a lot of times you'll have spiritual gifts. And so like for me personally, mine is that I see people, right? I see you, who you really are, not who you trying to present. I see you. I got a cousin who actually can see into the future, right? And now he can't see every single thing, but if he tell you, hey, his mom is the same way. And so there's usually some way we got discernment is a good word for it, right? There's usually a really good sense of discernment among people who practice hoodoo. And so I was always confused by the fact that Andy kind of seemed lacking in that regard.
Got you. And she just missed the whole, like she had, but they try to put a little bit in it. Other than saying, like when the people first walked up on them, and like she was the first one that they kind of showed, like, hey, she was like, something ain't right. All right. So, but you feel like they didn't put enough of it in there. Okay. I like that.
Well, I think your love for people can blind you, right? Or can make you overlook stuff that you should probably pay attention to. So
that's why she was grabbing for things she ain't supposed to.
But I also thought it was interesting because they did put a lot of references in. Smoke's hat, he wore blue. The color was actually Hank blue. Her door, the color of her door was Hank blue. And so
that's information I would not know for sure.
Yeah, it's Hank blue. Not everybody, like I'm from Florida, and so we didn't really talk about Hanks and stuff like that. But yeah, so
Hank blue. Let me check. Welcome to the show, Dr. G. Good day, girl. How you doing?
What's up, y'all? Hey, everybody. It's been a minute.
And I need to talk to you too. Put your email in the back chat, please, ma'am.
For me?
And when you say,
yeah, because Diva, I'm like, girl, when we gonna get together on these herbs? But okay, I will.
and when you say Hank, right? That's spelled what? How you spell that word?
HAINT.
Perfect.
Almost like taint, but with an H. I know y'all know how to spell that.
So it's funny that you started talking about that part of the movie, because I was wondering about when I clicked on and heard you all talking about the movie, Diva, and you was saying that you've seen it. I was wondering about your take on that part of it. I haven't seen it yet. I've been listening to the reviews, and I'm the kind of person I could listen to 50 reviews and still go and see the movie and enjoy it or not enjoy it, right? It doesn't spoil it for me. But I was wondering about that because, you know, you do your cards and you do your different things. So I was wondering about your take on that part of the movie. And because everybody who's doing reviews is talking about all of the symbolism, right? All of the things that come from our culture that we just don't even know about. Like you just said, Sharon, you wouldn't even know anything about that, right? So I'm going hoping to see the symbolism, right? To pick up on it.
I think you will. It's so many. It's hard not to see them. They masked it very well. Even with them with the different colors, like one was wearing a blue hat, one was wearing a red hat. That was the distinction, how you could tell them apart. And usually that's always what I always find interesting about is that usually in movies, red and blue is a representation of the past, and the red is a representation of the future. And I didn't even think about it until Diva was talking about the Hank Blue, because the one that's wearing the red hat, he survived. He went into the future.
Yeah, so I didn't even really know that much about that.
Yeah, I didn't even pick that part up. I was trying to figure out what the red and blue was, but until Diva said the Hank Blue and how it's that's when it correlated for me just now.
Yeah,
But,
for me too.
okay.
That's what's the name of it? Because I just read it, right? As you just said it. And that puts it all into perspective for me. Like we were just now talking about that. In the movie, about the movie in itself, but that was another I definitely missed that door.
Did you guys only see it once?
Yeah, I only seen it once.
I saw it twice.
Yeah,
I wanted to know that from Diva too. Diva, how many times did you see it?
3 times.
Okay.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, because they said you really do.
And so, hey, look, Diva. I seen it last night too, but I don't know. Dr. G, she's probably driving. But hey, I told you when I be watching shit and like that should be like, and I'm like, hold on. And then I remember this part. Like I'm telling you, like I don't need to really see things that many times, especially when I could. Like I keep trying to tell people lately that I realize that I don't really see with my eyes like that. I see with my ears. I'm realizing.
Okay.
I'm starting to realize that's how I come a lot of times when they think that I'm painting a narrative. And it's not. It's just that I could see after the certain things is being saying and the progression, I could see so much further with the progression. And I could see like the different timelines that might possibly could happen as well, too, is what I'm starting to realize.
All right, spiritual gifts.
It's a possibility. And that's why I get misunderstood so much. That's why they think I'm trying to make them look a certain way. I ain't trying to make somebody look a certain way. You said it. But why are you using my words? What? You know what I'm saying? Because it happened yesterday again with even Scam Likely. His silly ass. I was like, you know, so. But man, Hank Blue. So Hank means what? Like evil spirits?
It's a spirit, like they can overtake you, right?
They can overtake you.
Right. But you know, the thing about having to invite them in, we're always inviting spirits in, right? What you will sit up around, what you will tolerate, that type of thing. And so
yeah, that's good stuff.
I think that was a very important part of it. One thing in Hoodoo though, in order to know who at your door, right? Because that's a big thing in Hoodoo. It's not just about vampires. In Hoodoo, you got to invite them in too. A lot of people keep a broom above their door. And if somebody come to your door and that broom fall or, you know, move around, then you know. Don't let this motherfucker in your house.
You're like, so you said you want to go check the stove, huh?
Yeah. And that's no matter who it is, huh?
Right.
No matter why they there.
Right.
Man.
And so this Hank situation, what is it mainly represent? Is it a representation of the Gullah Geechee, or is it just down south? Period. Like where does the Hank where did it come from? Is it like a certain tribe or anything like that?
So when I've read about it and heard of it, it was with the Gullah Geechee people in South Carolina. But Ra earlier was saying that they, talked about it in Louisiana too. Like I said, I'm not familiar being from Miami, and hoodoo is an ancestral practice in the sense that it's passed down through families, right? And so people are usually getting this from their family members, not, that's why we see so many Black people now being like, well, what is it? If your family didn't do it, you really wouldn't know unless you lived in a community where people openly practiced it and, you did it. But even in communities, Black communities, it's still kind of on the low. Like, it's like, if you know who to go to, you know what I mean? Because you'll find them in church too. Yeah, the woman who could tell you when you tell her you got a problem, and she say, "Oh, go to Matthew such and such a chapter, such and such a verse, and read this 7 times and do this." That's the hoodoo lady. She's usually a very prominent member of the church, right? My mama was in the church. My mama's mama was in the church. My great grandmother was in the church. Was the mother of the church, and they all practiced hoodoo. So.
Man, the history that we don't know will blow your edges back, right? Just it's powerful,
and that's why earlier they were saying this is not a historical movie, and I'm like, I kind of disagree. It's not based on his history. However, it got enough of the nuances in it where it's going to bring up conversations that you would never have, where it's going to be acceptable, right? Like if we was just to bring up this thing, they will be calling Diva some kind of something else instead of like, since it's a movie and now we have a reference to what we are talking about, now the conversation is accepted. It's just, and just what it is. Now it's not considered something, witchcraft or whatever. It's a conversation about our history. And I think the movie did a great job of that, and it also did a great job of blending all of the cultures. Like, this movie is a DEI movie in my opinion,
right? Because some people it was undeserved,
absolutely.
But the interesting thing is that our stuff can call everybody, even today, right? They stuff don't call us though. And there's a reason why.
That's a bar right there, Diva. That's a deep bar, to be honest. And the movie also
that gave me goosebumps. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it did. And the movie, it depicted that very well too. It showed how things like I'm gonna be careful with the words I'm saying. When I'm saying I don't want to invite nobody in.
Too late. We done already invited everybody to the
I gotta start realizing that too. Like when we saying we and our, hey man, like those words is powerful.
Yeah, you talking about somebody specific too,
right? I gotta start being a little bit more careful, like because so, and the reason what made me think about when I just said our, which is crazy, right? What flashed in my head, Diva, was when he tried to give Cornbread the $20, and she said, "Hey," he went in his pocket. She said, "Hey, careful." And also, like, even though he didn't say the words of it, but him passing something to him. Hey,
that's an invite.
It was on and popping now. And so he grabbed his arm and he almost bit him, but he shot him. He got the vampire up off him. But that him going to his pocket and giving him something that was, and his hand crossed this threshold of the invite space. So they was inside the door. They got the door frame and then Cornbread on the outside. So he got his pocket. Annie, she said, "Hey, careful." And he thought about it, and the way how he was holding the money as well. And then once he crossed that threshold, and that would be the broom threshold, clearly, right? And that's when the vampire was able to attack him. So like
So the vampire part about it, y'all, a symbol, right? Symbolism, right? Okay, of how we are sometimes perhaps overtaken by, I I guess, white supremacy or whiteness. We allow ourselves to be lured in. You said, Okay, tell me what you think about that. Because I've heard, like I said, I haven't seen it. I'm going today. But I've heard so many different takes on the vampire part of it. Not that it's a vampire movie at all, but it's a symbol.
Yeah, and they did a very good job. It's probably like it's a new genre, to be honest. This is a vampire musical, is what it is. And they did such a good job because the vampire scenes is very small in the movie. Like you there for 2 hours and like 20 minutes or so, and the vampire part is probably only 15 minutes long.
Oh, well, why would people call it a vampire movie? That don't make sense. Okay.
But when you see it, it will make sense.
Okay.
Because it is a vampire movie, but like you have to see when you see it in totality, like, oh yeah, it is a vampire movie. However, the vampire is more of a representation of oppression, in my opinion, not necessarily of a skin color, because the main person that is the vampire that turns everybody into a vampire, he was oppressed as well.
Well, but that's the thing about oppression. The oppressors are oppressed by someone too, but it's a power structure, right? So the oppressor has somebody on their neck, and then they in turn turn around and put their foot on somebody else's neck.
Okay. So right, and so, but the thing is that in his eyes, the main vampire, he wasn't doing it he was doing it so he could actually fight the oppression. He was more of a recruiter, so he could go ahead and destroy all the oppressors because he couldn't do it. So
like Nat Turner.
Yeah, like it's a weird twist to his, like once you hear him fully say what he's going on at the end of the movie, you're like, you're like, so this is weird because you're not 100% against him, but you're like, nah, but you're still against him at the same time. So like, because at first the movie is set up to make it seem like it's only about white supremacy. But actually, the vampire is not about white supremacy.
Okay. Because
the white supremacy, he killed those white supremacists. He said, you know what I'm saying? Like they dead. He killed the white supremacists in the movie.
But they always have some that are not about. So you always have some good white folk.
and so that's what's very weird because he ain't good white folk.
Okay. All right.
He's a very weird. He's in a very weird position because he's not good. He's not good at all. However, he do have like some points like, hell, shit, we can get rid of the KKK. We rock with you. So he has this weird position that he has where you're not 100%. You kind of understand him at the end of the movie. It's good. It's a very it's a movie that you could always have conversation about and keep building on these different relationships because this whole movie is about different relationships. Like as we said, like Anne and Smoke, their relationship is very like it's like you didn't see this man in 7 years and you dropped it like it's hot. What the fuck is that?
He came and asked her to fry fish at the Jew joint, so that's got to mean something, right?
So
and she didn't want to take the money. She was doing it for free.
That's a bar.
Love, right? Love. That's what...
Hey, Bob.
She's willing to, because Bomb, she was willing to take money, but not his money because his money came with something, is what she said.
He got blood on it, but she'll bounce up and down on his penis. The nigga with blood money, let me bounce up and down on his penis, but no, don't give me no money. Oh, but yeah, I come fry fish for 100 people and work the bar and yeah.
And be a manager.
Right.
And then eventually turn into the security guard.
Right, exactly. Don't mess with none of them. Leave this white girl alone.
And right, and in reality, she was the real protector in the whole movie, to be honest.
Who?
Annie. She was the one that was given a protector. Okay. The men that so like that's why I think the relationship part of this movie is great because it shows that men are not the protectors like how we keep trying to make them to be. Like, no, men are the fighters, they are the police officers, they are the soldiers, but being a protector in the neighborhood, that is not what you are.
Right. She had the knowledge, right? She had the knowledge in order for them to protect themselves.
Right.
She,
and even with the when the KKK finally came back at the end of the movie, right? Because it came in full circle. Because now we understand like all of our assumptions of what that man was in the beginning of the movie. So we see him only twice in the movie. We see him in the very beginning, and you can see it's something up with him. Like, but it always like life always have us like where we can't put that jacket on somebody because we didn't see him with the he didn't actually do. But no, we all had our ears up when he started talking. As soon as he said boy, we was like for me personally, I'm like
yeah. And remember they asked what was the standing on the ground?
Right. What was the standing on the ground, Bon?
With blood.
Ah. And you don't catch that until much later. So like it was a double entendre, right, Bomb? So it was a kill house, even though they played as a sawmill, but really it was a kill house where they go and kill the opposition. And what happened at the end of the movie anyway? It turned into a what?
Slaughterhouse.
A slaughterhouse.
It still turned into the same thing.
So I do want to say that I think it is about white supremacy, but even in white supremacy, everybody white is not superior, right? So the vampire himself is Irish. And so white supremacy took over his life, and in return, he wants back his history. Remember, he wants his history back, and that's why he want that black man with the guitar. His name's Sammy, right? I think his name's Sammy.
Yeah. Oh, Preacher Boy.
A Preacher Boy, yeah. He want Preacher Boy because Preacher Boy was playing that music and invoking the past back, and that's why. Remember, he said, "If you give me him, then y'all all can live." That's right. And Preacher Boy was ready to go, and Witch Governor like, no. But
Smoke says, "Sit your stupid ass." But and this is what I'm saying with Smoke. Like he is such a lovable character. Like you will miss all of the negative, degenerate shit that he do because he did so fucking good. Like
he was gonna go with him too. Remember?
Like but Anne snatched him back. Yep.
It's so good at all of the acting that is nonverbal. He did a lot of great nonverbal acting. Like you could see like you could just see him thinking in real time because everything happens in less than 24 hours. The whole movie.
Because he didn't want that white girl there. He was totally against her being there.
So now it goes like, who's the Hank? Is it so now this goes back to what Tiff is saying, right? Is she the Hank or is it Smoke the Hank? I don't know. Which one would you say? Who's the Hank? Who got that evil spirit on him? Because clearly the movie is set up to make you want to think that, hey, the twins is the one with the evil spirit on them. And the evil spirit is passed down through the guitar.
Yeah, because
I'll let you know, Sharon. I'll let you know.
you know what I'm saying?
I think
the only reason I'm going so deep now is because I understand, like, hey, I'm one of those people too that I don't care who tells me what's going on in the movie. I can still go ahead and watch the movie.
Oh, for sure. I'm about to get the VIP seat in the IMAX theater, and I'm about to sit back. Did y'all see it in IMAX? Because they said you really should.
No, you can't. It's only in certain. It was only in like 5 theaters. I mean, 5 areas.
They got IMAX here.
Yeah, but just because they have IMAX there don't mean it's playing in IMAX there.
Well, that's what I meant. I'm sorry. It's playing in IMAX theaters here. Several showings. Yeah.
That's definitely the place to watch it at. It's designed.
Where you at?
I'm in Atlanta.
Oh, yeah.
Don't talk to me, Drip. I ain't even. Nope. Ain't no hi.
Oh, shit.
Dr. G, just check the things because there's some theaters for some places that are 2 weeks out.
He know what he did.
Because I look for IMAX here and it's not here, and it's not even coming here.
Oh, where did you have to go, Bob?
I had to go to a regular theater, but it's
No,
not
I
in
ain't
IMAX here. We do have IMAX theaters here.
Oh, it wasn't playing in the IMAX, is what you're saying.
Right.
Got
It's
it.
only,
Got it.
It's only in
Okay.
like 5 areas.
Okay, gotcha.
The movie was shot in a very expensive. It's very expensive actually to shoot it in 70 millimeters. So that's why the whole movie is not shot in 70 millimeters. So you're supposed to be able to watch it in that, so you can get the full experience of it.
You saying watch it in IMAX, right, Sharon?
Yeah.
Did you see it in IMAX?
I did not, because it was
You
sold
didn't.
out. I caught the really late night. I barely even slept because
Okay, gotcha. It looked like, I better look at that again then, because it looked like it's showing several showings in the IMAX theater, but I could be wrong. I'll look at it again, but I'm definitely about to go. I'm just washing my little fruit and then I'm getting up out of here.
So Diva, so what is your thought on who is the actual Hank in the movie? Is it the white girl? Is it the brothers? Is it the goddamn brother's daddy? Or is it the guitar? Like, what is it? Diva on the phone call.
I think the Hank is everybody. That's why it's called Sinners. And everybody was a sinner. Like, remember that beautiful dark skin? Oh my gosh, she was so beautiful. The one he said, I want to just taste you. Like, he married. You remember?
Hey, he said, "Hey, don't wash it up. I don't want you to clean it up." She said, "But
right?
I walked here." He said, "Even better."
He got his group of people to attend there from from a town where the sinners are. Yeah, so I think everybody was the Hank. Everybody.
So I guess he wanted to find out the doctor that buried the what?
The Jews. He looked like he was a virgin too, but he was not.
Hey, Bomb, that was very interesting because they definitely painted him out to be a virgin type, like the innocent person in the movie. So I think it was very interesting that they put him as the very first experience is because of what goddamn Stack told him in the goddamn car, giving him crazy information, talking about you gotta lick it a certain way. That's how you get the girl to go crazy. The first thing he did.
He sure did.
And that's why I think that a lot of relationship things is missed in this movie, because I think people are too focused on the supremacy part. And the obvious, because those things is obvious, but it was a lot of just information, like even old people and young people, right? The difference between Sammy and Delroy Lindo, because they both was blues musicians, and one was a dying legend, and one was an up and coming. Supposedly they're gonna prop him up as a legend, and he turns into one. So that's man, that ending scene, Bomb. I was like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Did y'all see Kingfish in the last scene where he's playing? Kingfish is right next to him, the big dude.
Oh, that's who that is.
Yeah, so Kingfish is a young blues player. He's very prominent, like a prodigious blues player. He played the guitar or whatever.
That's the one they told me somebody got 200 for him?
Yes, that part.
Okay.
Yeah, when they was up on stage though, right before that, when they was up on stage, the big guy standing next to Sammy playing the guitar is Kingfish. He also made a couple songs for the soundtrack. If you are not familiar with Kingfish, go Google Kingfish Amazing Grace. It's a video of him playing Amazing Grace at his mother's funeral, and his mother was the one that encouraged him to go and play the blues. Man, amazing. I mean, like, I was in there crying just like listening to it. Like, you could hear every emotion in every note he was playing. I mean, it was just crazy. But Google that and get familiar with Kingfish.
Kingfish. All right. That's what I was saying. I know you. I figured you like voices. What you don't like about Miles' voice?
I don't know. It's something about the quality of it, and I'm not saying he's a bad singer. He can more than hold the note, but yeah, I just don't think he's a great singer. It doesn't have like a church quality to it, and I like my black singers to come out of the church.
I I got you.
And there's just some extra quality that singing in a black church, usually Pentecostal or like Baptist or something, gives people. And then they also have like amazing voice control. Nobody has better voice control than a black singer in church.
Hey, did you see? I don't know, this is off topic, but have you seen that dude that was on stage? He was dressed in all white, and he's like, yeah, and he held the note for like a good, like almost 2-3 minutes.
No, who was that?
Oh man, as soon as I find it again, I'm gonna send it to you. I was like, no. Boy, if you don't get up out of here with holding the note for 2 minutes, like I mean, he held it for like 2 minutes, Diva, straight. He's like, I was like, boy, you better hold that note.
Yeah, singing is
popping out. He damn near looking like a goddamn like he was on fentanyl holding it on.
He's silly.
You know what I'm saying? Because around like a minute and a half, you know, that air starting to get a little weak.
No, that reminds me of Tequila's singing voice. What Diva said. Definitely, yeah. Tequila that be around, you know, our Tequila.
Okay.
Oh, I know.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Tequila, come up here and sing.
Oh my God.
She's a professional.
A lot of times, people with that very baby voice, they were usually a lot of times.
Yeah, isn't that something?
Okay, Michelle.
Isn't that something? Yeah, that voice is powerful. She don't sing like that soft voice she talk with. Oh no.
Oh yeah, she's an opera singer. She was an opera singer.
That makes sense.
And she, she sing in her church too, so she getting good practice. So,
but musically, what did y'all feel about it? About the did y'all like the sound, the score?
Yes.
So when they did that first scene, that first big musical scene, when they was trying to match in all of the genres of music and saying how he transcend through time and spirit and race and nations, right? Because that's what they was propping it up. He literally burned the house down, right? Is what they was trying to express as well, right? Because when he started playing, all the walls disappeared, the roof caught on fire. Theoretically, not literally, but the way how they presented it. What was your thoughts on that? Do you think that was a good representation of how music can transcend through nations, colors, time, and all those things? Do you think that was a good representation of it?
I thought it was. I thought so. That's where our music. Basically, what I got from it is that our music is something like just like the vampire who want the music. Everybody else got our music, right? Even in other cultures, they have our music and they turned it into their music by changing it a little bit. And that's what I got from that. And we get that because we see where hip hop came from, right? We also see we see the women twerking over there, right? We see the B-boys over there, and all that come from the blues. All of that stem from rhythm and blues. And then we saw those other cultures that still that music.
I also thought it was funny how they did their little song and dance when they was in front of the door. Ding, 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 ding.
But part of that was the spell that Happy was talking about. But I did want to go back to when Sammy was singing. And so in Hoodoo, but the example I'm gonna use is the church, right? So the belief is that music, singing is a portal to the spirit world, right? So when do people in church start catching the Holy Ghost? When the choir up there singing, right? That's the portal. And so it was the same. And again, we can call everybody. Everybody can call us. And I think that's a very important point, and that's why he wanted Sammy, rather than because he had two singers next to him.
Absolutely.
Right. So why he couldn't just use
and Diva, I ain't gonna lie, that Irishman was holding some notes, goddamn.
But
But even when he was over there, sorry, Bob, just this one. Even when he was out there singing and doing his little dance thing, at the end, when everybody like kind of joined in, you saw how it still took on a different, because then you had the black people singing too, and it became a gospel song at the end.
Right.
Right. That's a very good observation. How as soon as he got the group, it changed it to a whole different tone.
Right.
Yeah.
But let me also say this, because I know we mentioned religion a lot, but at the end, y'all notice what he said about religion, that it's really just kind of made up, right? Because Samuel was praying. Remember, Samuel was praying, and him and his hive started praying with him.
Right.
Prayer did nothing. He essentially just said, "Yeah, I was taught this too."
He joined them, Bob.
He joined them, and it did nothing for him. It wasn't for that new day, that sunlight, right? Because even though he caught fire, with a little wood to his head and stuff, it was that sunlight coming up that got rid of him.
And that, is interesting, because like Hoodoo is known as a nature religion, right? Or a nature belief, philosophy or belief system. And so what you just said, right? The Bible and Jesus ain't gonna save you. What was gonna save them was nature, right? The sun coming up.
Yes. That's what I got from.
Wow, that gave me goosebumps too. That's powerful.
The devil knows the word too, so I don't know why that was shout.
And also, it shows it also shows that if you chase a white woman in the woods, it might save your life for the future too, because that's the way how.
Wow.
Did y'all mention the Native Americans who chased his ass? Did y'all?
Oh yes, Bomb. Yes.
Like a new movie. That's like a whole movie in itself. Right. I think he may have. I think he may have had a group with him, because he don't sound like a drifter all by himself. I think he may have had a group, and them Native Americans took them all out because they had him running. If he wasn't able to get into the white people's house, they would have had him. And they went to him and said, "Hey, you got somebody in there, that you need help with."
Right.
And ran him up.
That's another part too that I've heard that people say that they like to see explored further, the Native American part. Yeah. Me too, because we connected up in that for sure.
Yeah.
They kind of explain it in the movie. They do explain it in the very beginning. In the very first 20 minutes of the movie, you see the remnants of it, and then it just goes into the black culture for sure. But it definitely shows it, and it explains the way how the reason why they couldn't. Me personally, I think they couldn't deep dive into it more because they were speaking in their own language, and so they wanted to keep it,
Yeah.
So I think that was the main reason, and also it wasn't about the Native Americans, so to speak. It was more about them just having this sacred knowledge, and that was really their part of it.
They were vampire hunters.
Yeah, they was just the hunters part, right? So what it was, in my opinion, right? I think that was a way to set up another movie if they get some kind of Sinners universe or something like that.
Dang, Sharon.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because if you watch how they set up each person, right? So this movie, because we only seen one day of this universe, but clearly you can see that all of the characters, the way how it's read, they all dynamic characters. That Chinese lady, if we see some kind of prequel or some TV show that's going to maybe possibly come out this universe, if they allow it to, because like I said, it was drafted as a Blade introduction. It's supposed to go into the Marvel Cinematic Universe. So clearly he probably had a plan already, but he had to switch it up because Warner Brothers picked it up. And they gave him some kind of movie deal where he could do 3 to 5 movies, I believe. I'm not sure if they all going to be this universe or not, which would be interesting. But he set it up for each one where it could be, we got the hunters, this part of the sentence, and everything would end up to that. This is the ending part of the movie, of the universe.
What do you think about
everything we will watch would be before up to this day? That's what it looked like to me.
What do you think about the deal that he created? That in 25 years he's going to own the IP.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that too.
That deal
he got, man, which they say is not uncommon. It's just uncommon for us.
Right.
Yep.
Well, and it's uncommon for a
It's uncommon.
successful. It's uncommon for a successful movie. That's what it's uncommon for.
Got it.
People have done it. They just never made something so beautiful and able to be spoken about.
Maybe they thought it wasn't gonna be successful, because that makes sense, right? That's why they gave him the deal. They were like, okay, yeah.
So that's the thing. They didn't believe in this movie.
They didn't.
Yeah.
That's number one.
They didn't believe it.
And this is why the movie got so much extra symbolism in it, because they tried to kill this movie.
They did.
They didn't actually want it to be out, right? So and it shows also with how they promoted it and all this, how they didn't really put that much money behind it, and it's just doing way beyond what on paper is explaining it should be doing.
Mm-hmm.
Have us talking about it, and then the way how Ryan and Michael B. Jordan just did a massive beat. Now we saying that they the new Spike and Denzel, for God's sakes. This is only their third movie together.
Is it? I thought it was the fifth, because they have Fruitville. They have
they did Creed.
Creed, two of those, and then this one.
It's 3 Creed movies.
Yeah. And I think they have more, but I do think that this is a really good opportunity for a franchise. So, like what Dr. G was talking about, the Native American push to even how does this look with womanhood? He's got a really good foundation that I think he's going to do something super special. I'm really excited for him.
And I would also bring in the picture of what could have been, right? So the Blade character, how he could have brought in Blade. So clearly Stack was going to be the person that was going to have a baby with a regular person and make a daywalker. But also the Native Americans in this universe, what it could have been, that they are also representation of Namor in the Marvel universe, right? Because that's Black Panther's mortal enemy, and he's a Chitao representative.
Atlantean.
Yeah, so they dropped the ball. Marvel dropped the ball big time, because this movie was great, and it has.
You think they would have changed that lore that much about Blade though? Because it wasn't.
Yeah.
They had his mom got bitten.
Yeah, because this is going to be the setup to Blade.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is going to be the setup to Blade, and all the other piece things together. Go ahead.
Did you know, Ruth, all this the wardrobe and everything, she had all of this already planned out, because she had been she was supposed to do the Blade wardrobe, and because that got canceled, Ryan reached out to her and she was like, I already have it mapped out. So all of the wardrobe and stuff had been pre-done. So that lets us know where they were going to introduce Blade, where it would have been like older, and I'm sure they would have brought us in for, but I still think that they can still, I think there's still some desire there. I think they can, with the game not being there and with this opening, I think it's like wide open.
And also just think about Black Panther 2. I just realized that in the scene in the very beginning of the scene, when he walks inside that church and it has the, like, first of all, that was an amazing scene too, the very opening scene. That was like symbolism for the Holy Trinity, right? So it had 3 crosses around the Father, right? So the Father was there on the pulpit. There was a cross on his left, above him, and to the right. So that's the Holy Trinity right there. And everybody was scared. Oh my God. He said, no, it's okay, son. Like, and also that's a reference to probably, again, what Ryan Coogler was thinking about was the T'Challa tribute. It looked like a small version of the T'Challa tribute when they was all dressed in white singing.
But I think that goes to show our spiritual system and how even now, like in the South, you don't have people that wear like a lot of black, like you wear white. It's a celebration of life, and it's not till you get outside where you see like the black in the morning versus we're going to celebrate your life, have a second line. It's just very different. So even in the celebration, it was one of those things where it's like, okay. And I asked you, like the prodigal son, like, do you feel like even with that, maybe they can go back and maybe show us what happened with Sammy? Because we didn't see anything.
We did see we saw that Sammy rejected the church, right? When he was in there and they said, let go, son, let it go, son. He held it tight, and then we saw him get in the car and leave.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, it was the beauty of that scene too, right, Bomb? It was a broken guitar.
Yes, it
Yeah.
was broken. And now he knew the truth behind the guitar. Because remember, at first, he just known his cousins gave it to him. Then he thought, I think Smoke, one of them lied to him and told him that it was somebody else's special guitar.
A famous blues singer.
Yes. And then when he wouldn't let it go, his brother said, oh, he lied. That was our dad's guitar, which could have been the evil itself, right? Like yeah.
That might be the Haint itself.
Yeah, because they said the father was an evil man.
But at the same time, the guitar is also the thing that saved him in reality, because he used that to because it had silver on the guitar.
Oh, that's what it was.
That's why his head started burning.
I was wondering why his head was burning.
Right, because it was silver. It's so many different little things in this movie. I'm glad I don't think in words. I'm glad I don't think in words, because that's how
I like
these things.
Supreme Goddess when she mentioned the broom over the doors.
Yeah,
it used to be either brooms or iron, which usually was a horseshoe. If y'all go down south and look at the homes, they have that horseshoe at the top over the house where evil can't come in. And if they get close, it'll shake. It'll shake to let like it want to fall down, almost like a cross. But we didn't use crosses. We use horseshoes or iron.
And I never knew about this Hank blue thing. But the blue's a little bit like a light blue though, Diva, from what I've seen it right here on Google. It's not like, because
but back
it's like
then,
bluish. It's like bluish green, isn't it?
Yeah, right. But back then, colors, there was minimum colors. You know what I mean? It wasn't like all these navies and all these teals and things like that. So blue, blue is life, right? Blue,
and because I didn't even know like colors on your door meant so much. I used to just think that a red door just didn't mean anything. I just thought it was like, hey, it looked good on the house. But actually, the red door actually has a meaning behind it.
Well, when she said red, if you do like chakra work, because the red and the blue, you have the red is your root chakra and the blue would be the throat chakra. So you have one person that was in the physical and the other person that was more expressive with the words. You start looking at the behaviors and the patterns of how certain things kind of plotted itself out. And it's like, okay, all right, I see it.
But also financially, a red door is supposed to symbolize that you don't owe anything on your house anymore.
Oh,
that was the original symbolism of a red door. It's that you own your house.
No, that's original. Well, they built their own.
Financially, the original financially one, I would say, because I ain't that. Yeah, I gotta do some more research. So
I thought it was to signify that basically it was a place of like refuge, a place of help.
It's time for us to have a movie where we talking like this, y'all.
Yeah,
it's so overdue.
Yeah.
It's nice. It is nice that at least it's an intellectual conversation, and we've done politics, religion, relationships. It's a beautiful film.
Everything.
It's a beautiful film. It's beautiful.
It really touched on a lot of things.
Yeah.
And it touched on it just enough. And I think that was the beauty of it. It didn't do a deep dive on any one specific subject except for maybe music. And I
don't even enjoy the movie going experience anymore, but
me neither.
Right, but I can't wait. I'm going to see this today.
Yeah, no, you're going to enjoy it. It's a very thoughtful piece, and I don't know, it's good. It makes you think. Well, for me, it makes me think a lot. I didn't even know if I liked it when I left the movie theater.
Really?
Oh,
how are you,
Sharon?
Yeah.
So when I was leaving the movie theater, it had me thinking so much that I didn't even know if I liked it.
But now you know that is the indication that you did like it.
Now, yeah, because I was able to break it down. Right.
Yeah. I could see that. It's so much to unpack, and it's like, I could see that where there might be a little bit of a question,
And see, Sharon, I sat with it 2 days, and I've been just amazed. I can't believe, like, every time I think I've seen it, like a part, it's just something else. Like I'll see Annie and just see her beauty and like I really want to see, like, show us what she did with this hoodoo work. And then Mary, who was her mom, and how did this lady stay in this community? Like, how did this happen? Because there's so many different, he opened so many doors. But
wasn't the mom cheated? Wasn't the mom explained? The mom raised them. She birthed them, and I think their mom passed away, so she was like their mom.
Right. But I want to know Annie's mom, because if she's 1/8, then that would mean her mom had to have been probably white passing, right? But she raised these two boys. So
that's what mom I'm talking about.
Right. But
her mom raised them, right?
Her mom, yes.
Oh, okay. I see what you said. Yeah, but she's 1/8, which is I think her dad was black.
The dad, they said black and Filipino, but that's how she got in. But I'm just trying to understand, like, how did she end up with these two twin boys? And then even in that sense,
I just told you, because the mom raised them. They were raised together.
Yeah, but all of them, and the twins, Mary, Cornbread, they was all raised together.
Yeah, but that's the thing. She's asking a valid question, because that was the question I had, right? And so a lot of times, because our mama would have been a quadroon, a lot of times those people did not live around black people. They lived in their own communities, right? So they talked about Annie speaking, the French Creole, in the guy, so suggesting she might have been from Louisiana. Okay, and if we look at Louisiana, the quadroons and octoroons did not live with the black people.
They did.
I mean, they had their own. They was having octoroon balls. It wasn't no niggas in there. As a matter of fact, the octoroon males, because in that time, men typically negotiated, marriages and relationships. The men wasn't even around. It was their mamas basically pimping them out, right? That was negotiating those. But it keep coming back to that, right? You see what I'm saying? It keep coming back to that. And so to have them in a place like Mississippi being right next to each other, I got a book by one of the first PhD black sociologists. His name is E. Fraser Franklin. I remember reading a passage from his book. He had done, an in-depth sociological study of like the black family. And he talks about in that book, if I can go put my hands on it, I'll come and read y'all the passage. But he talked about how oftentimes those people were not living with black people. They had their own communities. How would they be able to create and maintain blue vein societies and shit like that when they side by side with the same people they trying to exclude and be aggressive towards?
Yeah,
right?
Okay, I'm from Louisiana,
but that's not in Louisiana. I just made a reference to
Mississippi. No, what I'm saying, Mississippi, Louisiana. People travel around, but what I'm saying is, imagine a black woman having a half white baby. Do she just get to go in this new community now? No, that is not how that works.
Yeah.
The black woman
did, right? Because even during slavery, we saw a stark distinction between mulattoes in many respects and black people, right? That's why mulattoes were about 9%. I forget the year that they quoted. 9% of the population of black people, but they made up close to 50% of the free blacks, right? So they made up this, right? He talks about how they lived in their own communities. What's the guy's name? W.E.B. Du Bois wrote a book called The Philadelphia Negro, where he also talks about how they were living in their own communities, not next to black people. Go read the books. I'm gonna take the word of people who was actually there during that time.
But that's who I'm taking the word from people who were actually there at the time. And
so where's the document?
I'm a family who would have met the qualifications of what you're talking about. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, I'm gonna take the word of somebody who I've spoken to, and the people I've spoken to, besides some book from a man. Now, I'm not saying that the man is wrong in his book. I'm just saying, like, yes, if you talk about doing slavery, those who was the children of slaves they got freedoms. Not all of them, but yeah, they ended up getting freedom.
Right, but that's when all the blue vein societies and all that other shit started, right? They were
That's
keeping
what I'm
dark
saying.
skinned real black people out of jobs. And so you're not going to live across right next to these people. We in the same boat, but now I got all this animus and stuff towards you. No, it's documented that in many instances, those people did not live side by side with black people. They would carve out their own little communities because they couldn't be in the white community and they did not want to be in the black community, especially when you started getting past half mulatto, right? Once you graduate in the quadroon and octoroon, why the hell I'm still be around you? I don't have
but
to.
I think they did try to I think they tried to explain it when Annie called her family, because the vampire tried to point out that situation clearly when he said, so why she get to be in there? Clearly he was talking to, and they was referencing what Diva's talking to, and then what I believe was what happened in the movie, and this is probably why it would have been great for us to have some kind of understanding, but it probably made the movie too long. But it would have been interesting to see how they do that dynamic. But when Annie said she's family, it's probably going to what Bomb Cherry song too, is that it did have very few that was able to stay within
it blended right in.
Well, then all this procreating with white people, but you living right next to black people is pretty wild to me. I like that's not really adding up to me in the time.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to see how they'd piece that together for sure.
Yeah, no, because I'm just based on I know my lived experience. The colorism is real, and paper Brad, like we got told stuff like you can't be outside too long, you're gonna get too dark, don't play out. So that people the boulets and trying to maintain a particular look, that's real. So even when Diva said it, I'm like, wait a minute, how was this woman staying here? Because it would mean that the mom would have had to present more black because she was okay there.
But you got told as a kid not to stay outside too long because you were gonna get dark, even though we was made to go outside and not to come back into the sunlight. Come on. I'm a little confused because the message didn't be all over the place, right? I'm
Mexican. I'm from East Texas, and yes, colorism is real as hell.
I'm not saying colorism is real, but did you answer my question?
Yes, you gotta be outside. You're gonna get dark. You're gonna get
okay,
dark.
Cool. I heard that, and then you went outside and stayed outside until the.
No, I did not.
I'm not talking about just you. This is what you always do, right?
No, you asked me a question.
Listen,
you did.
Okay, you need to stop thinking that I'm talking to you personally. I'm talking in general when I say that we as children went outside to play and we wasn't allowed to run in and out, to get water or anything. We had to drink water. Is this true or not?
Close my door.
That's what I'm asking you. That's right. So 1 minute we say, and I'm not saying it's not true, but when I'm saying we didn't use sunscreen back then, we now know that the sun is harmful and things like that because you do get darker in the sun. But you're right, colorism, I'm not denying that. But I'm just saying what you linked it to as, they told you not to be outside because you're going to get darker. If you was already dark, then like.
I read a passage from a book.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah. It's called The Original Black Elite. It's by Elizabeth Dowling Taylor. It was a New York Times bestseller. All right. Yeah. All right. So the chapter is called The Black Elite. Daniel Murray and Anna Evans likely met through church-sponsored programs or entertainments, or thanks to one of their mutual acquaintances. They married in the early spring of 1879. So that's after emancipation. They were a good-looking couple. Daniel, 28, was 5 feet 8 inches tall, of medium build and fairly proportioned, with closely trimmed hair and a full mustache. And his 21-year-old bride, tall and slender, had alert brown eyes and a soft musical voice. Both were light in complexion. Anna's color described as about as dark as a Spaniard's. As was the custom in the public school system, Anna, as a married woman, planned to leave her teacher's position at the end of the academic year. St. Luke's, still under construction, was not an option for the April 2nd wedding. The ceremony took place at 15th Street Presbyterian Church, officiated by its new pastor, Reverend Francis Grimke, ordained just the year before. Okay. Grimke is not an American name. It got an accent over the E. So do with that what you will. Besides St. Luke's, and I'm going to come back to it. Besides St. Luke's and 15th Street Presbyterian, there were several other high-status African-American churches in Washington, including Metropolitan, AME, and 19th Street Baptist. But according to a newspaper article headline, Washington's colored aristocracy, 15th Street Presbyterian, established in 1841 by John F. Cook Sr., was the first among equals. The focus or pole around which the high-toned, which means light-skinned, mixed at that point, right, society revolves. Features on the Black elite usually ran in the Black press, but this one was carried by one of the city's mainstream newspapers. Hold on, let me get to that part. At this time, nearly 60. So the point of this is they telling you those people married each other. Right? So if they were not circling back, and that's why I was going through what would have had to happen to create this Mary character, because she talked about how her grandfather was half Black, right? Who would have been his mother was probably the Black person. All right, so that wouldn't necessarily give him any status, because his mother, you got the status of your mother. So if the mother was enslaved, he probably was enslaved too. But then somehow, as a mulatto, he was able to procreate with a white woman. And he had to at least stay with her, even if not marry her, for the girl to, recognize, oh, it was my granddaddy who was half Black, right? So they had this quadroon baby with a white woman to produce her mother. That does not sound like people who are going to be living side by side. Where did the daddy get the white woman to procreate with? And I'm pretty sure if he was able to procreate with her during that time, he would have had to have married her. So now okay, so where these people coming from? But they living in with the niggas.
Wasn't it? This was right off of slavery, right? So we talking about
1932. 1932 is where it took place.
Yeah, emancipation was 1865.
Right. So what I'm saying
50 years.
Right, and we talking about Mary's mother, right, and possibly her grandmother, would have led into slavery, right?
Maybe her great grandmother, or maybe the grandfather was born of a slave mother and he was too. But at some point, he got with a white woman and procreated with her to have Mary's mother, and then Mary procreated with a white man. And so, if they in the midst of the Black community, why they ain't finding no Black people to procreate with? How were they finding all these white people when there was certainly segregation between whites and Blacks?
Most definitely.
And there were anti-miscegenation laws where they wasn't even supposed to be doing that to begin with. Yet they over there with white people procreating generation after generation after generation.
Right, but remember,
that does not make sense. The story y'all trying to get us to believe, it really don't make sense when you think about it.
Well, it does make sense because maybe I heard it wrong in the movie, right? But remember, that's why Witchcom didn't want to be with her to protect her. He wanted her to go and marry a white man so she could be safe. He because she's white passing, right? She can pass, and we all know that she's white passing. And so if you're white passing, you can have a better life by going and marrying that white man like she did. So she could have white children, right? So that's what I took from it. Maybe I heard that wrong. But that's
and that's why you could kind of have the argument that he did actually love her.
Yes,
you don't pimp women that you love.
Yes, you absolutely, girl.
Wait, he said he loved her. Remember, he said
pimp women you love.
Before she went outdoors to protect him, right? Because she went there to say, "I'm gonna go get the information and we could rob them. They might have some money," right? He said the reason he needed her to go and be with the white man because he loved her so much. If somebody would hurt her, he would have to come and kill them. Remember, he said that.
Right.
He literally told her how much
and then she said, "So you'll kill for me, but you can't be with me."
That's right.
Right, but he was a gangster, right? I'm sure they had killed plenty of people. So going and killing somebody ain't shit. Right? He told the other man, right, when Slim said something to his nephew, if you say something like that again to my nephew, he told me to kill him. And so that's who he was. Yeah, it don't take much to provoke a killer to kill somebody.
Well,
And hold on, let me,
shot the two people. Oh, okay.
Also, let me just address a couple. It says, was Sinners more than entertainment for Black people? That is an interesting one. And also, another one that says, a hot $5 from South. Thank
All
you.
right.
So, do we look at it as this is more than entertainment for us?
I think so. I think
it's entertainment.
All right, let's go one at a time. Yeah, we go with Bomb, and we just keep going around the circle. Go.
Okay. To answer the question first, or can I finish what I was saying before?
You can do both.
Okay, so is it more than entertainment for me? No, it's just entertainment, but it's knowledge, where we can sense what's in the movie and relate it maybe to history and have a great discussion about it, right? that's what I find it to be. But remember, isn't the one who we're talking about, didn't he shoot two people in town?
Yes, ma'am.
He shot them. He didn't kill them. And
no, that was the other brother.
Oh, that was the other brother?
That was Smoke. Smoke did the shooting.
Oh, okay. Which brother? Which brother was with the white girl? That's the other one.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm getting them mixed up.
He the one with the knife.
But but they both killers.
Well, we don't know that.
Yeah, we don't know that. We don't know that because I was about to say the one who shot the two men, he didn't kill them, and he gave them money to make sure they take care of him.
Remember? No, so hold on. No, we know Smoke is a killer because Smoke killed his daddy.
Right. It's self-defense,
right? Smoke been killing since he was a youngin. Stack, and that's probably why Stack only carried the knife. And Brass, he's more of the, hey, I'm just trying to have some fun and smoke, drink, and get some pussy. But Smoke, on the other hand, since maybe possibly because he had to kill his own daddy.
Mm-hmm. And it was in the war, right? Together.
They was both war veterans, so I think they're killers.
About that.
Say it again.
I wonder if Stack was lying about that, about Smoke killing the daddy. Because the reputation was that they both had killed the daddy. He said, y'all really killed him? And he said, no, Smoke killed him. But he also lied to the boy and told him that the guitar belonged to the guy. Right? So that's the point. He's a pimp. He got a silver tongue. He'll finesse you. And so I don't know what to believe from him and what not to believe from him.
So, for what I remember, I could have it wrong. Now I'm gonna have to go watch it. I thought I didn't have to. But Smoke, he cleared it up at the end. It said, hey, he was whooping our asses, and it was in self-defense. They was fighting him, and he fell and he hurt himself. They was fighting.
Yeah, that's right. But see, that's still not the story that Stack told.
Right, but he still killed him though, nonetheless.
No, he said they was fighting.
And Smoke said he accidentally killed his daddy. That's what I thought I heard.
I don't remember that part.
I could be wrong though. I could be wrong.
I don't remember him saying that, but okay.
I could be wrong though. So now I'll have to might watch it again. No, the movie's not actually confusing at all, to be honest.
Oh yeah, no. We make it more in depth, even though the symbolism is there. The symbolism is there, but you can read it all kinds of ways, which makes it fun. It makes it kind of fun.
Yeah, you could clearly, because that's why we had the conversation today, right? It's so many different ways you could actually interpret some things because it was loosely based off of history, and that's another part. That's another component that is make the conversation good because it's loosely based off of history of Jim Crow and what was going on in Chicago at the time, and him robbing Al Capone for Irish beer and Italian whiskey. So now you have both parties possibly, like there's so many different nuances in it.
You know what had me and hubby going back and forth? And remember I told you I missed a part of it because I had to go to the bathroom, right? But he and I was going back and forth because I thought they was preparing to fight. And then hubby said, no, that Chinese woman invited them in. Because I was wondering how they got in. I was like, how they getting in right now? And hubby said that Chinese woman told him to come in. Mm-hmm. And I was like, wait, when did she do that? And why did she do that? I said, didn't they do that because they were preparing to fight so they could protect their families in the city? And hubby said, no, they didn't agree to that. They kept telling her, just let's ride it out till the daylight. and she just told him to come in. I was like, that's just like him, right?
Right. And that's because she used to them being gangsters. She said, "What the fuck is this shit? I got my daughter at home. They tell me they're gonna get my daughter. Didn't you just shoot somebody for stealing a goddamn Irish beer? And these motherfuckers done killed your brother, and now you don't want to be a soldier?"
Yeah, that's what she told him. She sure
Get
did.
the fuck out of that. Bring y'all punk asses in. Well, she was, I don't know what she said, but she was lit. She said, "Bring y'all." She said, "Come on in. I'm gonna fuck up." And hey, shout out to her. She went right after her own husband.
She sure did.
Stabbed his ass in the heart while on fire. What? That was symbolic too.
Yeah, that sure was.
I thought we was gonna see Alicia Keys hop out.
We on fire.
What did you think about that though? What do you think we saw, like the representation where when he was singing in the fire, you know how the roof kind of was going on fire and they had the ember coming down? Like, was that an actual fire that we saw, or were they trying to visually show how his music was like penetrating the future, past, and current?
Literally breaking walls down.
Right. So
breaking through the ceiling, getting through that back. He through his voice and his talent, he was literally getting through barriers through his music.
Piercing through. So we call it the veil. So when you're able to pierce between the veil is where you can reach God, where, in a hidden place.
So his music, and that's what they were saying. He connected through the past, the present, and the future. And that's how come you seen gangsters, you seen people crip walking, and you see people with the blood gang and twerking, and like you see, because he was just that powerful. So it was a very visual movie. And it's a movie that, like, that music scene to me musically was horrible. It's probably why Diva didn't like it neither, right? It's probably why she don't really like his voice. Musically, it was horrible because it was visual music, not music.
Okay. No, I agree with that. They had to slow him down so we could see the visuals. So it did start sounding bad, but it was like beautiful, right? Because beautiful.
Right.
I thought it was amazing. I cried. It was so neat to see all of it come together. And it was just like, if somebody ever talked about like FBAs and culture and being able to say like, this is our culture, this is our music, this is what a piece of Blackness looks like. This is how we sound. This is our blues. This is our rhythm. These are our dances. This is our food. This is how love looks for us.
Yeah. Now,
I hope not.
The white woman, her name was Grace.
Hold on, you said no? You don't think so?
I hope that ain't how love look for us.
Absolutely. Hey,
I don't want no parts of it.
You gotta put some protection around our necks, and then when we ready to die, we rip it off. I'm tired of this ish. That makes that part. I think that part was so interesting. So like, it makes you wonder if he'd have kept it on, would he have survived?
That does make you wonder, because back then they believed in things like this, I never heard of them talk about actual vampires, but in my family they always said there was evil among us, and they had lots of protection in homes. We seen owls in the kitchens and things like that. Like I said, horseshoes, iron. I ain't never really seen no cross around no neck for no protection. That's something that
Grace had it on. The Asian lady had hers on.
Not for protection, though.
I think she's probably seeped up in it because those people are Delta, so they're just going to be as Christian as we were. That's how they know.
But okay.
But you saying you didn't see the cross? Like Grace had a cross on, and then if you
I'm not talking about it in a movie. I was talking about real life. I was referencing real life. That's what I was talking about.
I didn't really. I don't remember what Grace. I know she had a yellow dress on. Mm-hmm. I know she was raunchy as hell. I liked her character. She didn't take no shit. They only had one color paint. That was hilarious.
You did red. The cross,
and it was red.
Right. The color symbolism.
The color symbolism once again. What does the color red? What does it mean to you when you see they was painting out? They was picturing the red so much. What was your idea of the red?
Danger.
Yeah,
no. Right. But like even when she, she tells him, I only got one color for the sign. What color you got? Red. Okay. So she's painting the sign, and as she makes that final stroke, it goes into the juke joint with it up being on the wall, but it kind of looks like blood, right? Coming down. So yeah, I think it was a lot of foreshadowing of the danger they were about to be in. And Stack wore red because he was the danger they were about to be in.
And wasn't that woman?
Between him, his girlfriend, and everything.
Right.
Wasn't that married?
And listen, and if you're a black man, you find yourself in the middle of a fight in the wilderness, you just run behind a white woman before the sun come up.
Damn. Hey family, I'm a drop down so I can get ready to go to this theater. I'm excited. But I'll be listening in. All right.
Enjoy it. It's good. They did a good job. It's a very interesting outlook on that particular time in history as well. The way how I also enjoyed in the movie, they didn't make no black person really look weak for real. Like the only weak part is maybe the chain gang.
You see Ra in the back chat. Ra, baby, you can't come back no more. I sent Sharon $500 to ban you for good, baby. Learn how to shut the fuck up.
The way how my computer said, I even see him back there. He said he got his camera on too. He said, hold on 1 second.
Talk on mute.
Shit. Oh shit. God damn, not talk on mute. That is crazy. Oh man. Well, I believe he heard you, so
let me ask you a question, Sharon, or y'all. Do you think that Grace was the one person that called out because she was the one person that I guess had a child? Because I don't think they didn't say anything about we know what Annie's baby passed. We didn't hear anything about Mary. So technically the only person that we would know that was quote unquote a mother would be Grace. But my question, I guess, like, why wasn't the little girl not there with them anyway? Like, that was odd. But I
at a juke joint?
Pardon me?
It's a juke joint. You don't bring children to a juke joint.
She wasn't a teenager?
You don't bring teens to a juke joint.
right, because 2 people was fucking in that movie at the juke joint.
I agree with both of y'all, right? Because I've been to juke joints. Okay, I was a little girl, and I remember being in the juke joint, and my grandmother worked there, and my mom and dad, would go drop me off, and I would be sitting on there watching these old people dance and drink and shit. But yeah, nobody took me there so they could have fun. My mom then would drop me off to my grandmother, so she, for the weekend or something.
And
like
you know what else? I forgot about that part of the relationship was between Cornbread and his wife.
What?
How he Stack came up there harassing her, and he was like, "Hey man, don't you see my wife here? Don't we just
fuck you and your wife?"
He said, "Fuck you and your wife." He said, "Nah." He said, "Oh, hold on, I got some money for you. That's gonna make your wife want to put that little pecker in her mouth."
That shit was funny. And then she the one said,
"She said, hold on, babe. Oh, how much money are you talking about?"
Why he say that's a good woman right there? I said, oh wow.
And again, it showed a woman again in a very
compromising.
Yep. Also show women working again.
Okay, these sorry niggas.
Yeah, how was she compromising?
Like
they didn't refer to them as field bitches.
Come on. And like it showed a lot of, hey man, I got like this whole delusional idea that these rim brothers be just preaching out there. Yeah, back in the days, the women that had it was a goddamn square house when the kids are sleeping on the damn floor. Is the time you talking about when y'all was the most successful? When the time when your wife was on the goddamn field picking cotton with you barefoot. They barely had shoes on in the movie too.
Did you see she was pregnant? The wife was pregnant picking cotton. I thought, oh my God.
That's how it used to be. Well, you said, oh my God, that's women, you might have to work to help with the family. That's how it was. That's how it still is. I don't know why we say, oh my God.
because according to, you know, the talk,
the men, right.
The rhetoric that they say.
I keep telling them. They keep thinking we was in the house.
Right. And clearly it was much harder. And clearly, right, again, you could see that the burden was on the woman. The woman had to be the one to protect it. She was the one that said, hey, you need to go ahead and get this goddamn money. She was the one in the fields with his ass. She's the one that negotiated his goddamn money to go to fucking work.
That's right.
The other, Annie, she was the one that negotiated the goddamn Smoke's life while he went out to the goddamn war in Chicago and all that. Doing all her damn, putting whatever she got to do to make sure they come back. She protected him more than the damn babies. She didn't even have an answer for it. She didn't even have an answer for it. So why you couldn't protect our child? She was like, I don't know. She ain't had no answer for it.
All she knew was frying fish. I'm mad about that. You gonna come after 7 years and then have me in there smelling like fish grease? Nigga, what?
and then get insulted. That was something. You got my stomach hurting with that old fish grease.
That's what topped it.
She took that personal. I ain't never used old fish grease.
That's how we knew cornbread had got turned, because it was like, you're not going to fish grease. What did you think about cornbread, though? That was funny when he was like trying to get back in and asking the questions, just like the whole entry of the vampire lore of how you got to invite them in. I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah, that was and that was when they figured everything out. And luckily Anne was there, because if Anne wasn't there, they would have not figured that out too, right?
Right.
So
everybody had lost their ancestral knowledge and memory but her.
Right.
And she said she only heard a little bit about him. She never met him, but she only heard some things.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Right. That was important too. That was another important part as well.
Yeah, because that didn't come from our culture, like the vampires or whatever. That's not us.
Yeah, and she made that part clear. Like, hey, I heard about it, but the only thing I know about this guy. And that's why they made all the dark skinned women in the movie so stubborn though. She didn't want to eat the goddamn garlic.
Was Perlene? What was y'all's read on her?
Jezebel.
Yeah, she was a Jezebel.
A cheetah. Yep.
A cheetah.
That's why did she have on red when he first met her? When she
No, she had blue. And her ass was looking pretty nice. She had that little stank wall.
She looked just like
I initially thought she may have spit that garlic out when the older gentleman started like coughing with the garlic and stuff. Yeah, I still right after was thinking that she may have been a vampire, Perlene. But because he started coughing, like that could have been her like because it took the focus off of her real quick. You know what I mean?
So Slim, who was the blues, I guess, legend, at least in that part of where they were. Right before he dies, he says something about the devil done came for me many times.
He ain't get
right?
no blood.
Right. And so what he was saying was, just like Sammy was presented with the opportunity to sell his soul, the devil had come to him many times and he said no. Right. But look at his fate.
And look at
right.
And that kind of goes to the end credit scenes of, hey, that might be the devil he was singing to at the end of the movie.
Wait, you talking about the older guy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so he killed himself before they could do anything, right? Remember he slit himself open?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
that wasn't
He's
to
more
kill him.
bait. That
Yeah,
was more bait.
Yeah, that was for bait.
Yeah, so they could eat him, and the other ones would have time to run away. But right before he did that, he talked about how the devil had come for him on several occasions, and this time, whatever. So yeah.
You think they were? How did they get away? Were they still in the? Because that's what shocked me when they showed up in the 80s with the
92. It was 1992.
Oh yeah, crisscross. That was crisscross look like outfits.
The Biggie Koofy.
Yeah,
he had the Coogee outfit, and he had the Gumby haircut.
Yeah,
she had the bamboo earrings. She was a round the way girl.
Round the way girl.
Lollipop. Yeah.
That was flips. She had a popsicle in her mouth. I said, okay, girl.
It shocked me when they appeared, but then I don't remember them getting killed, and because I just thought they burned up like everybody else. So, what you think they were still in that barn? And
No, she ran.
They ran. That's why I keep teasing that you got to follow a white woman running through the woods. That's how they got away. They ran through the woods.
They had to get inside though. What y'all think? Like they had a house in the woods,
right? So before the sun came up, she started running, and what's the name ran with her because Smoke spared his life and said, "Hey, look, you and homegirl get up out of here."
Oh yeah, I don't know why I missed that. What the hell was I doing?
That happened when they were sitting at the bar. He explained it.
Oh no, yeah, I didn't see it. That's what I was saying. I didn't.
No, so while he was explaining it, maybe you probably took a nap because sometimes you be taking your 2-minute nap. And so while he was explaining it, they flashed back to them two running through the woods.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I do remember that. Okay.
Yeah, so they flashed back. And so, the only thing I gotta do, I gotta watch 2 scenes. I gotta go and check out Grace again and see if she has something on her neck, and I gotta see if the blues singer had a reflection in the mirror when I watch it again. Those are the 2 things that I possibly missed in the movie.
So that would be Sammy as an adult, and then you're looking for Gracie's cross.
That's what I need to see again.
So what did you think when she let those people in there though? It felt so backstabby. Like these people been building with you.
No, she was trying to save her daughter.
The daughter was dead. The husband was already gone.
The daughter wasn't dead?
The daughter wasn't dead.
The daughter was dead. The daughter was in town.
If the husband done got turned, it's a town full of vampires. That girl is good as dead. I'm staying in this house.
But they wasn't in town.
Right, it wasn't in town.
I am saying there was a flock of vampires that came to town. Do we really think that they said, "Oh, we're only going to kill the people in here"? No, they came to town.
No, they turned all the people from the Jew joint to vampires. Those was the only vampires was those first 3.
Is what? Then they are going to turn the other people. Correct?
No, they don't want to turn. No, they don't. How? I'm not saying you're wrong. But for you to assume that, but he did threaten. That's why she wanted, she threatened that we gonna go. He told her, I'm gonna go get your daughter. Right? He used her weakness. But so I do understand what you're saying, because that's the point me and hubby was going back and forth. I was like, I thought they was preparing. She was like, hey, they're gonna go kill our peoples. But the people in town is mostly white people or her people, right?
Right.
Black people not living in that town like that. They're living on the outskirts.
So even then she wouldn't do that.
Huh?
Then that makes even less reason for her to invite them in. If your kid is not in the town on the outskirts, why did you let these people in here to kill these folks? Like she didn't have a right to do that. She didn't have a right, even if her daughter was up for grabs, right? She didn't have a right to put everybody else's life in danger. For her, for what and that's the point that I think most people are making, that she made a decision for everybody.
But that was their fault because they was holding her in there. She was trying to leave out, and they was keeping her in there. So then she called them to come
If she
in.
really wanted to go, she could have went without inviting them. You know,
No,
they
was
did
holding.
say,
They was holding her.
no, I remember that part, but she could have got out without inviting them in. Right?
But I think they. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Supreme. I'm sorry.
So what I took from that was we have to understand that when we invite these folks to the cookout, a lot of times they don't even have no respect. Like they're entitled, and whatever they want is what's gonna happen.
Right.
And so they're not stunting us like that, but we'll invite them into our safe space.
I took that too. You know, she entitled, right? She felt entitled, and it's not even her place to invite them in, because we cannot make a claim that she couldn't get out if she really wanted to get out. She could have pointed something and said, "Look, I'm serious, I'm gone."
That part.
No,
And
that's
then,
what they was holding her down. That's why they was trying to hold her mouth.
because she was
holding her.
hysterical. All of them tried to get out at some point, right? Sammy tried to get out when they said, "Hey, give me him and I'll let y'all all live." He was about to walk out. They stopped him. Witchcom wanted to go out there with his brother. They stopped him. So at some point, a lot of them was unreasonable. So they tell her, "Hey, just be cool.
Right.
Let's wait." Right? And then she chilled and acted like she was cool. And then she said,
they start singing that song.
But they always do that, right? I mean, even with Mary playing crazy, like, oh, well, let me go see if they good people. And it's like, huh? Because I'm just thinking about the scene in Color Purple where Miss Millie say, okay, Sophia, you could go home with your family. You know, I'm a drive or whatever, being the nice white lady. But as soon as she saw something she ain't like, look, I don't know him, I don't know her, bring your ass on, fuck your kids, right? And so the idea that her as a octoroon, you know, but that just shows they always gonna have an affinity for their people. So we get these people thinking they family, right? But they always gonna have an affinity to their people because those are their people too. And in her case, those was her people. You ain't gonna tell me one black great grandparent and 7 white ones is, you know, enough to make a difference.
So you saying the 1/8, she just, even in allowing her to connect with blackness, puts real blackness in danger.
I'm saying that 7/8 white is always gonna make her have a heart for those people and try to find the good in them, right? At least try to find the good in them. And so that compromises black people because she gonna have a different relationship with them than we are, because she is one of them virtually. That's why people was able to run off and pass. And if you look at some of the people who was passing, right? So it wasn't even required that they look as white as her. I saw one documentary on family that was passing. They only now found out that they family had been passing. But it was like, how the fuck? Because they showed a picture when the grown kids who got kids now were little, and one of the little girls looked exactly like Rihanna, big forehead and all. And so you running around with a Rihanna and people regarding y'all as white folks.
You said you wanted to see if Grace had a crush on her. What was the second part you had to go back? What was? Oh, he's busy. To one thing, right? In the movie, you remember when they were beating up that guy? But at the same time, he was about to get turned out, right? I'm not gonna lie. The scene I hated the most was when she was about to, all that jewel, that spit going in his mouth. I actually turned my head. I could not watch that. I wasn't about to watch that.
That also show how nasty goddamn Stack was.
But when you mess with a prostitute, wait, Sharon, do you see what's going on in the back chat? Do you see Rob back there raging? He done called you a bitch ass nigga.
Oh damn!
I've been down. Oh shit!
Well, he's stepping off.
He done called me a bitch.
Yeah.
Fuck fuck your money,
Old
bitch.
Central Negro. Overrated.
Hey, Rod, the best way to say fuck my money is for you to put up another $500 so you can just come on back and say whatever you got to say, sweetheart.
He gonna come with those wooden nickels.
Okay, this ain't the juke joint, nigga. We ain't accepting them.
Now you see, he was back there trying to get me to invite him back in.
Got pissed when he realized, nigga, you ain't never coming back.
He said, "Oh man, old 70 nigga out over."
You laying with the enemy.
That's crazy. They be really bad at me. Damn, he cursed me out too. Like he had a couple of paragraphs.
Right. But the crazy thing to me is, and see, this is the difference between me and a lot of people. I'm gonna come right to you and say it. It ain't gonna never be no pretense. But you see how these people will hide and veil their true feelings under all these layers, right? Now, before he up here, brother Sharon, you know what I'm saying? And now you a bitch ass nigga, you laying sleeping with the enemy. He felt that way the whole time, but just didn't have the nuts to come say it to you directly. That's one thing about me, baby. I'm always bring it to you. You ain't never got to wonder a guess.
This shit is crazy. And you just let them talk long enough, right?
Right.
And
See,
that's how they
try to
figured
bring
it.
it out of.
Yep, and that's what happened with Cornbread. They let them talk long enough. They're like, why you keep asking me to let you in? Let them talk long enough. And I think that's another reason why they dislike the channel sometimes. Like they don't know how to you know what I'm saying? Because we let them talk long enough and then they be revealed. They're like, oh, you know I'm a vampire now?
Yes, nigga. I saw you when you hit the panel.
I seen you. I seen you. I see how you came up on other channels. Let's tell him.
I go on no other panel because if I go anywhere else, like hey, you're a traitor. What? I'm like, you know what? I'm fucking
That's
wrong.
crazy.
Baby, I had to leave the Discord.
No effing way.
Baby, I was like, this is weird. This is weird, and I'm not doing this.
That's
so. It's not a big deal. I don't get it. I don't want to get it. You know what I mean? Like I just don't. I'm not in that space. Like we've had a very productive conversation.
I want y'all to stay out of the Discord. Y'all don't want to believe me, but
yep, I'm about to open up one soon.
All right, we gonna wild out in that mother.
Goddamn it! Give access to people, you know, who want to just tear you down all the time, or talk about you, lying. It's just a whole big mess.
Okay, Sharon, what was the second part you said you needed to see?
Sharon, if I was you don't go to Discord. They be doxing over there. If I was you.
They done dox you, Jalen.
I'm just giving you a warning, Sharon.
Thank you.
Discord, they're gonna dox you. I promise you. You better watch
Thank
out.
you, Kip. All right, I'll be careful.
What was the second part you said you wanted to see, Sharon? If she had a cross on him, what else?
The end of the movie when they sit at the bar, I want to see if Preacher Boy or the leader of the Pearlines actually.
If you can see his reflection in the guitar.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, you just brought that. Okay. I'm gonna check on that. But she did have a cross on though when she was at the bar. She didn't have one in the store, but she did reference Jesus. But or at least it wasn't shown, you know, because she was at work or whatever. Oh, but the thing about the cross though, right? I know it's different from when you see it a little far away and then close up. However, I believe they used two different crosses. And the first one they showed in the light while they was beating up what's the name, and homeboy was getting turned and she was standing at the bar. It's tinier and it looks upside down. Look at it in the light. When homegirl's on stage stomping and dancing or whatever. And then a little bit after that, right before all of that stuff happens and she lets him in, it's like right side up again and whatever. So check that out.
Happy they did it there, and then it's twice where when Sharon talked about it was in the beginning where it was the Father, the Son, where they showed the Trinity, but you saw the Son and the guitar was leaning on the communion table. Then you saw the Father, and then the Spirit would have been like the church, showing like the community was the Holy Spirit. And then towards the end, before Oh Boy Went Up in the Fire, you saw the shoreline of 3 different crosses of, you can see where he was symbolically going to go again through that salvation process and then be born again. But it was very interesting to see like where the crosses were showing up, how they were kind of showing like even the timing of like Jesus would have died around this time. It was kind of dusky, and they showed that it was so many calls. Like I said, if you're Black, I feel like you were so many different things you could connect to that when I said this is an instant classic, I think it's an instant classic, and I hope he builds on top of this. But if this is what we get, I'm really happy with this project. This was a very thoughtful, entertaining, like it just felt good to be in the movies. It felt good to just have that experience.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I haven't been to the movies in a long time. I'm glad y'all convinced me to go see this in the movies, and I didn't try to get it on bootleg or something like that. So I'm very happy of
What
that.
you trying to say?
I'm trying to get the bootleg the second time. I ain't gonna lie.
Look, you be
if you
got a link, go ahead and post it.
Where the link at? Where the link at? Yeah,
I ain't too good for it.
Hey, and Sharon, you just let AR up here. He gonna get all us messed up. You know, let Mulatto up here.
Good.
Y'all ain't learned shit from the movie.
We good. I saw the movie. I know we good.
God damn.
Aries dropped the link. Aries says she got a good one. She said it's clear too. Girl, go ahead and send that on.
Oh yes.
When I tell you,
Also, Rigo do $7 on Tuesday.
Purchase it. It's $5 here. Y'all got $5?
I don't think so.
That shit wasn't no $5 here. Shit.
Really?
Oh, but even if it was, I don't know how much the ticket was. I know me and hubby got one large popcorn, 2 drinks, and they gave us a candy, which I didn't care about. And that shit was $30.
Damn.
That's still pretty good.
Really?
That's not
I'll
bad.
get to the movies in a minute.
2 drinks and popcorn?
Hold on.
Hey, keep going. Drive right on past it. Absolutely.
What's up, AR? Did you burn
What's
up a
up,
little
man?
bit? Did you get a little hot when you went to go see it? What happened?
No, I felt good, man. It was good in there. It was a great movie. I wish I'd seen it in IMAX, but I might go back. I might go back and see it again in theaters.
Might go check it out.
Yeah.
What are your takes on anything? Like, what's your main takeaways and anything that we said today? What's up? What's your thoughts?
I just hopped on, so I didn't hear too much. I think Tiff was just talking about. Well, first of all, the movie was great. I agree with Tiff saying that it's probably an instant classic. She said something along the lines of like she would like to see not necessarily a sequel, but more about the universe. And I had seen him and I'm bad on muting. Michael B. Jordan doing an interview, and the interviewer had asked him a similar question about continuing the franchise with or continuing the universe with more movies. And he didn't say yes or no. He just said that it was a great honor to get that reception because his favorite movies, or when he watches a movie and he wants to know more about the characters or more about the universe in general, that means that it's just a top tier movie or whatever. So him hearing that feedback from people, he really appreciated. So who knows if we'll get more or less from it. I think learning more about the Native Americans would be cool, and how they came to be and how Remick or whatever his name is ended up with them. I don't know if they ever outright stated how they're smoking Annie's child. I think it was their son passed away.
His daughter.
Daughter. So I would like to know more about that background somehow. I don't know if he just wants to write a blog or something. That'd be cool. But yeah, it was a great movie.
So did you really connect when he started doing the river dancing? That's like when you really like.
I felt like I was the only one. I was around Black families and nobody else was dancing. I'm like, hey, y'all this ain't hitting? Come on now, this shit kind of hitting.
Your eye popped out.
Hey man,
Because he is here.
you saw how high his leg got, right? Like they got a close up of the camera, and his foot was still parallel with the camera. It was crazy.
Was jamming. Did you see how he was dancing? The little white guy could kind of dance.
Hey man, they were killing it. But yeah, I love the music, like that scene where they went through the generations of music and culture and all that. Oh yeah. My god, it was amazing.
You actually enjoyed that. Do you make music by any chance?
No, I don't make music.
I think it's very interesting that majority of the non-musical people really enjoyed that part. That was the
just think like
that stood out the most with it all. Like for me, it sounded like a musical mess. It was.
I thought it. Well, I think that when if you're like a SME or if you do something in a field, like you can tell technicalities that other people can't tell, and I can't. I just hear it blending. So like if I'm a DJ or whatever, people do mashups and all that stuff. Like they'll know better than just someone at the club dancing to it how the technicalities work on it and what they should have done to make it blend better or whatever. But to most people, their average ears is just like, oh, this sounds pretty good. And I just like the way it happened. I like the choreography too, like the camera angles and everything moving through it. That was
top tier.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Because but it is a scene that I'm pretty sure you watch it more than once. That one scene that you'll probably catch a different move that you didn't see the first couple of times or 3 times. You'll always see a new dance move. Because like it was good. I enjoyed that part. I think the music was very visual. That's the problem I had with, like I said earlier, it wasn't musical for your ears, it was musical visually. So but it was good. I enjoyed it though.
Not even Sammy's song?
The Traveler song.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed it at the end.
Mm.
It was good. The Traveler song when they was in the car and then he asked him, "Can I hear the real again?"
Mm-hmm.
That part was very symbolic too, I believe too.
Mm-hmm.
Like he asked him, "You want to hear the real again?" He said, do you still do the real music? Like, the real.
What do you think the impact was of when Smoke was standing up? Like they were in the juke joint and he was like looking down in everybody.
I didn't think I just looked at him as being that stoic character that's never want to rest, and he's steady trying to move the family forward, because he was trying to really get them to the next level. He was going over numbers and how much a casino make versus how much they're going to make in the next couple of months and how they retire. So like he was like forward thinking. So.
Yeah, that was right after he told Stack to get rid of Mary too, right? Like not literally right after, but it was pretty close to. And that was so. I think I'm with Sharon and that he was probably just surveying it and making sure everything was going good, because they had just talked about the coins and not taking proper USD. Then you had the thing with Mary, so he was probably just on top, making sure everything was good or to his liking or whatever, to not, because he was real about that reputation shit. I was just talking to my girl about it, because he handed the money to Cornbread, and like I was thinking about that scene. I'm just like, you heard everybody warn you. Like, what was it just stupid writing, or was there something that in character he would do that in real life? If he was a real life character. And he, in the beginning of the movie, he obviously shot the 2 dudes trying to rob him, and he shot the first dude, and then he shot the second dude, and he said, "I'm not going to have anybody be able to run away and say, oh, I almost stole from the twins or whatever."
Stack twins without a lip.
And then the money thing, he was like, "We're not going to accept fake money or not USD or tender that's not USD, because then they're going to go back and say, oh, I was able to do so-and-so without real money. You can go do it too," or whatever. So he was real big about the reputation thing. And so when Cornbread was like, "Can I at least get my money?" I think it was basically like him fighting that. It was in character for him, because he's real about their reputation. So I'm not going to have someone go and tell people that I don't pay them proper wages. And so I thought that scene was cool too. But anyway,
and he was also overpaying, right? Like the little girl, she was going to do it for.
I forgot about that. Yeah, so that's another one. Like,
what did you think about that? I thought that was so kind that he taught her how to negotiate, and I'm like, that's how we got raised, where somebody saw he was doing something, and it wasn't this big drawn out thing. It was just like, hey, when you're dealing with money, always offer this, do this, now let's do that. He gave her such a quick business lesson. So maybe that's
he also taught her ass how to be a damn criminal.
Whoa.
Hey, he made her accessory to attempt double homicide.
He wasn't aiming for nothing crazy.
Well, so Stack had taught Mary how to go negotiate too, right?
Nope. Mm-mm.
That's a good observation. Because she was definitely out there. She was definitely negotiating. She would pull that blick out too. She pulled that joint out quick, fast, in a hurry, and she knew she knew when shit got a little too thick when she seen those red eyes. She's like, all right, it's time to go. But the motherfucker could fly.
Right, but see, that's the thing. Why the person got to show you their red eyes? You know what I mean? You got to get to that point before you think, because the common sense of it is, what the hell y'all doing out here with a banjo? Like, how did y'all even know we was out here?
But you gotta, but Diva, they were criminals themselves. That's the thing that we gotta make sure we are referencing, that all the people that was in the juke joint and all that, everybody was degenerates.
No, I'm talking about those white people. How did those white people know they were out there? Yes, they were degenerates, but still, like, they had segregation. Like, they were separate.
Oh, you talking about the three?
Yeah.
Oh, so number one, you know, so when he bites them, he gets their memories.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So when he bit them, he knew that they was gonna go out to the sawmill in the first place, because the dude was a Ku Klux Klan. They was gonna go there and destroy the sawmill anyway and turn it into
I think she's asking why did Mary not say, how did you? Well, they did kind of have that conversation, but that wasn't enough to say.
So the first part is how did the vampire even know about the sawmill spot in the first place?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why they knew about it, because he bit the Ku Klux Klan man that was going to go over there in the first place
in the morning.
Because he got their memories, and then when he started walking over there to get some more blood or whatever he wanted to do, because he knew niggas was over there, he didn't care if they was black, white, or whatever, but he just put people over there that doing degenerate shit that nobody cared about. So he's going over there. Then he heard Sammy sing. And then he's like, oh, I want that.
It's interesting you say that too, because they did not discriminate. They weren't like, we don't want no nigga blood. It's like blood is blood.
Yeah, they didn't care about that.
Do you think they should have joined? Since on one hand he's saying you're not gonna be able to feel the sun, and you're not gonna be able to, you'll be unalive, but you'll be a part of our loving family, and we can all be.
Yeah, you'd have been part of loving family. You'd have learned how to speak Mandarin all of a sudden too. He just started speaking Chinese.
I'm done. I'm finna go take a shower. I'm so done with y'all. I forgot to go wash off this blackness.
Is that they would have been like, you know what I'm saying? They'd have been a late night fried chicken wings with the fried rice. Cooking it up. Shout out to the PayPal. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the PayPal. I don't think you said anything. I'm trying to look through it, see if you had a message. Thank you for the support. Thank you. But so that's why you know, that they was even walking over there in the first place, because he said they walked over there. So that's how they found out about it. So it wasn't because you know, all that was just trickery. And that's why I don't blame Mary for nothing. She was just doing her normal thievery. You know, she was just doing her normal.
You saying she was just white, so because she was white, okay. Well, I mean, if that, I can deal with that logic, but
no, I'm just saying that they were just criminals doing criminal activities. Right. I mean, they literally stole from Al Capone.
He's a criminal. It's Robin Hood.
His girlfriend is a criminal too. And that's why he loved her so much, because she speak the way how she speak.
Yeah.
She not black, so okay.
You know what I'm saying? And also it goes to show that, hey, look, black men do love when a woman talk crazy to them.
As long as she got white skin.
Oh shit. And also it showed that those Chinese women don't play neither.
Right.
She's hard on business. She was trying to negotiate. And again, that woman was she was really the business savvy one, not her husband.
Right.
It showed it again in that movie too. That's another relationship that they showed.
I didn't feel like her husband had much value. Like, he was just there. It was nothing about him that, I mean, we saw him at the beginning, right? He was at the shop, and then we saw when they were in the juke joint, and then he was turned. Like,
and then they was really focused on the daughter, and she's a pretty well-known actress, so I was surprised she didn't have. That's why I feel like they are leaning towards some kind of universe, a Sinners universe. Go ahead, Tiff.
Do you think, with that being said, because I've seen some TikToks where there's some Latin folks that are mad, they feel like there was not any Latin representation.
That is fucking hilarious. Is it really a TikTok trend?
Baby, if you pull up TikTok now, when I tell you they was going off on us, cussed us out, said he stole the movie from dusk to dawn. Mhm.
That's why they try to say it in the chat earlier.
Yeah, that's what it was. I was like, what? Sharon, that's a legitimate lie. I was like, I got to go see this because what the hell happened?
Yeah, that's what I was referencing earlier in the chat. For sure. They was going crazy.
They going hard on us. And I'm like, why do y'all think we supposed to include y'all with everything? Y'all was mad about Juneteenth. You ain't got a goddamn thing to do with Juneteenth. And you surely don't got nothing to do with 1932 when they were right after they had interned and put a lot of Mexicans out. Like they weren't in Mississippi. But they are big mad, Sharon. Big mad.
Well, hey, they wasn't really around like that for Jim Crow ever, was they? Were they around in Mississippi in the Jim Crow?
They helped us fight slavery.
Who?
That's what he told us. Mexican people have always helped you blacks.
That's what they said?
That's what they told us.
What?
Mm-hmm. That's what they had said, Sharon.
That's interesting.
Right.
I was not.
It had me shook because I'm like, what's the obligation? Why are you always looking at black people to tell y'all stories? Like, I don't see blacks on Telemundo. And I don't see blacks in like these Korean movies. Like we don't ever attach ourselves to other people and feel like you should represent me. Why would I represent your struggle?
But that's because this movie was very DEI. That's why.
Because Black Panther wasn't enough.
It had a lot of right, because the Mexicans was heavy in Black Panthers. You're right. I
was pissed about that too. And why did they keep doing that to Ryan? Like Ryan Coogler came out, like I feel like he was trying to make an amends, like, okay, y'all felt like y'all weren't seen in Black Panther 2. We got this whole Aztec story of which you had people that came into this forbidden land and ain't nobody ever seen, and like all of a sudden these motherfuckers just popping up. I don't like how we are asked to flatten out our own stories for other people.
But it was a part of the comic book though, to be fair.
I get that. But somebody else can do
that. They should have definitely recast Black Panther clearly, because now they really messed things up.
Did you see his interview though? If you look when Ryan did the interview on The Breakfast Club, I just don't think emotionally he's not strong enough to do that. I think if it's gonna be recast, it definitely is not going to be via him. It's gonna have to be like a prequel or some type of lore.
Ryan, he's pretty young, so I think he didn't really think about the ramifications that we killed off the only black superhero, literally.
He died. He didn't kill him.
No, he killed off the only black superhero.
But isn't I thought his son was in-universe son is supposed to take the mantle.
Yeah, but also the original
his
Black
sister
Panther,
took it.
Yeah, his father teach him how to take the mantle.
Gotcha. Well, the sister will probably assist.
Not only that, he's supposed to have a baby with Storm. Because when Christopher Reeves died, they didn't kill Superman.
Yeah, but there's no Storm.
Right. So you know what I'm saying. So like this is the first time ever, and Ryan Coogler, he probably just a little too young to understand the significance of actually killing off a character for real after one movie. Instead of trying to honor the original, you should have honored the original somehow in the movie, but killing him off in a movie, that was wild to me. And it could only happen with a black character.
I think it's fine. His sister took the mantle. I wish Michael B. Jordan hadn't been killed off and Killmonger hadn't been killed off in the first one. But that was before. I didn't like him being. I thought that he should have. I wish that they had put him in like a cryo or something type of sleep, and it would have worked out perfectly based off of Chadwick Boseman's untimely death. But even with you're talking about Storm's not even in the MCU right now. There's no Storm. We don't even know if Storm is going to become a thing in the MCU. We know X-Men is supposed to become a thing, and Storm should be there. But until that actually happens, there is no Storm in the MCU, right? Well, I guess technically Fox got merged into MCU, but you know what I mean. And his son, if his son takes the mantle and they maybe fast forward some years or something, and he becomes a teen or whatever and starts dating Storm, then you can still have the same plot line. It's just going to be different than the comics.
And they go to. But the issue is that now, how did this kid just hyperly get old, right? So it's a lot of problems that visually, and it doesn't make sense. Like, you shouldn't kill off two of our main characters that are black. Like, you kill off Killmonger. Killmonger is still alive in the comic books. I don't know why you kill him off. He ain't supposed to be.
I don't know anything about Killmonger in the comics. I just thought he should have. Yeah, whatever.
Right. So he shouldn't have died. That's number one. But it was good for the movie. But then you shouldn't cinematically kill him off. You should cinematically let him live. Just take your time and figure out the best. We had enough actors out there. Like, come on.
I thought it was an odd choice, but I don't know. I'm like I said, I'm really enjoyed the movie. I'm definitely gonna go back and see it. Can't wait to purchase it digitally. To me, this is like, I love musicals and I like vampires, so it's like this was like Hamilton but with vampires. It was
very musical. I agree. And did anybody listen to the new Donda 2?
No, Kanye put a new album out.
Mm-hmm.
Is he okay?
So far, I didn't get to hear the whole thing because I was listening to it last night while I was waiting. So,
it's good.
Killmonger didn't die no 3 times in it. Don't not add a different universe and say he died. No, that's the difference. Those little offbeat universes don't count.
But it does count because there is no.
You know why? Because also they killed off goddamn Wolverine about.
So what universe is the MCU in? Well, what universe do you classify that?
932-2010.
Okay, but there is no. That's the point. Is that whether you're gonna say it's whatever universe, the one time he died, or the second time, or the third time, or the one he's alive, whatever. We don't. There's no set universe that the MCU is replicating from the comics. It's taking stuff from different comic runs and merging it into the MCU.
And right, and that's why you shouldn't be killing off characters, because you can't bring them back in the cinematic universe, and that's what they did. They killed them off. That's the problem I had with it when they did it.
One, you can bring them back.
I mean, they literally recast Rhodey one movie after.
That's a completely different situation.
Fine, but they did it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They also they got this one guy playing 2 roles. He's the Human Torch and Captain America.
You can bring characters back in action universe roles.
So I
just like they do in the comics.
That they killed them all. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Jean Grey is a perfect example. They just brought back Wolverine, technically, kind of. And we are in the multiverse, so pulling a Black Panther from a different universe makes perfect sense in the current phase that Marvel is in.
Yeah, but now that part happens is now you got to make him a staple. You got to make a reason why he get able to go across universes.
No, you don't. It's literally the whole the comic run of the whole the Doctor Doom thing is going to be about the battle world or whatever it is going to be about Doctor Doom trying to force all the universes into one universe. So it doesn't have to be a power that Black Panther has, but Loki currently controls the stories. He's god of stories, Loki, right now. So there's plenty of characters outside of Black Panther that can introduce a Black Panther into the universe.
No, what I'm saying is that the reason why Deadpool had to go search it because he couldn't just get any Wolverine. You had to get a Wolverine that actually was a staple. That I forgot what they called it.
I got you.
Yeah, so it just.
They'll be all right, man.
I mean, I hope so. I heard that the Thunderbolts is really good. It's another long ass movie. So
you gonna see it this weekend?
I don't know.
I think I'm gonna try to go, but I definitely want to see this one more time. And I just
big pockets Tiff over here.
No,
some movies in a week is crazy.
Right see if I got it right now.
What am I getting dropped? Am I getting paid off?
The Thunderbolts.
Thunderbolts, yes, ma'am.
Sharon, can I ask you a question?
Oh, nice, ma'am.
Girl, you done cussed me out. I done cried. I done screamed and hollered. Shit.
Sharon,
you said you don't see it for me. I said, oh, no. But it's okay. I receive it.
No, she's talking about the Thunderbolts. She was looking for if it's playing because Diva.
It started today. Look, I'm triggered.
Hey, did y'all watch the Jeffrey Dahmer movie back in 2022?
No,
I heard it was good though.
It's really good.
Yeah, I didn't watch that. I'm kind of very close to Diva with this. I rarely watch white movies.
Huh?
I rarely watch white movies. Like the only white movie that I actually will like literally go out to go see is like Mission Impossible or James Bond. That's it. Otherwise than that,
isn't 7 coming out? 6 or 7?
I never heard of the Thunderbolts. So who are they?
they're going to be the new Avengers. Well,
Oh.
not new, but a version.
So random people.
They're not random. It's comic book accurate. So they have like a Russian Captain America and stuff like that.
I just want to see Sentry. That man's OP.
I don't understand how they brought Sentry in there though, because he's like he's overpowerful.
Yeah, so. I don't know if I'm hyped for it.
So I don't understand how, because it's definitely nobody could beat him. So it's like that's we're gonna see how they do that. He's too strong. There's a couple of people in the comments that don't make
7.8 out of 10, Sharon. The reviews are good.
Oh, so it's a good thing. I guess they back because
it's been dead. The movie's
it's been a little weird lately. So that's awesome. If they back, then that's what's up.
Right for the summertime.
And too bad, my man King the Conqueror. He got to that situation because that was probably about to be really good.
They need to bring him back too.
They definitely need to.
I think I heard. I saw some rumors that he's supposed to come back and play at least Kang in one movie.
So sit your ass down then. Oh, we at the 6-hour mark. Jalen, you got any final thoughts? Because you've been talking a lot today. So
also, I had watched the Zodiac Killer movie.
He don't miss. Happy.
Yeah, it was nice. I waited. Oh, I just wanted you to know, yes, because I didn't give no effery today, right? Or foolery, whatever, right? I waited to do my review because I wanted to do my review with you guys. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Yes,
we appreciate you. Happy.
Peace.
Have a happy weekend.
The person that we supposed to be what's the word I'm looking for? That we shouldn't be inviting in because he might be danger. What's your final thoughts, sir?
Don't talk about Jalen like that, man. He don't mean no harm. No. Everybody have a great weekend. Stay safe. Enjoy the weather if it's warm and sunny and not rainy or whatever. Use umbrella if it's rainy. I know Sharon got about 3. He showed me some actually after the stream yesterday in the back chat or in the after stream thing. He was showing me a whole bunch of different umbrellas with different designs and stuff. But yeah, everybody have a great weekend, man, and be safe.
The man of many words, Silent. What's your final thoughts?
Leave them white women alone.
Devo.
Bye, y'all.
Don't get mad at me, nigga. I'm here telling the truth. If somebody else should have told you this.